Naruto: Rise of the Namikaze. Prologue: The Soul Queen's Guilt and Decision. Sitting atop her throne in her palace, the Soul Queen, supreme ruler of the Soul Society, lowered her head in shame. Her realm had finally recovered from a catastrophic war and peace had returned. But, within the elemental nations, a certain summoning clan had broken one of her laws and she sought to punish them. However, she failed to plan things properly. The one she had chosen to be the hand of her judgment had suffered a lifetime of loneliness and pain due to her incompetence. The results were staring her in the face and it made her feel utterly depressed. As she peered through her all-seeing screen, she noticed that she would have to execute her plan sooner than she wanted. The queen sighed. "I can't believe it's come to this. For 12 years, I've allowed things to spiral so far out of control. Now, the chosen one is on the brink of falling victim to the sadness caused by those who despise him. I must do something soon, otherwise he's doomed." With that, she opened her personal Senkamen and left for the elemental nations. Chapter 1: Realizations, a gift from the Shinigami, and a new change. It was 9 p.m. in the hidden leaf village of Konoha. 12-year-old Naruto Uzumaki was walking home after having ramen with his sensei Irika Umino. For the first time in his life, he was smiling because he finally became a shinobi when he had helped Irika after being tricked into stealing the forbidden scroll by Mizuki. When he realized it, he attempted to help Irika stop Mizuki. But the situation got so far out of control that an ANBU ninja had to come in to stop the chaos. Although Mizuki had been stopped, the ANBU had suffered a fatal wound while protecting the boy and couldn't be saved, which made Naruto wonder why he had been so easily tricked. Why did I always fail the exams and not make any progress? How did I allow myself to be deceived like that? Naruto thought to himself. He began thinking back as to why he failed and realized that it was because he never took his studies and training seriously. He also realized that he was tricked because Mizuki was one of his teachers. So as a student, Naruto was inclined to regard what Mizuki said as true. So Naruto said softly, "Well, I am a ninja now, so no one will ever be able to call me a failure, especially Sasuke and Sakura, and I will become Hokage so that I can protect what is important to me. I will never allow myself to be tricked again." Naruto Uzumaki was a boy who lived a life of loneliness, rejection, and neglect, not knowing why. But the truth was that on October 10th, at least 12 years ago, a fierce demon known as the Nine-Tailed Fox Demon or the Kyubi no Yoko had attacked Konoha, destroying hundreds of lives. But what nobody realized was that the beast was being manipulated at the time. Unable to defeat the Nine-Tails, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, knew the only way to stop the creature was to imprison it in a newborn infant. That infant happened to be Naruto. In the process of sealing the Nine-Tails, the fourth Hokage lost his life. His last wish was for Naruto to be seen as a hero. Sadly, his wish was not granted. As a result of the attack, Naruto was orphaned, and to make matters worse, someone on the civilian council leaked word that Naruto was the Jinchuriki for the Kyubi. So driven by fear and anger, the village rejected and turned their backs on Naruto, viewing him as the demon in human form. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who retook the mantle as the third Hokage after the death of his successor, passed a law which made it illegal to speak about the Kyubi in front of Naruto or to openly attack him. By doing so, he hoped it would give the boy some chance of fitting in. Failed. Because of the anger and resentment from their parents, the children began to show the same animosity towards Naruto, leaving him with absolutely no friends. Granted, he made friends with Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji, to name a few. But he was never able to fit in with the other kids. Worse yet, nearly every store in Konoha refused to let him purchase anything or overcharged him for expired or useless products. Naruto was never physically attacked by angry villagers. Those who tried were made an example of by the Hokage. Any attempts made on the boy's life were stopped long before they even started. This was all due to what happened after it became clear that Naruto had the fox inside him. A few ignorant civilians shouted for the boy's death. Hiruzen quickly butchered them and warned the rest to expect the same thing if they made a move on the boy. Despite the anger, the villagers knew better than to disobey Hiruzen. They feared his wrath. Plus, Naruto had an ANBU bodyguard that watched him 24/7 to make sure he wasn't harmed. When Naruto was 5, the villagers started getting bolder, but still couldn't succeed in attacking him. The truth is that the people who hated Naruto were those that were afraid of him. They never could attack him, but they hated the Kyuubi and wanted it to stay away from them. This constant rejection and animosity was thrown at Naruto every single day. Naruto was pretty much an outcast to the majority of the village and didn't know why. Only a select few people actually welcomed him with open arms or smiled on him, including Hiruzen, Tuchi and Ayam from Ichiraku's, and Hinata Hyuga. In a desperate attempt to get attention, Naruto resorted to mischief and started pulling pranks, which only served to put him in more trouble. Eventually, he decided that he would become Hokage one day to gain respect and protect those he cared for. At the age of 10, he enrolled in the ninja academy to become a shinobi, but his progress was slow and pitiful, not to mention being looked down on by his sensei Irika, but also being the laughingstock of the whole academy. After failing the 3rd Genin exam, he was deceived by Mizuki into taking the Forbidden Scroll which contained forbidden jutsu. Even though Mizuki had been stopped, Naruto was shocked to hear the reason why he was shunned. The saddest thing was that the ANBU who had died was Naruto's personal bodyguard. He also remembered the last words the ANBU said to him before dying. Flashback. Mizuki hurled the giant shuriken towards Naruto, who was frozen with shock and couldn't move. Naruto shut his eyes. Silence. Naruto opened his eyes and, to his horror, saw his ANBU bodyguard kneeling over him with the shuriken embedded in his back. Naruto said with tears, "WWHY?" The ANBU, whose codename was Drago, replied, "Because it's my job, Naruto. I was a great friend to your parents. They died to save you that night from the Nine Tails. Their dying wish was for me to watch over you and protect you, and I did. They also wanted you to know that they loved you and they always will." Naruto was shocked. For as long as he could remember, the villagers told him that his parents hated him and abandoned him. The boy cried as he spoke, "They really loved me?" Drago replied, "Yes, they did. Don't let these people tell you different. You are not the Kyuubi in human form. You are Naruto Uzumaki of the village hidden in the leaves. Remember this, Naruto. Always believe in yourself." Then he fell to the ground. End flashback. Back with Naruto. As Naruto walked home, he started thinking about what happened during the Forbidden Scroll incident. The death of his bodyguard hit Naruto like a ton of bricks. He began to realize that he had been wearing a mask of smiles and laughter his entire life. Naruto had basically crafted a facade without even knowing it. He also thought about the conversation he had with Irika after the incident. Note: Naruto doesn't hate Irika. He's just letting out his frustration. That's it. Flashback. Irika walked up to Naruto asking, "Are you alright, Naruto? I'm sorry this happened." Naruto was really angry as he answered, "I have nothing to say to you, my so-called sensei. You have let me down numerous times. Then you save my life once and expect an apology? Never." Irika shivered at his student's rage before he said, "I wouldn't have done so if I had known what you've been through," hoping Naruto would calm down. Again, Naruto shouted in fury, "Don't play dumb with me, you lying scum. You've known all along what I was dealing with, and yet, every chance you had to help me, you did nothing. Did you think I was stupid? That I wouldn't remember that? You lost your family to the Nine Tails, causing everyone to ignore you. Not too different from my situation, is it? Of course, you only had to put up with it for a few years. But I've been dealing with it my entire life. If you expect me to trust you after saving my life just once, despite all the times you let me down, then you can forget it." As Irika listened, he couldn't help but feel more and more guilty, realizing that Naruto was right in some areas. He had numerous chances to help the boy, most of which he neglected. He also knew that compared to his student, Irika had it easier growing up. It's not that he hated Naruto, he just never gave the boy a fair chance or researched what the boy's problems were when it came to jutsus. The memories of all those mistakes came flooding into his mind, bringing tears to his eyes. The young Chunin instructor dropped to his knees with sadness flooding his heart and tears rolling down his face as he said out loud, "I have failed you, Naruto. I have failed you. I have no right to be called your sensei because all I did was ignore your problems. I'm not asking you to forgive me. I just want you to understand. I feel so horrible for what I did to you at the academy, and I understand your hate. I have seen your pain, and if there was any way for me to go back and correct my mistakes, I would do it. I am so very sorry." Naruto sighed with an angry face and replied, "Why should I believe you, Irika-sensei? Everything you ever told me was a lie. There's no reason for me to trust you because of this. So why should I believe you?" Irika sadly said, "Because I let this happen. I said some things I shouldn't have. Like me, everyone refused to look at you or even acknowledge that you were there. There were some days when I watched you as a child, and eventually I learned something from the third Hokage. No matter how hard you tried or pretended to be happy, deep inside you were bleeding with pain and suffering from being left out in the darkness like an outcast. I know that you're hurting Naruto, and I'm deeply sorry for not helping you like I should have. No one should have to go through what you have, Naruto. Your failure was somewhat my fault, and your resentment towards me is completely justified. I'm sorry, Naruto." Naruto was curious about the emotional depth of Irika's apology, wondering if a man, who constantly neglected him, had the conscience to feel regret. Finally he asked, "Do you really mean that, Irika-sensei?" Irika replied with guilt, "Yes, Naruto. I'm sorry. I can't describe the guilt I feel." Naruto's reaction was something he hoped that wouldn't come back to haunt him. Irika was sobbing terribly with regrets when he heard Naruto say, "I forgive you, Irika-sensei." He looked up in shock before asking, "Why would you want to forgive me after what I did to you, Naruto?" Naruto's face had a mixture of depression and determination as he answered, "Because I still intend to become Hokage, so that I can not only protect what is important to me, but to show everyone that I'm not a demon. I forgive you, sensei." Irika put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, smiled with tears, and replied, "Oh, Naruto, I might have let you down, but you sure didn't let me down. But still, I don't know what I can do to make up for the mistake I made." Naruto smiled and said, "I'm sure you'll think of something, sensei." Irika smirked as he had an idea. Naruto sighed and was about to leave when Irika shouted, "Naruto, wait." He turned around and asked, "What is it, sensei?" Irika answered, "There's something I want to give you, Naruto. Something you've earned fair and square." "What is it?" asked Naruto. Irika smiled and said, "Close your eyes." 30 seconds later, Naruto asked, "Sensei, how much longer?" Irika finally said, "You can open them now." When Naruto opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed was that Irika was holding his goggles and didn't have his own headband on. "Congratulations! You graduate," Irika declared as the sun came up. Naruto reached up to touch his head and felt a headband on his forehead, realizing it was Irika who gave it to him. Irika then said, "And to celebrate, I have a surprise. We're going out for ramen tonight." Naruto smiled with tears and said, "Thank you, sensei." End flashback. Naruto still felt depressed at some of the things he said back there. He really didn't want to express hatred or resentment towards Irika. It wasn't that he hated Irika, he just disliked the man a little for not giving him a fair shake. But the death of his bodyguard drove Naruto to his breaking point. The walls holding back his anger and frustration collapsed, causing him to let all of his rage out at once. He recalled what Irika said to him later that same day when night fell and they went to Ichiraku's. Flashback. That night at Ichiraku's, Naruto said, "Sensei, I think I was a little too harsh on you with my outburst earlier. I shouldn't have lost my temper back there. I just felt so let down all this time that I just exploded back there. I'm sorry about that. Irika just stated, I know you were upset, Naruto. I understand why you felt that way, and you had every reason to. I'm still a little shocked at the amount of anger you unleashed, but I'm over it now. Everyone hits their breaking point eventually. That's what happened to you earlier. So it's no big deal as far as I'm concerned. It's been a privilege to train you as a ninja, Naruto. I wish you luck in the future. Naruto smiled. Nice working with you, sensei. Then they continued eating. Before Naruto left, he reminded Irika about the ANBU who lost his life during the Mizuki incident. Irika replied, he died protecting you, Naruto, as was his duty. Every shinobi has an obligation to defend their home village and perform their duty, for that is their ninja way, Naruto. I think you should go and honor his sacrifice. Naruto nodded and left. End flashback. With that thought in mind, Naruto decided to stop by the spot where the ANBU had died and pay his respects. As he walked along, Naruto kept thinking about Drago's words, his conversation with Irika, and his mask of smiles. All these thoughts were unknowingly changing his outlook on life. Soon enough, he arrived at the place and began to pray in silence. After paying his respects, when Naruto turned to leave, he heard a quiet voice say, Naruto. Called his name 2 more times before he discovered the source. Turning around, he saw a red orb floating 6 feet in the air 10 feet away from him. Despite being a little freaked, Naruto regained his composure and moved forward. When he was nearly below the orb, it blinked a few times and spoke in a clear, but quiet voice, Are you Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto answered hesitantly, Why yes. The mysterious orb replied, Excellent. Please follow me. After tonight, you will be 1 step closer to your destiny. Being curious, Naruto followed the orb to a small clearing that was covered in huge grass. The orb flew to the center of the clearing and moved in circles. Naruto went over and began pushing the grass aside for at least 10 seconds until he hit something metallic. Looking down, he saw a 5-inch long object sticking up from the ground that looked like a handle of some sort. What is this? He thought. As he pulled it, a large hatch opened up, revealing a stairway that led deep underground. The red orb quickly flew down the stairway. Naruto hurried after it. When Naruto descended the stairs, he found himself in an underground tunnel. He marveled at the space of it as the orb continued to lead him on. Rounding a curve, he spotted what looked to be a barrier of some kind. The orb instantly vanished. Naruto blinked, unable to understand why. Then, he heard a deep, but gentle feminine voice say, So you've finally arrived, I see. Naruto was worried and spoke up, Who are you? Why have you brought me here? The voice replied, You have many questions, young one. All will be answered in time, but we must deal with the situation at hand. Please wait until I deactivate the barrier. Seconds later, the barrier dissolved, revealing a much larger room. As Naruto's eyes adjusted to the low light, he saw that he was standing in a chamber that looked like a ritual room. Then he heard the voice again saying, Stand by as I reveal myself. The whole room was suddenly engulfed in huge silver light that was totally blinding. Naruto dropped to the ground with his eyes covered. 15 seconds later, Naruto opened his eyes to a fascinating sight. Standing before him was a ghostly female apparition that looked ethereal. He stood up and wearily asked, Who are you? The ghostly figure spoke, My name is Shirayuki, the Soul Queen, but you humans call me the Shinigami. Before Naruto could scream, the Shinigami held up her hand and said, Calm yourself, child. I'm not here to devour your soul. Naruto calmed down and asked, Why have you brought me here? The Death Mistress replied, I have come bearing a gift, Naruto, a gift that will aid you in the trials ahead. You will face many battles in the days ahead, but you will not face them alone. I will grant you the power that will help you survive. Naruto was excited. What kind of power? The Soul Queen replied, "As you are aware, I control the realm of the dead. But I also have an army of bodyguards to assist me. There are known as the 13 court guard squads. Each division is run by a single captain. Of course, I call them my court-appointed generals." Naruto was puzzled. "What's the point?" The Shinigami answered, "Let me explain. Long ago, one of my generals, whose name was Sosuke Aizen, betrayed me and started a rebellion in an attempt to take over my domain. The rebellion was stopped, yes. But another of my generals, whose name I will not mention for private reasons, perished in the aftermath. His dying wish was for me to pass on his legacy to another. When I was summoned to the ceiling of the Kyuubi, I looked into your future and saw that you would need all the help you could get. So, I have decided to pass his legacy to you. Close your eyes." Naruto obeyed. The Soul Queen raised her right hand and a red orb, identical to the one that Naruto followed earlier, flew out of her hand and into Naruto. Then she said, "Open your eyes." Naruto did so and was faced with a rather intriguing sight. There, floating in front of him, surrounded by a red aura, was a wakizashi in a black sheath. The blade was 20 inches, while the handle was only 6 inches with a small red tassel attached to it. As Naruto pulled the weapon out, he was suddenly engulfed in a bright red light. When the light faded, Naruto felt as if the sword had been with him his entire life. He looked down and saw the blade was glowing red. The boy swung it at the wall to his right. Then, in an explosion of sparks, the blade sliced right through the rock wall, leaving a red-hot scorch mark behind. "Awesome!" shouted Naruto. He swung it left and right a few times, marveling at the elegant artistry of the sword. The Shinigami spoke again. "What you hold in your hand is his legacy. That is no ordinary sword, Naruto. It's called a Zanpakuto, the primary weapon wielded by my bodyguards. It possesses astonishing powers and was feared by my enemies. The only way to use its power is by understanding and knowing its name. A Zanpakuto is like a piece of your soul being utilized as a weapon. You must think of it, not as a weapon or a tool, but as a companion and a friend." Naruto asked, "Do you know the name of this sword?" The Shinigami shook her head. "I do not. Knowing the names of my general swords is none of my business. That is something you have to discover for yourself. But I have every confidence that you can. That sword is bonded to your very soul, so only you can wield it." Naruto was disappointed, but he understood. He was aware that nobody ever achieved their success by being handed all the answers. The Shinigami said, "As long as you believe in yourself and in your blade, nothing and no one can stop you." A few moments passed. Naruto looked towards the roof of the cave with resolve in his eyes and spoke, "I will carry on his legacy and defend what is right, for that is my ninja way." The Shinigami smiled and said her final words, "Farewell, Naruto, and remember, always believe in yourself." And with that, she was gone. After sheathing the weapon, Naruto left the cave, but as he exited, the cave exploded and collapsed underground as if it was never there. Naruto sighed, put the sword into a bag and headed home. On the way, Naruto began to realize something. He now understood that he had been wearing a mask his whole life without knowing it. A mask that basically fooled everyone into thinking he was even weaker than they thought. So Naruto decided right then and there, "All right, no more fooling around. I am a ninja now. The time for childish behavior is done. If I don't let go of this mask and take things seriously, I won't survive. From now on, it's time to get serious." However, just before he could enter his apartment, the purple-haired Nbu Yugao Yuzuki appeared next to him. Naruto recognized her and asked, "Hey Yugao, what brings you here?" Yugao answered gently, "Sorry to bother you, Naruto, but the Hokage wants to see you." So Naruto went with her. Hokage's office. In a swirl of leave, they were in Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen looked up from his desk and said, "Ah, Naruto, glad you could make it." then signaled for Yugao to leave, which she did. Naruto asked, "What's up, sir?" The Hokage cleared his throat. "Naruto, it seems you have solved one of Konoha's greatest mysteries." Naruto was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Hiruzen grinned. "The cave you found in the forest, the weapon you obtained there. I've been trying for years to figure that place out. Looks like you did that for me." Naruto gasped. "You saw that?" Hiruzen's grin widened. "I have eyes everywhere, Naruto. I see everything." Naruto smirked. "Do those eyes include watching people get dressed every day?" The Hokage blushed. "That's not what I meant," he scolded the boy. "Anyway, I'm here to talk to you about that Zanpakuto." Naruto frowned. "I won't let you take this weapon from me. I found it fair and square. I don't care if you are the Hokage. I'll fight you for it." Hiruzen chuckled. "Calm yourself, Naruto. I'm not here to take it from you. I'm actually glad you found it instead of some greedy bastard." Naruto was relieved as Hiruzen continued. "To be given a gift from the Shinigami is a tremendous honor. Guard well that weapon, Naruto, for I know it will guard your life." Naruto spoke. "We cannot tell anyone about this. Not even the council. If they find out I was given a gift from the Shinigami, they're going to try to lock me up or take my sword away." Hiruzen smiled. "We won't tell the council anything. We'll just say I gave it to you. That will shut them up." Naruto bowed and said, "Thank you, sir," before he left. As Naruto opened the door, Hiruzen called out, "Wait a moment, Naruto." Naruto turned back to acknowledge him. Hiruzen said, "There's still a whole month left until team placements. If you want to learn how to use your sword faster, here's a little bit of advice. Shadow clones can be used to perform multiple tasks at the same time, and when they dispel, the information they absorbed will transfer to you. This will help you learn faster so you can catch up." Naruto smiled. "Yeah, maybe I'll do that." Hiruzen grinned. "Good luck." "Thanks," said Naruto as he left. At Naruto's apartment, as Naruto entered his apartment, he folded his headband, put it on the dresser, and put his sword in the top drawer. Then he went to bed, deciding tomorrow would be a brand new day. With his new weapon and resolve, he would make his dreams come true, no matter what. So Naruto spent the next month studying ninjutsu, kenjutsu, taijutsu, and chakra control all at once, in preparation for the very day where he would be added to a team. He went under disguise to the library and read several books on techniques like water walking and tree climbing, to name a few, which he trained heavily in. Following Hiruzen's advice, he used shadow clones to help hasten the training. He even decided to buy some new clothes so that people would take him seriously. Everyone thought Naruto had failed and dropped out, but they would be surprised soon enough. What made Naruto a little relieved about it was remembering what happened when he went to a shop to buy some new clothing and equipment, but also to learn about sword fighting. Flashback. One day after being granted the sword, Naruto wanted to learn how to wield it. So he made his way to the weapons shop owned by Tenten and her family. Naruto knew Tenten and her family well. They were one of the few people who let Naruto visit their store whenever he wanted. This was due to his bodyguard introducing them to each other years ago. Having lost nothing in the Kyuubi attack, being a ninja family, and having been great friends with the fourth, Tenten and her family had nothing against the boy. So Naruto didn't feel worried about paying a visit. As he walked in, he spoke in a loud and clear voice. Hello." Tenten was behind the front desk looking through supply charts when she heard the voice. She looked up and noticed who came in, so she asked, "Oh, hello, Naruto. Anything I can help you with?" Naruto walked up and said, "Sorry if I interrupted you, Tenten. I believe that you and your family specialize in being weapon experts, right?" Tenten nodded. Naruto said, "Well, first off, I need to buy some new clothes and some new weapons." Tenten smirked at that and said, "It's about time. Finally decided to get rid of all that orange. Huh?" Naruto smiled. "Yeah, even though it's my favorite color, It just doesn't seem right for a ninja. Tenten nodded in agreement and led Naruto to the clothing section of the store. After 2 hours of browsing and trying different things, Naruto finally found what he was looking for. He decided on wearing a black outfit consisting of a black sleeveless shirt with the Uzumaki swirl in orange on the front, a pair of black cargo pants, a set of black shinobi sandals, black arm guards, and finally a black turtleneck sweater, all of which fit him perfectly. He bought several sets of the outfit, then he purchased a new set of shuriken and kunai. Tenten was impressed and said, "Looking good, Naruto. Is there anything else you need?" Naruto replied, "Yes. I need to ask if you have any manuals on how to wield a sword?" Tenten was a little taken aback by that before she answered, "Since when did you become interested in Kenjutsu? Also, do you even have a sword?" Naruto spoke, "Yes, Tenten, I do have one, but I got it somewhere else." Tenten acknowledged, "Okay then, let me see your sword first, then maybe we can work something out." Naruto nodded, then unsheathed his sword and showed the weapon in its full glory. The sight made Tenten gasp, then she had a bit of drool coming from her mouth. As a weapons fanatic, the look of Naruto's sword was enough to make her giggle like a fangirl. The first thing she said was, "Wow, that thing is awesome. Where did you get it?" Naruto, not wanting to go into much detail, simply said, "It was a gift. I found it wrapped in a box outside my apartment. Whoever gave it to me, I have no idea." Naruto showed Tenten how the sword could penetrate anything. He also explained that despite its length, the design of the weapon made it easy to conceal and draw in a fight. He said nothing about it being a Zanpakuto. Tenten was satisfied and said, "All right, Naruto, you've convinced me. Follow me and we'll get you all set." Naruto followed Tenten to a smaller room that was filled with guides and manuals for all kinds of weapons. Tenten handed Naruto a book entitled Wakizashi, From Beginner to Expert, and said, "Here, this will show you everything you need to know on how to wield a short sword." Naruto thanked her, paid for the book, and left saying goodbye. As Tenten watched him go, she really wished she had a sword just like his. End flashback. Naruto smiled at that memory and continued his training. "Look out everyone, 'cause here comes the new me," Naruto vowed. But, whenever he was not training, Naruto would meditate trying to make contact with the Zanpakuto spirit in his mind. Eventually, he succeeded just 2 weeks before the team placements. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto found himself in a dark hallway that was dimly lit with no idea where he was. As he thought about what was going on, he heard a female voice call out, "Follow my voice, young one. It's time we met." Naruto followed the voice until he came to a large open-lit room with a figure in the center. As he tried to move quietly, the figure turned to his direction. What he saw was a woman who looked to be in her late teens or early 20s. She stood at 5 foot, 6 inches, had a very sexy figure, pale skin, blue eyes, and long red hair that went down to her waist. She was wearing black sandals, red hakama pants, a white kimono shirt on the inside, and a long wide-sleeved red kimono robe on the outside. To Naruto, the sight was mesmerizing. The woman smiled at the boy's surprised face and gestured for him to come forward while speaking in a kind, gentle voice. "Come closer, child. We have much to discuss." Naruto walked over and asked, "Excuse me, but who are you?" The woman replied, "You'll know soon enough, but for starters, I am the spirit of your Zanpakuto." Naruto was shocked, but composed himself and asked, "Could you explain?" The woman spent the next 3 hours telling Naruto about the history behind her previous owner, how a Zanpakuto was created, and what it was used for. She mentioned nothing about the Soul Society, the 2 levels of power that a Zanpakuto possessed, or the name of her previous master. She felt Naruto wasn't mature or strong enough to understand any of that. At the end of her explanation, Naruto asked, "If your previous owner is gone, why haven't you ceased to exist?" The woman said, A Zanpakuto will only cease to exist if nothing remains of their previous owner. However, because a part of my previous master's being runs in your blood thanks to the Shinigami, it prevented me from disappearing. Now I am a part of you, and will aid you in battle. Naruto nodded and asked, So, what is your name? The woman replied, My name is. What? Asked Naruto, making it clear he didn't hear that last word. The woman sighed. It would seem you cannot hear my name yet. You must prove yourself worthy enough. Then and only then can you hope to use my power. Naruto was disappointed, but he understood. Not everything happens when you want it to. Then he was gone. Chapter 2. A new friend and a new team. It was a brand new day in Konoha for Naruto as he awoke and looked at the calendar and grinned, realizing today was his official day as ninja. After a quick shower, a small breakfast and sliding on his headband and headed to the academy dressed in his new clothes, determined to change things today. As he made his way to the academy, he ran into Konohamaru, who challenged him to a fight. Naruto replied, Sorry, I've got an orientation. Orientation? Asked Konohamaru in a state of shock. That's right. As of today, I'm a ninja. Believe it, he said, pointing at his headband. Konohamaru was stunned at seeing the headband. Naruto snickered and continued towards the academy. With his equipment buried in his pockets, and the sword strapped to his waist, Naruto arrived at the academy 5 minutes early and walked to class. At the academy, when Naruto entered the room, he found a few students already there, including Kiba, Shikamaru, Sasuke, Ino, Sakura, and Hinata. At first, he thought about going straight to Sakura, but he remembered that she was not someone who liked him at all. She had a completely crazy desire for Sasuke Uchiha. Also, he thought about a certain moment he had with Hinata 3 months before the 3rd Genin exam. Flashback. Naruto was sitting atop Hokage Mountain feeling depressed at how he was the laughingstock of the academy because of his failure to make a perfect clone. He said out loud in a sad voice, Why does everyone think so less of me? Is there no one who likes me at all? Then he began to tear up. As he sat there crying, he heard a voice say, I'm so sorry, Naruto. Naruto turned to look, and there was Hinata Hyuga looking at him with a look of sympathy on her face. The young Uzumaki was surprised before saying, Hinata, what are you doing here? Hinata answered, It is absolutely horrible around here. How they're so cruel to you, Naruto. You haven't done anything to be treated like this. Feel so sorry for you, Naruto. Naruto was stunned. Here was someone who actually felt sorry for him because of what he went through and cared about him. Finally, he answered, Do you really mean that, Hinata? Hinata smiled. Really, Naruto. Those people see you as trash, but I see you as Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha, a boy who refuses to give up no matter what the struggle. Just know, Naruto, if you ever feel down, don't be afraid to talk to me about it. Naruto smiled with happy tears and replied, Thank you for that vote of confidence, Hinata, as he shook her hand, making her blush. Hinata said, Sure, anytime, Naruto. As she left. End flashback. Then he mumbled, Now that I think about it, Sakura has always been mean and selfish to me, all because of her love for Sasuke. So why should I even try to get her attention? I'll sit with someone who does see my true worth like Hinata. After all, she has never thought less of me. So hopefully we can be friends. So with that thought in mind, Naruto walked straight over to Hinata and said, Hey Hinata, mind if I sit next to you? Hinata blushed and thought to herself, Naruto wants to sit with me? Wow, I never thought he would sit with me. Hopefully we can pass together. Then she said, SS sure, Naruto. Thanks, Hinata, replied Naruto as he sat down, put his feet on the desk, and laid back to rest until Iruka came. As they waited for Iruka to arrive, a lot of students were staring at Naruto because of his new clothes and change of attitude. When Naruto noticed, he asked, What are you looking at me for? Shikamaru then said, Naruto, only those who pass can be here. So what is a dropout like you doing here? Naruto pointed to his forehead without looking at them and said, in case you weren't paying attention, I'm wearing a regulation headband Shikamaru, so don't call me a dropout again because I won't quit. Hinata was overjoyed at hearing that and thought, Naruto, you graduated after all. I'm glad. Then Kiba asked, Naruto, what's with those clothes? I mean, they look badass. Naruto answered, let's just say I've had a change of heart and decided to take my ninja training more seriously, Kiba. Upon hearing this, Sakura shouted, Naruto, you will never learn to be a real ninja, so stop with all that bold nonsense. And stop trying to look cool like Sasuke, you idiot. Everyone expected Naruto to lose his temper, but surprisingly, he remained calm and showed no signs of sadness. In the 2 weeks since meeting the woman, she taught Naruto how to be calm and calculating, and how to avoid losing his temper because it could get him killed on the battlefield. He stood up and replied in a casual, dismissive voice, Sakura, I'm not intimidated by your threats. Plus, I know you are the weakest ninja in the entire academy. So maybe if you would spend more time training and less time fawning over Sasuke, you might actually amount to something, huh? The non-caring sound in Naruto's voice sent shivers down a lot of students, especially Ino. Sakura was infuriated by that and screamed at him, yelling, You will pay for that, you idiot! Who do you think you are? Making the whole class cringe. Naruto reached into his pocket and flung out a ball that hit Sakura in the face and splattered into ooze, closing her mouth up. Most of the class laughed at that, while others were relieved that finally someone shut her up. Naruto just blankly stared ahead and said flatly, I'm tired of listening to your horrible screeching, bubblegum head, so do me a favor and don't bother cleaning your mouth off. That ooze is good makeup for you, and a relief for some people's ears. Right, Akamaru? Kiba's dog barked a few times. Not able to understand canine talk, Naruto looked over and asked, Translation, Kiba? Kiba answered, he says he agrees with you, and that he's grateful to you for stopping Sakura's crazy screaming. Naruto stood up, walked over, and smiled, giving Akamaru a playful rub on his head. He and Kiba shook hands with each other. Naruto was about to return to his seat when Sakura cleaned off her mouth, seethed in fury, and yelled, Naruto, you vile piece-off filth. I'll wring you stupid neck for this, and charged at him. She got within 3 feet, but before she could hit him, Naruto brought up his foot and kicked her backwards. In a fit of rage, Sakura hurled a shuriken at him, which made the whole class cringe. But Naruto didn't hesitate. In a flash, he pulled out his sword and destroyed the shuriken. Sakura was frightened. The shuriken was on the ground in 2 smoking halves. The entire class was in shock and awe at the sight of the weapon. The glowing red blade looked so elegant and lethal. What is that? Sasuke thought. Naruto held the blade outward, looked on with a serious expression on his face, and replied, Your big mouth is really starting to annoy me, Sakura. If you talk to me like that again, then maybe I should make your big mouth a little bigger, huh? Now shut up, sit down, and leave me alone now. Sakura nodded with fear and returned to her seat, upon which Naruto asked, Anybody else want to piss me off? The whole class scooted away from him and put up their hands in a gesture of surrender, which caused him to snicker and say, That's what I thought. The first person to speak was Kiba. Naruto, what exactly is that thing? Naruto answered, My new sword, an elegant but deadly weapon. When the blade glows red, it can penetrate almost anything. Naruto mentioned nothing about Zanpakutus. Choji asked, Where did you find it? Naruto replied, The Hokage gave it to me about a month ago. It was a gift. He walked back up to Hinata and was about to put away his sword when he heard a voice yell, Hey Dobe! Naruto turned around to see Sasuke, who said with arrogance, I demand that you hand over that weapon to me at once. It is useless in your hands. Only an Uchiha can master its power. Naruto retorted, I refuse. This weapon is bonded to me, which means only I can wield it. When Sasuke lunged at him in an attempt to take the sword by force, Naruto retaliated by punching him in the face and walked away. Sakura shouted, "What did you do to Sasuke?" Naruto replied without care, "He tried to take my sword, so I stopped him." Sakura yelled, "Enough excuses. If Sasuke wanted that sword, you should have just given it to him like the dog you are. You'll pay for this," as she got ready to punch him. But to everyone's shock, Naruto dodged, grabbed Sakura by the back of her hair, and slammed her head on the desk as hard as he could. After that, while still calm, he yanked her up, pinned her to the wall and glared, "Now you listen to me, you little bitch. With all the yelling and the screaming and the fighting and all that, you've made me forget something very important. I'm not your damn slave. You are not bossing me around anymore. First off, I have tried every day to be nice to you and earn your affection. But all you've done is hit me and insult me every step of the way. And I'm fucking sick of it. Secondly, Sasuke just tried to steal my sword, and I'm the bad guy just for defending my own property. That is fucking insane. And last but not least, the biggest thing about you and your little fangirl club that really pisses me off, using feminine wiles to get what you want. Trading on you looks? Read a book, Sakura. That passive-aggressive number went out long ago. Chicks like you give women a bad name." Then Naruto slugged her in the face and threw her to the floor, causing her to tumble down the classroom steps. After she hit the bottom, she looked up at Naruto, who said in a neutral voice, "Quit your bitching." The whole classroom was startled at Naruto's vulgar language and his actions. Sasuke huffed and returned to his seat. Naruto put his sword back in its sheath. Then he sat down with Hinata and replied worriedly, "Sorry if I scared you, Hinata, but they tried to attack me and I had to defend myself." Hinata sighed with relief and answered, It's okay, Naruto. I probably would have done the same thing." Naruto smiled, then reached out with his left hand and gave her a pat on the back saying, "Thanks, Hinata," causing her to smile and blush again. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen had summoned every accomplished female ninja in the leaf from Chunin to Anbu to his office with a smile on his face. Kurenai asked, "Lord Hokage, not to question your authority or anything, but why exactly are we here?" The others nodded, wondering the exact same thing. Hiruzen smiled with excitement and produced a clear image of what he had just witnessed in Naruto's classroom. The image was as big as a large plasma screen television. All the women were a little shocked at Naruto's actions, but when they heard his last words, "The biggest thing about you and your little fangirl club that really pisses me off, using feminine wiles to get what you want. Trading on your looks? Read a book, Sakura. That passive-aggressive number went out long ago. Chicks like you give women a bad name." When the image faded, all the women were clapping and shouting in approval. "Damn right, Naruto," shouted some. "Finally, there's someone who finally considers female ninjas to be equal," chimed in Hana. "About time someone put those lousy fangirls in their place," shouted Yugao. "Who? I gotta hand it to that brat. He's got balls of solid gold. Not to mention, he certainly knows a powerful woman when he sees one," grinned Anko. "He may be bold, but he's also a gentleman. This proves he's not a pervert and respects women. I could almost fall for him," smiled Yoshino Nara. Everyone was a little shocked at that, but were having similar thoughts along those lines. Hiruzen just laughed in his head. Back at the academy, just then, Irika arrived and asked what happened. Hinata explained everything, causing the instructor to just nod. Afterward, Irika began team announcements. Sadly, Naruto was put on Team 7 with Sasuke and Sakura, causing him to sigh with disgust. What made it worse was that his sensei was revealed to be Kakashi Hatake. Naruto thought to himself, "Oh great! Of all people, why does it have to be Kakashi? Rumor has it he has a reputation for being late. I really hope he doesn't become a liability." Then Irika said, "Tomorrow you will meet your senseis. So rest up and prepare, because tomorrow, You will officially be organized into teams. As Naruto trekked down the streets after leaving the academy, he was deep in thought. When he got to the shopping district of Konoha, he heard a loud clapping sound. Naruto turned and saw a group of kunoichis smiling and clapping at him. Some he recognized, others he didn't. Naruto asked, "What's all the clapping about?" Sum, who Naruto was familiar with, came over and answered, "We all saw what you did to Sakura at the academy, thanks to the Hokage, and we enjoyed it." Naruto was a little embarrassed and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Anko came up and said, "We got to hand it to you, kid. You've got guts. Make no mistake about that." Naruto thanked them and went on his way. Later that afternoon, Naruto went to Ichiraka's ramen for dinner and ordered 6 bowls of miso ramen. When he was done, he thanked Ayam and Tucci, paid the money and went home, hoping he and his team would learn to cooperate together. "I really hope we can work together, otherwise we won't pass. But regardless, I won't let anything stop me from becoming Hokage." And with that, Naruto fell asleep resting for the next day to come. The next morning when he woke up, Naruto remembered his conversation last night with the Kyuubi. Flashback. In his mindscape, Naruto visited the nine-tailed fox hoping to learn why it was sealed inside of him. He quickly found the cage containing the giant fox. The mighty Nine-Tails looked down on the boy and spoke in a deep, powerful voice. "So, my vessel reveals himself to me at last." Naruto asked, "Kyuubi, is there a reason why they sealed you away inside me?" "It's all because of you that I have to deal with hatred from the village every day and that my parents are gone." The Kyuubi said sadly, "Look, kid, I'm sorry for what you went through because of me. And the reason they sealed me in you was because I attacked Konoha 12 years ago." Then Naruto asked, "Why?" The fox answered sadly, "It's not like I intended to do it. I was being manipulated by these 2 power-hungry psychos, who don't deserve to be named, that said if I didn't obey, they would destroy my family. I agreed, but in the end it was a trick. They slaughtered my mate and my kits started manipulating me and forced me to attack innocent people. I can't even begin to tell you how guilty I feel about this. So please, you have to understand me, Naruto. I never wanted to kill all those innocent people. And the worst part of it is that you had to pay for it by living a life of solitude and loneliness. It tore me up inside to see that happen to you, Naruto. I am so very sorry for putting you into this mess. It's all my fault and you had to suffer as well because of it." "I'm sorry, Naruto." The fox was lying, of course. True, the part about him being manipulated was true, but everything else was a lie. Sadly enough, though, Naruto wasn't able to see that. He did see the truth in the fox about the guilt, but couldn't see that he was lying about the reason for being sealed in the boy. While Naruto could read the emotions of people like a billboard, demon emotions were a different story. Naruto thought for a moment, then replied, "Fox, I believe you and I can see that you're telling me the truth. I'm sure you don't trust me because I don't even trust myself, but I'm willing to work with you if you're willing to work with me, and together, we will find the one who ruined our lives and deliver justice." The Kyuubi lifted his head and asked happily, "Are you serious, kid? Because I have waited for a chance to atone for my wrongs. So you really want me to work with you as a friend?" Naruto smiled and said while holding out his hand, "Of course, my friend. So how about it, are we partners?" The Kyuubi placed his paw on Naruto's hand, smiled and said, "Partners." As Naruto left, he didn't see that the woman in red stepped forward towards the fox's cage and asked, "You do realize that you lied to him about why you ended up in here, right?" The fox's gentle facade shattered completely and his serious face returned immediately. The Kyuubi answered in a serious tone, "I know. I felt bad about doing it, don't get me wrong. But I don't think he's ready to know everything yet. He's not strong enough to defend himself yet. The only reason I acted like that was to gain his trust so that we can start working together. I want the boy to gain a bond with me before he can start using my power." The woman replied, "You do realize that sooner or later, he's going to learn the truth. And when he does, he will want answers, right?" The fox replied, "Yes, and I intend to tell him when the time comes. In the meantime, what can we do to help until then?" The woman smiled. "Well, we both share the same vessel. The best thing we can do is help him to get stronger until then. Wouldn't you agree?" Kyubi grinned. "You and me both, sister." End flashback. Naruto smiled and said to himself, "Don't worry, buddy. We will show them you're good. That's a promise." And with that, Naruto made his way to the training grounds to face his first step to achieving his dream. Chapter 3, Final Test, A New Guardian. It was 10:30 a.m. at Training Ground 7 in Konoha. Sasuke sat with his arms crossed waiting for their sensei to show up since he was already 2 hours late. Sakura sat staring at Sasuke, having daydreams about him. Naruto sat under a tree meditating and keeping in touch with the Kyubi and the woman, all the while thinking, "What is taking so long? Sensei should have been here 2 hours ago." Sensing the boy's stress, the fox replied, "Don't worry, I'm sure that slacker will get here soon. Then we can show him what happens when you're late for something important." The woman in red said, "Yes, Naruto, you must remain calm. Losing your temper is the quickest way to end up in trouble." Naruto smiled in agreement and continued his meditation. Meanwhile, Sakura looked over at Naruto and spoke up in a very irritated voice. "I still can't believe Irika put this dork of a ninja on our team. The only thing he'll do is slow us down." Naruto stood up and said calmly, "Sakura, the only thing that will slow us down is your arrogance. Whether you like it or not, we are on the same team. The only reason I tolerate you is because of Sensei's orders. So why don't you shut up, watch your mouth, and learn to show respect for your team members?" Sakura was already losing her temper. She was still angry at how Naruto embarrassed her back at the academy. Her pride took a major blow that day and had her crying almost the whole evening. Sakura still believed that Naruto was her loyal pet to vent her frustration on whenever she wanted. "Humph, you wish." She had obviously forgotten his angry words, or simply dismissed them like nothing happened. Sakura then decided to reprimand Naruto for his rebellious behavior. She marched right up to him and said in a smug tone, "Naruto, you can drop that so-called tough guy act right now. You're still no better than Sasuke, and we both know you still have feelings for me. So, be a good boy and give Sasuke your sword. Afterward, I might just give one of those dates you wanted with me. After all, everyone knows your behavior in the class was just an act." Naruto pinned her to a nearby tree and said in a calm tone, "You think I'm fucking playing with you, Sakura? Wrong. I'm not putting up an act, and I'm not listening to you either. If you want your precious Sasuke, you can have him. I really don't give a shit. I would rather take a beating with a brick stick than go on a date with you. Stay out of my fucking way or I'll make you regret it, bitch. Now leave me alone." Then he resumed meditating. Sakura was so shocked, she couldn't even move. Sasuke was somewhat relieved that finally it was quiet. Sakura said, "Enough with the pompous heroics, Naruto. You're supposed to be my loyal pet. Now do as I say." Her answer was a punch to the face before Naruto retorted, "You know what, Sakura? I used to think you hated me because you thought I wasn't good enough to be a ninja. But that's not it. You see, you tear me down to make yourself feel better because you really hate yourself. Which is rather pathetic when you actually stop to think about it. Assuming, of course, you can think, especially with that giant forehead weighing down your brain. You are just a waste of time. I answer only to the Hokage. You're not my superior officer, Sakura. I don't have to listen to you unless I feel like it. And I don't. So fuck off." Sakura's pride to another huge blow as she ran to a nearby tree and burst into tears. Naruto just ignored her. 5 minutes later, a man appeared and approached them. He stood at 5 feet 10 with gravity-defying silver hair and wore the standard Jonin uniform and regulation headband, a kunai and shuriken pouch in the right places. But the most noticeable features were his left eye covered by an eye patch, a black mask covering half his face, and finally the tanto attached to his left hip. Naruto was about to ask something when the man asked them to introduce themselves and describe their likes and dislikes as well as their dreams and goals in life. Sakura asked, Why don't you go first and give us an example? So the man replied, My name is Kakashi Hatake, and I'm your sensei. My likes and dislikes are none of your concern. And as for my dreams and goals, I haven't really thought about it yet. Sakura was dumbfounded as she thought, all we learned was his name? Kakashi pointed to Sasuke and said, Your turn. Sasuke spoke first. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like nothing except fighting. I hate many things, including people who don't know their place and low-rank missions. I have no dream because I will make it a reality. My goal is to kill a certain someone and to restore my clan. Kakashi knew he would need to work on Sasuke's attitude. Sakura spoke next. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like training, reading, and gardening. I hate twerps that act like they're tough, people who treat me like a kid and rivals like Ino. My goal in life is to become a great kunoichi and to get the attention of a certain someone. Kakashi sighed. He hated fangirls like the other kunoichi in the village. He hoped the last member would be somewhat normal. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen, training, meditating, learning kenjutsu, and spending time with my friends. I hate people who think they're better than everyone else, people who waste time fawning over something ridiculous instead of focusing on what's important. I hate anyone who dishonors Konoha, and I hate those who judge others before they get to know them. My goal in life is to become Hokage so that I can protect what is important to me. Kakashi was stunned at Naruto's words because it just screamed patriot. He thought to himself, an avenger, a fangirl, and a patriot. I think this might be fun. Then he said that to pass the test, all the team had to do was retrieve a set of bells from him before noon. Then it was time to begin the test. Naruto came up with a plan to outwit Kakashi easily by acting as a distraction while Sasuke and Sakura got the bells. But they refused before he even said anything, and went off in different directions to plan their own moves. Kakashi laughed as Naruto started fighting him. Then, in a matter of moments, he had Kakashi pinned on ground with a kunai against his throat. But it was a trick. Kakashi swung his leg up and kicked Naruto in his back, knocking him away. Then Sasuke and Sakura jumped in, attempting to remove the bells and complete the challenge. But Kakashi leaped up and knocked both Sasuke and Sakura aside, laughing. Sasuke said, I'll do this myself. Then he ran off. Sakura agreed and went in the opposite direction from Sasuke. Naruto hid in the trees to think for a moment and asked the QB, Partner, do you really think we can do this? 3 genin against a jonin. The Ninetales replied, The only way to pass this test is if you work together, but the others don't see it that way. So I suggest staying hidden for a while, let the others make a fool of themselves, then tell them the meaning of teamwork. The woman in red added, Yes, Naruto. The fox speaks the truth. Naruto pondered for a moment before saying with a sneaky grin, All right, let's see how they fare on their own. 3 hours later. As Naruto watched from the shadows, the results were just as he expected. Sasuke tried hard to bring down Kakashi while Sakura did nothing but watch and fawn over Sasuke from a distance, which caused them to fall for every one of his traps, resulting in both of them being viewed as failures. At a set of posts, Sasuke and Sakura were on the ground as Kakashi said, Well, there's no reason for you to return to the academy. Both of them were shouting in celebration, but their hopes were dashed when he replied, Instead, you should quit being a ninja. As they were protesting, Kakashi stated, It's because you 3 aren't fit to be ninja. Sasuke, you look at your teammates as a burden and act on your own. You, Sakura, have little to no regard as far as taking affirmative action and acting on your own. As for Naruto, I'm afraid he's even worse, refusing to help his teammates and allowing them to fail. None of you can work together. I don't know how to say how disappointed I am in all of you. Sakura started to protest again when she heard a voice say, Tut tut, sensei. How can it be? You have so little faith in me. Kakashi knew that voice. Flying out of the shadows, Naruto jumped off a tree branch and landed gracefully on one of the posts with a smile on his face. Before his sensei could say a word, Naruto interrupted. You can stop the excuses, Kakashi-sensei. I know what you're up to. I was here the whole time and saw everything. Sakura and Sasuke should quit, but not me. Sasuke was enraged and shouted, if we get the bells, we can pass. You should quit, Dobe, because you're no use to anyone. Naruto just chuckled and said calmly, don't you get it, Sasuke? It was never about the bells. The others were stunned at this, and Kakashi looked somewhat taken aback by this as Naruto continued. Everything Sensei said proves my point. This test wasn't about bells or fighting. It was designed to teach us the value of teamwork. I watched you all to see how you'd fare on your own, then decided that when the time was right, I would make my move and reveal the true nature of the test. Now was the time. Sakura yelled, even if that was the case, it still doesn't mean you're better than Sasuke because he is an Uchiha and you're still a worthless stick in the mud, you idiot. Upon hearing this, Naruto was on the verge of losing his temper. So in an act of desperation, he spoke to the fox and said, Fox, I ask you now to please talk me out of setting you loose on them because I really don't want them hurt. The Kyuubi spoke calmly, don't worry, young one. I will not hurt them unless I have to. So let me teach them a little lesson, partner. The night before meeting Kakashi, Kyuubi and the woman in red taught Naruto how to modify the seal holding the fox in his cage, so that Naruto could summon the fox to aid him in battle. Not a summoning contract, just a modification of the seal. Naruto smiled at that, then turned to Sakura and said, after all that, I'm still the one who's an idiot? Sasuke replied, yes, Dobe, you're still dead last. Naruto glared and said, well, guess what, Sasuke? My partner thinks otherwise, so let's find out what he has to say, shall we? Then Naruto's eyes turned bright red as he raised his hand and shouted, Nine Tails, arise! Seconds later, the Nine Tails appeared behind Naruto standing at 10 feet tall and looked right at Sasuke, sending a wave of terror down the young Uchiha's spine. Then, in a deep, powerful voice, the fox said, listen to me, you worthless pile of excrement. Your ego is rather annoying and is really starting to piss me off. Naruto has better judgment and better devotion to his team. Furthermore, this whole superiority attitude problem of yours is another danger to your team, because potentially, it might contribute to the death of a team member. So mark my words, boy, and mark them well. Anyone who dares to harm Naruto will suffer my wrath, you little punk. Is that clear? Sasuke nodded with fear in his eyes. Then the Kyuubi turned to Sakura and growled, as for you, little bitch, your bitchy attitude is equally annoying, so you better start learning to respect other people's feelings. If not, then you are indeed a pathetic excuse for a kunoichi and a bad example for your team. The way you sit there daydreaming and neglecting your training makes my point even more clear. And if you ask me, that giant forehead of yours is so huge I could fit my entire head in there. And another thing, your lousy screeching voice and ugly face makes me want to take a diarrhea dump in your hair. Do not make me repeat myself again, or you will suffer the consequences. Is that clear? Sakura nodded, terrified. Finally, the Kyuubi turned to Kakashi and shouted, as for you, Kakashi, you're the most lazy excuse for a jonin I have ever seen. If you continue to show up late like this, not only are you endangering your team, but you are also bordering on insubordination. Because every time you show up late, your team is late and the job doesn't get done, which constitutes a failure to perform your duty. Then the fox vanished and Naruto's eyes returned to normal. Then he said, maybe I'm not so stupid, am I? Kakashi replied uneasily, you're even more intelligent than I thought, Naruto. Then he thought, did he just summon the Kyuubi? I have a bad feeling about this. The seal may have weakened. I should warn the Hokage about it. After that, he asked Sasuke and Sakura to apologize to Naruto and said they should actually start working to become better and learn to work together. Sasuke replied, I'm sorry for the way I acted, Naruto. I let my ego get the better of me, so I think we should learn to work together as a team. But Sakura said nothing and looked away. She was still thinking about what the Kyuubi said and thought, maybe I was too arrogant for my own good. Perhaps I should think before I talk from now on. But I still think Sasuke is better than Naruto and nothing will make me think otherwise. Then finally she replied, as much as I regret saying this, Naruto, I was foolish and irresponsible. I understand now that as a team, we must learn to help each other." Upon hearing this, Kakashi announced, "Now that you all understand what teamwork is, congratulations! You all pass," which they all started celebrating. As the group made their way back to the village, Kakashi warned them not to talk about what happened during the test. After meeting with the Hokage, Team 7 was given their first mission, which would start tomorrow. Once the team was dismissed, Kakashi said, "Lord Hokage, sir, I have to inform you about an unusual development that occurred during my team's placement test that's caused me considerable concern." Hiruzen asked, "What kind of development, Kakashi?" Kakashi explained how Naruto summoned the Ninetales and how it began criticizing the others for their stupidity, as well as threatening that if they harmed Naruto, they would suffer the fox's wrath. He also explained about his feelings that the seal might have weakened. Hearing that made Hiruzen feel uneasy as he said, "I'll take a look at it, Kakashi, but the way you said it makes me think that maybe the fox is guarding the young boy. But don't worry, Kakashi, I'll check it out." The Jonin nodded and left. Hiruzen paid a visit to Naruto and asked the boy to let him examine the seal holding the fox at bay, to which he casually agreed. After focusing his chakra, the third Hokage made the seal visible and saw that there were no signs of weakening anywhere, giving him a sigh of relief, but he did see that the seal had been modified in a rather unusual way. Naruto explained that the fox had taught him how to modify the seal, allowing the boy to summon Kyuubi in battle. Hiruzen nodded and left, intending to inform Kakashi later. Naruto was excited to finally get a chance to show what he was made of, so after dinner he went to sleep with a sense of hope in his eyes that with his team and the fox protecting him, along with the woman in red, he would reach his dream soon enough, and with that he fell happily asleep. Chapter 4. Hinata learns the truth about Naruto. After a full 3 weeks of D-ranks and chasing the notorious Tora, today was the day Team 7 was to embark on their first major mission after a talk with Hiruzen. Their objective was to assist in the protection of a man named Tazuna, while he and his men worked to complete a bridge to connect the Land of Waves to the mainland. Tazuna hid the fact that a guy named Gato and his bandits were trying to stop the bridge's completion, which would cripple the land's economic growth. So he hired Team 7 to end this tension. Before Team 7's departure, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, decided they might need some backup, so he called Kurenai Yuhi into his office to discuss sending her team to assist Kakashi. As soon as Kurenai was seated, Hiruzen spoke, "Thank you for coming so soon, Kurenai. The reason I have called you here is because I am thinking about sending your team to the Land of Waves to assist Kakashi and Team 7 on a very important mission." Kurenai asked, "One thing I don't understand, sir. Why didn't you place Naruto on a team where he can actually bond with his teammates?" The third Hokage answered, "Because I thought it would cause too much distraction being with all his friends at the same time. And besides, he needs to learn to work with every ninja at the academy. Otherwise, the Konoha 12 might fall into disarray." Kurenai replied, "Sir, I don't think you understand. Disarray is one thing, but friendship is another, because if there is no friendship, the team itself falls apart, then disarray follows. So I strongly suggest you make a few team changes. But nonetheless, I will take Team 8 to assist Kakashi." The third replied, "Perhaps you are right, Kurenai. I will think about reassigning some team members." And with that, Kurenai left, gathered her team, and announced, "Team 8, today we have been assigned to something very important. Our mission is to assist Team 7 in the Land of Waves." Hinata was excited about that and thought while blushing, "That means I get to see Naruto again and have fun with him. I am so excited." The reason Kurenai asked that question was because she originally wanted Naruto to be on a team with people he could trust. She was one of a few people that actually attempted to adopt Naruto when he was younger. Kurenai never had anything against the boy, having lost nothing in the Kyuubi attack. Plus, she understood the nature of sealing and how it worked. Kurenai wanted Naruto with his friends because she knew that putting him with them would serve to better create team bonds. She believed that Sasuke and Sakura would only hinder the boy rather than help him. But Kurenai had no idea how right she was. Within just 3 weeks of passing, Team 7 was having severe problems. When it came to D-rank missions or chasing Tora, Sasuke would constantly complain about how D-ranks were the kind of things that servants should do. Naruto would yell, "Shut your mouth, Sasuke. Nobody wants to hear your lousy bitching." Sakura would degrade and criticize Naruto in response by saying things like, "Quit talking to Sasuke like that," or, "He's better than you will ever be, you stupid loser." Naruto's retort would fairly be to punch her in the face or kick her in the stomach. Apparently, even after Kuruma's threat, his teammates seemed to have forgotten about it, as if it never happened, like it was just a dream. As far as they were concerned, it was just an illusion Naruto had used to scare them. How this was possible, Naruto had no clue. But he didn't care. He wasn't going to take their insults or humiliation one bit. If words or threats wouldn't work, Naruto decided to use physical force and put them in their place. Whenever Sasuke or Sakura demanded something from him, he would outright ignore them, as if they didn't exist. Angered by this, they resorted to trying to force him. Naruto would respond by beating them into the ground in complete ruthlessness. This went on for 3 weeks until Kakashi confronted Naruto and said, "Naruto, why can't you be more nice to them? They are your teammates after all. Open your eyes, Kakashi. Sasuke is always ranting about getting stronger and embarrassing us in front of our clients. Every time I correct him, Sakura insults me and degrades me every step of the way, as if I'm a stupid idiot who knows nothing. So why the fuck should I be civil to them when all they do is act like an asshole towards me?" said Naruto in a cold, ruthless tone. Kakashi flinched at Naruto's tone before saying, "Maybe if you opened up to them more, they might change their behavior." Naruto glared. "What kind of fucking sense does that make? Do you honestly think that me opening up and telling them my whole life story will change their opinion about me? That is a complete load of bullshit. Is that the reason why you wanted me on this team?" Kakashi replied sadly, "I thought your presence would change their outlook on life." Naruto shouted, "So you mean to tell me that the reason I'm on your team is to be used as a tool to help those two improve? To be used as a slave to placate the attitudes of others?" Kakashi finally gave in and began to spill the beans about his past and why he wanted his team the way he did, leaving out certain pieces that Hiruzen told him not to say. By the time he was done, Kakashi was physically and emotionally drained from what he revealed to the boy. He noticed that Naruto had his eyes closed as if contemplating everything that was spoken. Kakashi sighed with hope, believing he had gotten through to the boy and that Naruto would finally see things his way. After what seemed like forever, Naruto opened his eyes and said, "That is, without a doubt, one of the most ridiculous excuses I have ever heard." Kakashi was shocked. Naruto saying his reasoning was ridiculous. This had to be a cruel joke. "I understand why you did what you did, but it's still no excuse. The past is in the past. You need to wake up, get your head out of your ass and back to reality where it belongs. I realize that you see a lot of your old team in us, but the fact of the matter is that we are completely different from your old team. We have different personalities, different ambitions, and different ways of thinking. You can't train the new generation the same way as the old generation. It doesn't work that way. You can't change the past, and training us won't bring back what you have lost. You need to move on and focus on the here and now," said Naruto as he turned to leave. His tone was neither angry or cold, but blunt and brutally honest. Kakashi just stood there too stunned to move for a few minutes before he lowered his head in shame, knowing that Naruto was right. The new generation is radically different from the older generation and has different ways of thinking. What reason did Naruto have to be civil with his teammates when they treated him like trash? Kakashi couldn't help but feel humiliated at how he completely overlooked such an obvious concept. At the village gates. Meanwhile, as Team 7 prepared to leave the village, Kakashi heard a voice yelling, "Kakashi, wait! Stop!" He turned and said, "Mistress Kurenai, what are you doing here?" The Genjutsu mistress answered, "The old man thought you might need help, so he assigned us to assist you. Naruto noticed Hinata and Kiba and ran over to say hello to his friends. Hey Kiba, what's up? The dog-loving Inuzuka replied, Not much, but it's great to be together again as ninjas. Then Naruto turned to Hinata, who again failed to stop blushing as she looked at him. Then Naruto said, It's great to see you again, Hinata. Hinata answered, Same here, and Naruto. And with that, the two teams set off to the land of waves. As they left, Naruto failed to notice a pair of amber eyes watching him from the bushes. During their journey, Kakashi noticed Naruto, Hinata, and Kiba were laughing and joking with each other and having a fun time. Kakashi thought, those kids seem to get along just fine. I'm starting to think that maybe the team placements should have been different. At the same time, Sakura was still unsure if whether or not she could learn to work with Naruto after what happened the other day. The way he would hit and beat her for her actions were starting to frighten her. The same was happening with Sasuke as he was thinking what to do as well. Then Sakura spoke and said, Sasuke, you said before your goal was to kill someone and restore your clan? Who is it you're trying to kill? Sasuke answered, My brother Itachi. One night he killed every single member of my family in cold blood and left saying that I wasn't worth killing. Since then I have vowed to avenge my clan. Sakura was shocked to hear that and started to think carefully about the subject. Naruto replied, I understand your feelings, Sasuke, but you need to realize that not everyone gets a fair chance in life. I know you may not have been on good terms with your family, but maybe someone forced your brother to do that. So maybe you should try and find the truth, huh? Sasuke responded, You don't know what you're talking about, Naruto. You have no idea what it's like to see your whole family killed in front of you and be the only one left. Naruto shook his head and spoke, Believe what you want, Sasuke. But remember, sometimes things are not that simple. I may not know what it's like to see your family murdered, but I know what it's like to live without one. Sakura's eyes widened, causing her to say, What do you mean, Naruto? Naruto's response was, Imagine if when you were a kid and every night and day you were faced with hatred, neglect, and cold shoulders from everyone around you, not understanding why and having absolutely no one by your side to offer any kind of help or love, and having to feed and look out for yourself every day. Do any of you know what that's like? Huh? Kiba asked, Were you really abused that badly, Naruto? Naruto answered, Not physically, but verbally. There was this ANBU bodyguard assigned to me by the Hokage who always watched over me and made sure the people stayed away from me. He was a very nice man to me. Since they couldn't hurt me physically, they resorted to verbal methods. They would insult me, reject me, ignore me, or just pretend I never existed. But if it wasn't for that bodyguard of mine, I think it could have been a lot worse. Kurenai asked, Did you ever find out who he was? Naruto said, No, I never did. I really wish I had though, so I can repay him for it. Hinata was feeling heartbroken at what Naruto had to deal with as a child. Everyone, even Kurenai, couldn't believe how hard Naruto's life had been. The only two who felt indifferent, needless to say, were Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke just quietly dismissed it. Sakura snorted, As if I would believe your stupid boasting. All you're trying to do is play the victim and gain sympathy. The only one who deserves any sympathy around here is Sasuke. Not you, loser. Naruto's response, needless to say, he punched her in the face so hard that blood squirted out of her mouth. Then he choked her until she lost consciousness. All the while showing no anger and no hatred, just complete apathy. Kakashi just sighed. He knew that, despite being second-place Kunoichi and being part of the Uchiha clan, Sakura and Sasuke still had a lot to learn about humility. The hardships that Naruto described made it clear that everyone else to some degree had it way more easier than he did. Kiba then asked, Naruto, after all that, how did you even live through that mess? Naruto sighed and said, Even now at this point, Kiba, I really don't know. Nearly everyone had a lot to think about. Later that night, after Kiba pulled a hilarious prank on Shino, everyone had gone to bed except Naruto and Hinata. Hinata was still wondering why so many people hated Naruto and wanted to find out. So she walked over and asked, "And Naruto, can you explain to me why so many people despised you?" Naruto replied, "No, Hinata, but I can show you." Naruto stood up, walked over to Hinata and spoke, "Place your hand on mine and focus your chakra, then it will allow you to see into my mind. Then the answer will be revealed." Hinata hesitated, but did as Naruto instructed. Inside Naruto's mindscape, in a flash of white light, Hinata found herself in Naruto's mind and said, "So this is Naruto's mind, but what is he trying to tell me?" Then she heard Naruto's voice say, "Hinata, don't be afraid, you'll be fine, but the answer to your question is in that door to your left." Hinata turned and saw a large door that looked a very strong escape-proof door designed to stop whatever was in from coming out. Then she asked, "And Naruto, what's behind that door?" The young Uzumaki replied, "Hang for just a moment and I'll open it." And with that, in a matter of moments, the door opened and Hinata saw nothing but darkness, but then the room lit up and a huge red figure emerged looking very fierce. Hinata was scared and screamed, "Naruto, I'm terrified. Please let me out of here." Naruto replied, "Don't worry, Hinata. You have nothing to be afraid of. Say hello to my partner. Hey Fox, I have someone I want you to meet." The Kyuubi looked down at Hinata and spoke in a calm but powerful voice. "A visitor I see. Welcome, young lady, you must be Hinata Hyuga, who Naruto has told me so much about. And just so you know, I am the reason why Naruto's life has been so hard. I am the Kyuubi." Hinata moved slowly forward, still a little scared at what she was seeing. The Ninetales sensed her fear and replied, "Don't be frightened, young one. I won't hurt you because doing so would only hurt others. Now, let me tell you why I am here." The fox told Hinata the exact same story he told Naruto. It wasn't the whole entire story, and it wasn't completely true, but like Naruto, Hinata wasn't mature enough to realize it. Back in the real world, Naruto removed his hand from Hinata, who was stunned at what she had heard, and said, "And Naruto, I never realized you had such a burden on your shoulders and how bad it hurts to bear it alone." Naruto responded, "That's all right, Hinata, because now I don't have to bear it alone anymore. With you at my side and all my friends helping me, we can bring peace to our home. So are you with me, Hinata?" Hinata replied, "I will always be at your side, Naruto." And with that, Naruto thanked her. Then he went on to explain the truth about his sword and that it was a gift from the Shinigami. "The only reason I haven't been able to utilize my Zanpakuto's power is because I don't know its name yet," finished Naruto. He made Hinata promise not to tell anyone what she knew, which she agreed to. Finally, the two went to sleep as Hinata thought, "I understand Naruto now more than I did before. It makes me love him more than ever now. I will tell him someday when the time is right." At the same time, Naruto thought, "Wow, even after what she saw, she still sees me as a good person. I think I might actually seem to love her. I just hope she thinks the same about me." And with that, the two friends fell asleep next to each other, dreaming of all the happy times they played together. Chapter 5. Battle at the Bridge, Naruto vs. Zabuza. After 3 days of traveling, Naruto and the others finally reached the Land of Waves. But during the trip, the group was attacked by 2 Chunins, which were easily dispatched by Naruto and Sasuke, but the attack left Kakashi suspicious, so they went to the rendezvous point and met up with Tazuna. After explaining the situation to everyone, Kakashi decided that Team 7 would lead from the front and Team 8 would stand by for backup. Afterward, the group followed Tazuna toward his home. Suddenly, Kakashi shouted, "Get down!" as a huge sword spun past them and collided with a tree. Then a missing nin named Zabuza Mamachi landed on its handle, intent on killing Tazuna. Kakashi, recognizing Zabuza as a formidable opponent, activated his Sharingan and ran into battle. By the time the battle ended, Kakashi managed to overpower Zabuza after Naruto and Sasuke freed him from Zabuza's water prison technique. But before he could deliver the final blow, a hunter nin, who was secretly Zabuza's apprentice Haku, dragged Zabuza away, saying his mission was to kill him. Kakashi, satisfied with his work, told the others to continue to Tezuna's home, only to collapse from his wounds and chakra exhaustion. After which he was taken to Tezuna's home to recover. However, he was suspicious about the events surrounding Zabuza's apparent death. At the same time elsewhere, Haku secretly healed Zabuza, after which the mighty swordsman vowed to kill Kakashi the next time they met. When they arrived at Tezuna's house, they met his grandson, a boy named Inari, who at dinner described his difficult past as well as the situation with Gato, believing there was no such thing as a hero. Naruto, determined to prove him wrong, went and asked Kakashi and Kurenai if he and Hinata could go and do some extra training. The two jonin agreed, then took their own teams for some training. After heading into the woods, Naruto began teaching Hinata tree climbing, water walking, and chakra control. The exercise went on for at least 3 hours before Hinata reached her limit and felt tired, so Naruto let her rest and decided to take a nap. But before that, he met someone who he thought was a girl, not knowing it was actually Haku. The two discussed their biggest dreams, at which Naruto said the biggest strength comes from protecting someone precious to you, which Haku agreed and disappeared, leaving Naruto confused. After that, Naruto continued his training for another 2 hours before passing out from exhaustion. Inari, after he saw Naruto in that tired state, started crying and yelling that it was a waste of time. But Naruto simply retorted, "I will win. Believe it." Kakashi later told Inari about the hard life Naruto had lived without a family, which touched the young boy a great deal, knowing there was someone else who felt the same pain as he did. 2 days later, leaving Naruto to rest, the teams escorted Tezuna to work at the bridge, only to find the workers attacked. Then a shroud of mist enveloped them. Then Zabuza and Haku appeared, confirming Kakashi's suspicions. Back at Inari's house, a group of Gato's thugs attempted to kidnap the boy's mother. Inari tried in vain to stop them but failed miserably. But just before he was cut down, Naruto appeared just in time and cut down both bandits. After congratulating Inari on his courage, Naruto raced off to join the others. Meanwhile at the bridge, Kiba, Sasuke, and Hinata were fighting Haku, while Kakashi and Kurenai were struggling against Zabuza. Shino and Sakura were instructed to guard Tezuna. Kakashi was able to hold out with his chakra saber. But Kurenai revealed a secret that no one but her friends knew about. She reached up and pulled a 4-inch long silver piece of metal out from under her hair. She quickly focused her chakra, and as quick as a flash, the piece of metal morphed into a 7-foot-long Yari spear. Check my profile for image. Many people didn't know this, but not only was Kurenai Yuhi a genjutsu specialist, she was also a master in the art of the spear. The spear had always been her weapon of choice since she was a genin. The special spear she wielded was invented with help from a very dear friend of hers since she was 12. Kurenai gripped her spear with both hands and leaped forward to fight. With the rookies, even with her Byakugan at full power, Hinata was still having trouble with Haku's Kekkei Genkai, so they tried to destroy the ice mirrors but failed, allowing Haku to trap them in ice cages. Then he proceeded to attack them all with Senbon barrages. Hinata thought hopefully, "Naruto, please hurry, we won't last much longer." Then out of nowhere, Naruto appeared and struck Haku in his shoulder with a knife hand, thus freeing his friends. Then he swiftly kicked Haku in the back as he attempted to punch Naruto in the throat. But Naruto grabbed him with both arms and held him tightly, shouting, "Guys, do it now!" And with that, despite their own superficial wounds, Sasuke ran forward, focusing his own Sharingan, and delivered a swift dragon punch to Haku in the head. Then Hinata came and struck Haku in stomach with the full force of her gentle fist style. Then Kiba, using his forelegs technique, sent a barrage of punches at Haku, striking him in the shoulders and chest, effectively knocking him out. As Haku fell unconscious, Naruto said, "Kiba, Sasuke, tie him up and make sure he does not get away." Both boys nodded. Then Naruto looked at Hinata and replied, "Hinata, you come with me. I might need your help." Hinata answered, "Right, Naruto," and with that, As Sasuke and Kiba tied up Haku, Naruto and Hinata ran to help Kakashi and Kurenai. But exhausted from chakra depletion and blood loss, Sasuke fell unconscious just as they finished tying up Haku. Kiba ran over and checked him out, but since Sasuke's pulse and heartbeat couldn't be felt because of his chakra loss. This made Kiba panic, thinking Sasuke was dead, and thought, Sakura is not going to like this. At the same time, Haku came to and begged Kiba to kill him, saying his defeat was his failure to Zabuza. But Kiba replied, Naruto will decide your fate when he returns. Afterward, Kiba summoned a clone and told it to give Sakura the news about what happened. When she heard about Sasuke's apparent death, Sakura ran to his side and cried at the same time, breaking a very important shinobi rule. At the bridge, Zabuza had both Kakashi and Kurenai on the ropes. Even with her spear skills, Kurenai wasn't able to stand up against Zabuza's giant sword. Despite the help of his chakra saber, because of his injuries, Kakashi was getting weaker. Then as Zabuza closed in, he raised his sword, saying, It's time to finish this. Both closed their eyes, waiting for the inevitable. Suddenly they heard Zabuza scream. They opened their eyes and saw a kunai stuck in his arm. Turning around, they saw Naruto and Hinata running up, shouting, Sensei, you guys all right? Kakashi answered, I think so, but we can't fight anymore. Kurenai replied, I've exhausted so much chakra I can barely move. Naruto looked ahead and saw Zabuza preparing for his next attack. So Naruto said, Hinata, stay with them and let me deal with him. Hinata protested, But Naruto, you don't stand a chance. Kakashi and Kurenai both shouted the same thing, but Naruto just shouted, Just stay put, I'll handle this. And with that, Naruto took off his sweater and threw it to the ground. Then he unsheathed his sword and ran into battle. As hard as Naruto tried, his small sword did little to slow down Zabuza's Kubikiri Hocho. Naruto thought, Damn it, his sword is too powerful. If only I knew the name of my Zanpakuto. Then he heard the woman's voice saying, Do you want to save your friends, Naruto? Yes. Are you willing to go to the ends of the earth to do it? Yes. Then you must let it all go, Naruto. Fear, doubt, and disbelief. Naruto held his sword at his hip as if he was going to draw it, while a red glow appeared at his feet. While this was happening, the woman spoke, Abandon your fear. Turn and face him. Don't give an inch. Advance, never stop. If you retreat, you'll age. Be afraid and you'll die. Now shout out my name. On the outside, Naruto swung his sword to the right, yelling, Awaken, Benihime. Suddenly, a huge column of red spiritual energy rose up around him, startling everyone present. When it faded, Naruto was unharmed, but his sword had changed dramatically. No longer was it a slender little wakizashi. The handle was now 12 inches long and wrapped in black wrappings. The bottom of the pommel was golden and protruding at an angle, while the red tassel was still there. The next thing Naruto noticed was that the guard was a golden U shape that ran the first 3 inches of the blade. The final and most important thing he noticed was the change of the blade. It was now 26 inches long, twice as wide as a katana, covered in black and silver, plus the tip ended with a sharp angle instead of a curved edge. All in all, the sword looked elegant but deadly. Check my profile for image if you've never seen it before. Naruto was shocked at the change of his sword, but quickly smiled. The others were stunned when they noticed Naruto's new weapon. Kakashi thought, What just happened? Did his sword transform? Kurenai was thinking, I've never seen a sword like that before. Its aura is incredibly powerful. Hinata thought to herself, He did it. He finally managed to call on the name of his Zanpakuto. Now he has a chance. And so began the fierce battle between Naruto and Zabuza. The young boy leaped forward as Zabuza charged at him, intent on killing Naruto. Zabuza threw his sword at Naruto just like before during their first encounter. Naruto simply held the blade vertically in front of him and swung it to the right, sending his opponent's weapon backwards. Zabuza caught his sword and lunged at Naruto. But Naruto blocked easily thanks to Beniheim's slenderness. Naruto replied in a neutral voice, "I'll give you credit for still fighting, and for parrying with that huge block you call a sword. You are ruthless, that's for sure. Just the same, Beniheim is much too fierce to let a blade like that stop her." Then, to everyone's shock, Naruto's sword sliced right through his opponent's like it was butter. Despite the damage, Zabuza's sword regenerated. After a few more sneak attacks from Zabuza, Naruto decided this fight wasn't going to be easy because of the mist surrounding them. The young boy back flipped aside, barely dodging another strike from Zabuza. Then the two warriors began clashing blades left and right. Zabuza swung his sword down with all his might, but Naruto managed to see the attack coming and blocked with his own sword. At the same time, he spoke to the Kyuubi saying, "Partner, this fight will not be easy. The mist hides his presence and cloaks his movements. I might need your help to fight him." The Kyuubi answered, "I can help you there. All I have to do is infuse a little of my power with you, and it will give you the same enhanced sight, smell, and hearing as me. So you should be able to predict where his attacks are coming from." Naruto nodded and let Fox do his work, and with that Naruto's senses were enhanced to superhuman levels. Then, as Zabuza charged from the right, he swung his sword horizontally. But Naruto sensed the attack, blocked it, and fought back, striking Zabuza in the hip. Meanwhile, as the others watched, Kurenai asked, "What's going on here?" "It's like Naruto is predicting his opponent's moves before they even come." Kakashi answered, "That's because he has someone helping him. I mean, can you sense the amount of chakra he's using?" Kurenai, sensing Naruto's aura, realized, this can only mean one thing: he's drawing on the power of the Nine Tails. Then she made a mental note to ask Naruto about it. As Hinata looked on, she thought, the fox must be helping Naruto. Please, Kyuubi, help Naruto win. He just has to. While Zabuza was big, fierce, and brutal, Naruto proved to be more agile and more cunning. He blocked a downward strike from Zabuza, then spun around and slashed him in the leg, causing Zabuza to scream. Then the young boy jumped backwards, threw a kunai at Zabuza, and hit him in the left shoulder, causing the rogue shinobi to become angrier. Zabuza jumped high, spinning his sword over his head, and flew downwards and swung with all his might and rage, hoping to kill the boy. But Naruto waited until just the right moment, then back flipped aside, lunged forward and struck Zabuza in the hip, causing him to yell in rage as he moved again. At this point, both warriors were reaching their limits. Naruto decided it was time to put a stop to this. Zabuza shouted, "What is the meaning of this, boy? No matter how hard I try, you block every one of my attacks as if they're nothing at all." Naruto retorted, "Because unlike you, I fight for a greater cause than to harm innocent people. Unlike you, I have honor and I have friends, so I will not give up because I have to protect them." Zabuza, angered by Naruto's words, charged at him furiously, then swung his sword left and right. Naruto was forced on the defensive, trying to block the strikes. In the end, Zabuza got few lucky hits. Despite a few cuts and scrapes, Naruto was still standing and said, "Zabuza, where is your sense of honor? You are the same as Gato. He kills and enslaves innocent people for money, and to make matters worse, you dragged Haku into this as well. Haku looked up to you like a father. He trusted you, and you drag him into a life of murder and destruction." Zabuza stopped dead in his tracks. Naruto's words hit him deep in the gut, upon which he began having flashbacks about his past. When the visions stopped, Zabuza, bloody, weary, and exhausted, fell to his knees in tears and said out loud, "Haku trusted me with all his devotion, and I dragged him into a world of despair and blood. What have I done?" Then, as Naruto stood there, he saw Kiba run up and ask what to do with Haku. Naruto said he would return in a minute. Kiba nodded, then returned to his place. Zabuza then said, "My apprentice is dead because of me. Go ahead and finish me. I have nothing left to live for." Naruto's answer was, No, I'm giving you a chance to atone for your wrongs, and besides I told them to keep Haku tied up until I return. Zabuza suddenly said, Haku is alive? Please take me to him. I have to apologize for taking his devotion to my advantage. Naruto replied, All right, Zabuza, follow me. And so Naruto led Zabuza back to where Haku was tied up. The boy was still pleading with the others to kill him when Naruto arrived. Sasuke had finally regained consciousness and woken up, which overwhelmed Sakura with joy. Kiba, pointing at Haku, then asked, Naruto, what shall we do with him? Naruto said, Let him go. Then Zabuza arrived and spoke to Haku, saying, I was a fool, Haku. I never took your loyalty seriously, and because of that it almost got both of us killed. I am so sorry. Can you ever forgive me, Haku? Haku answered, I forgive you, master, and I always will. I vowed that I would follow you no matter what. Zabuza accepted Haku's pledge with honor, then turned to Naruto and asked, How can I possibly make up for the mistakes I made? Naruto smiled and said, Well, first you could start by helping us get Tazuna and his family to safety, then help us with that bastard Gato and free the people from his cruelty. Zabuza vowed, Consider it done. Then made his way to the bridge builder's house with Haku. When Naruto and Hinata helped the others back to Tazuna's house, Kakashi asked, Naruto, what was that weapon you used back there? Naruto held up the released sword and said, It's a Zanpakuto. Its name is Benihime, the Crimson Princess. She is my most trusted companion in battle. Kakashi was stunned and asked, Where did you get it? Naruto replied, It was a gift. The Hokage himself gave it to me. That was a lie, of course, but Naruto didn't want to go into details. Kakashi replied, I see. You've got a very powerful weapon here, Naruto. You must guard it well, otherwise it could spell disaster. Do you understand, Naruto? Naruto nodded and slid the weapon back into its sheath. As he did so, the sword started glowing. When it stopped, the sword was back in its sealed form and safely held in its sheath. Sasuke overheard this and went up to Naruto shouting, Dobe, give me that sword. Why? Asked Naruto. Sasuke glared. Because I demand it. An Uchiha like me can use it better than you. Naruto simply said, Do you really expect me to hand over what I've worked so hard to achieve? No, this sword is mine and mine alone. It's bonded to me, which means only I can wield it. If you want weaponry, look elsewhere, because you're not getting it from me. Sasuke lunged at Naruto angrily before Naruto used a Kyuubi-infused punch to bash Sasuke off and send him crashing into a tree. Sasuke got up and was about to grab the sword from Naruto when Kakashi grabbed his hand and shouted, Sasuke, that weapon belongs to Naruto. You have no right to take it from him. If you do that again, I will have your shinobi status suspended. Sasuke seethed, then backed off. Then Zabuza arrived and said that Gato and his men were coming for them. Kakashi and Kurenai readied their teams and headed for the bridge. A few minutes after they reached it, Gato and a group of 500 mercenaries appeared, and Gato announced, How pathetic, Zabuza. Looks like you couldn't uphold your part. Doesn't matter though. Men, kill them all but leave the women. I'm sure they'll make good entertainment for us. Naruto was furious, released Benihime, and bellowed, I will not allow that. He quickly invoked the Kyuubi's power to enhance his own senses again, then said to Zabuza, I've got an idea to stop them. If any of them get past me, you take them out. Okay, Zabuza. Zabuza sneered, You got it, kid. Then took his battle stance. Naruto screamed, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Then in seconds, 100 Naruto clones appeared ready for battle with their own Zanpakutos. As the mercenaries came forward, Naruto pointed his blade outwards and screamed to his clones, Kill them! Kill them all! And so they charged forward and began fighting Gato's men. Inari and the villagers arrived in time to see everything. One after another of the mercenaries were cut down by Naruto and his clones as they advanced. Even though 50 of them got past Naruto, Zabuza quickly dispatched them. The whole fight wasn't even a battle, merely a slaughter as the men were killed in a very grisly manner as explosions of sparks erupted everywhere. Everyone present was either shocked, scared, or surprised at what was happening. Kakashi was staring in shock. He knew killing was part of ninja life, but this was too much. Sakura was wide-eyed, terrified, and retching at the sight of the carnage and killing that was happening. Sasuke was enraged and envious at the amount of power Naruto was showing, power that should belong to the Uchiha in his opinion, not to Naruto. Tazuna was shaken up by this. He now was afraid of this kid. Kurenai was very scared and worried for the boy's mentality. Kiba and Akumaru were trembling in fear and shock. Shino, despite his shades and baggy clothes, was also terrified by this. Haku was stunned that a young boy like Naruto could pull this off with no remorse. Inari and the villagers were scared but relieved that someone was finally putting an end to the tyranny that oppressed their village for so long. The only one who didn't seem scared was Hinata. She had to resist screaming out loud and cheering for Naruto. She knew he was strong, but this was way over the top, and she was enjoying it, knowing that Naruto was fighting to protect those he cared for. 20 minutes later, Gato's men were all dead. Naruto approached Gato with a cold look on his face. Despite the scumbag's pleas, Naruto brought his sword up and ran it straight through Gato's throat, then slashed upwards, splitting his head in half, killing him instantly. As Gato hit the ground, Naruto froze for a moment. He looked around at the carnage before him, realizing what he'd done. Naruto dropped to his knees, his sword clattering to the ground, and started crying, "What have I done?" Everyone was still too afraid to go near him except Hinata. She ran towards him shouting, "Naruto!" As she got close to him, she asked, "Naruto, what's wrong?" Naruto stood up and said, I killed them. I killed them all. They're dead. Every single one of them. They're like animals and I slaughtered them like animals. I hate them." Then he started crying again. Hinata hugged him and said, "Sooner or later we all have to kill Naruto. That's part of a ninja's life. But look at it like this, Naruto. You did what you did to protect the innocent from cruelty. All those lives you took means less harm to the villagers." Naruto understood and hugged her back, thanking her for those words of encouragement. His friends and senseis smiled with relief to know Naruto had not lost his own human feelings. After that, the villagers cheered and hailed Naruto and Zabuza as heroes. Naruto and his friends clapped and cheered, for they knew their mission was a success. Later that afternoon, Naruto asked Zabuza, "Where will you go from here?" Zabuza's answer was, "I don't know, wherever fate takes us, I guess. But from now on, everything we do will be for the benefit of man and not greed. We will never forget you for this, kid. Thank you very much." After that, Zabuza and Haku left, heading off to an unknown location. Naruto watched them leave and thought, "Goodbye, you two, and good luck." That was when Kurenai came up and asked, "Naruto, during your fight against Zabuza, I sensed a very strong aura coming from you. I must know, were you using the power of the dash?" Whatever she was going to say died as Naruto answered, "I don't think you're allowed to say that, Kurenai-sensei. But regardless, the answer to your question is yes. I was drawing on the power of the Nine Tails. I had no choice. Zabuza proved to be very formidable, so I did what I had to do." Kurenai, sensing the uneasiness in Naruto's voice, decided to ask nothing further. She simply said, "Good job," then returned to her duties. Afterward, Kakashi and the others had a celebration party for their success, during which Naruto and his friends, especially Hinata, began having fun. After the party, Naruto was again confronted by Sakura, who said, "I don't understand why you're treating us like trash, Naruto. We are your teammates after all. And yet, you treat Hinata, Kiba, and Shino like friends, but not us. What did we ever do to you to deserve this treatment?" Naruto was fed with Sakura's arrogance and snapped, "You two have treated me like shit since the academy, and you're still doing it even now. Until you learn to stop it, I'm gonna keep treating you the same way. Even after graduating, you kept doing it. Sakura protested, "You can't blame us, Naruto. After all, you treated Sasuke like crap and beat me up for no reason at all. So who are you to complain?" Naruto retorted, "How stupid do you think I am? Sasuke tried to steal my sword, you defended him and tried to attack me. You deserved what you got." Sakura tried to reason, "Maybe if you had just given it to him, that whole thing could have been avoided. You can't just go around keeping secrets, Naruto. And you can't keep treating us like trash either. It's going to get us killed." Naruto glared, "I'm tired of your bullshit, Sakura. I know you and Sasuke have secrets that you don't want others to know. Yet, you're allowed to keep secrets, but not me. You're allowed to treat me like shit and I can't do the same. You're allowed to ignore me, but I'm not allowed to ignore you. What makes you think you have the right to know all my secrets? Who are you to tell me how to live my life? You and Sasuke are pathetic. You've all got your heads so far up your butts. You can't even see the light of day. Leave me the fuck alone. Until you learn to treat me like an equal instead of an idiot, you can just get used to getting hit in the face by me every day." And walked away. Sakura just stood there with tears rolling down her eyes. She had no right to reprimand him like that. 5 days later, the bridge was complete and ready thanks to help of Naruto's shadow clone jutsu. Tazuna, inspired by Naruto's courage, decided to name his completed bridge the Great Naruto Bridge. Naruto blushed having a structure named after him and smiled as the others cheered at their accomplishment. And with that, the two teams thanked Tazuna and his family for their help and began to their make way back home along with Zabuza and Haku in tow. Naruto walked with Hinata at his side, glad he was able to set Zabuza straight and make him see the light. Hinata told Naruto about how worried she was during his battle, but Naruto said, "Don't worry, Hinata. As I said before, with you and everyone else at my side, there's nothing I can't accomplish. Believe it." Hinata blushed at Naruto's resolve and support and thought with determination, "Naruto is so brave. I really do love him. His courage inspires me to no end. One of these days, I will show how much I love him." And with that, the two friends joined the others as they made their way back to Konoha, smiling at a job well done. Chapter 6. The Truth Revealed, a Joyous Reunion. 1 week after the battle in the Land of Waves, Team 7 and 8 finally returned to Konoha, but Naruto was not really happy about it because once again he was greeted by glares and hatred from everyone around him. The two senseis dismissed everyone on their teams except for Naruto and walked to the Hokage Tower to report their success to Hiruzen. Kurenai walked up to Hiruzen's door and knocked. "Come in," called Hiruzen. As the group entered, they sat down and began to relay the accounts of their mission in Wave to the Hokage. After they were finished, the third Hokage replied, "I'm actually fairly impressed. You managed to convince Zabuza to help take care of Gato and redeem himself. Not to mention, I never would have guessed that Kurenai here was a spear master. And on top of that, Naruto managed to unlock the power of his sword and hold his own against a high-level rogue ninja. Excellent work, everyone." Kakashi replied, "Actually, Lord Hokage, the one who made it possible was Naruto. He made Zabuza see the error of his ways and convinced him to seek redemption." Hiruzen turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, whenever I think I've got you figured out, you continue to surprise me. I assume it feels good for you to be back home." Naruto's face turned sour as he answered, "No, as far as I'm concerned, I would rather still be in Wave than this rat hole of a village. At least I was considered a hero to those people instead of a monster. At least they treated like a person instead of an outcast." Hiruzen, sensing trouble, tried to calm the boy down by saying, "Naruto, what are you saying? You are a hero. These people owe you their lives. If not for you, they would be dead. Surely you don't mean that." Naruto was irritated by this and said, "I'm not joking. These people only see me as a monster. For 12 years, I lived a life of solitude and misery not knowing why. But now I know that those who should have honored me rejected me because of the Nine Tails and forced me into loneliness and pain. Because of that incident, both my parents died, leaving me as an orphan with nobody to turn to or find support. I realize others lost their loved ones, but compared to them, I have nothing." Hiruzen was stunned at the resentment and sadness in Naruto's voice. In a desperate attempt to soothe the boy's hurt feelings, he replied, "Naruto, I understand that you've suffered a lot and you've had a hard life living alone. Everyone loses hope at some point when things become so hard for them. But we still need to have faith because eventually with faith and understanding, good things can happen even when we least expect them." Naruto retorted, "What has faith and understanding done for me? I get orphaned as a baby. I grow up completely alone. I become a ninja through deceit and trickery. I manage to redeem a rogue shinobi. I save a village from a mob, and what do I receive in return from this village? Nothing. I've held on to faith and hope for so long, hoping I would find some chance of happiness. Every day, I have hoped, bled, fought, suffered, struggled, and prayed. And yet even now my prayers remain unanswered. I may be a ninja, but that doesn't mean I can't feel pain. You don't know what I suffer. You don't know what it's like for me to be alone all the time with everyone hating me for something I had no control over. Why am I the one who has to suffer this hard? Why?" Then the young Uzumaki turned and ran out the door with an angry look on his face as well as tears of resentment in his eyes. Kakashi shouted in desperation, "Naruto, wait!" Kurenai called out in a sad voice, "Naruto, come back!" But Saratobi held up his hand and said with a heavy sigh, "Stop it, you two. Let him go. He's really hurting right now." He finally meets people who trust and praise him, then is forced to return to a place where he was treated with nothing but cold shoulders and hateful words. It's not easy for him to forget his past because of all his misfortunes, something no child should have to endure at such a young age. Naruto is burdened with a life he didn't deserve, and he struggles with it every day. There were times when I feared he would destroy himself because of all the pain he suffered. I just wish there was more I could have done to help him, because he doesn't deserve this kind of misery. Kakashi understood and answered, "The main reason he's hurt is because the others have what he doesn't. Family. Living as an orphan your entire life without being wanted has got to be one of the most painful things to endure. And that poor kid had to go through it his whole life completely alone. What did he do to deserve this? I just don't get it." Kurenai said sadly, "Despite everything he suffered, he still wants to become Hokage and protect this village. That kid has a bigger heart than we will ever know. I don't understand why these people just can't drop their hatred and get over it." Hiruzen replied, "Neither do I, Kurenai. I really wish I could have done more to help him." With that, the three sighed with guilt. At the same time, Hiruzen thought, if only I could tell Naruto the truth. As Naruto walked down the streets, only one thing was on his mind. Family, he kept thinking. I can't understand. Everyone else has a family but me. Why am I the one who has to suffer alone? What did I do to deserve this? Then he walked on with a sad sigh of heartbreak. Later that afternoon, he sat in the woods just outside the park watching all the little children and their parents playing and having fun family moments, something poor Naruto never had. All at once the memories of his life of misery and loneliness came flooding back, bringing tears to his eyes. A moment later, an Umbu appeared and said, "Naruto, sorry to interrupt, but the council requests your presence." Naruto huffed and made his way to the chambers. Konoha Council Chambers. As Naruto entered the council chambers, he found everyone, even the Hokage and Sasuke, waiting for him. So he asked, "Lord Hokage, sir, would you be so kind as to inform me why I was summoned here?" Hiruzen replied with a sigh, "Naruto, the council called you here concerning two issues. What these are I'm not sure. But in one area they demand you be imprisoned." "What the hell for?" snapped Naruto. A member of the civilian council shouted, "You will treat us with respect, boy." Naruto retorted, "Respect is earned, not given. You haven't earned my respect, so kiss my ass, wench." This made the clan heads and the shinobi council laugh a little as well as the Hokage. Some announced, "Naruto, the first issue is that they're saying you brutally assaulted Sasuke during your last mission. Is that true?" Naruto simply said, "No. He attacked me, so I had to defend myself. It's as simple as that." Hayashi replied, "Naruto, the other issue is that you denied Sasuke a sword, but from what I understand, you don't use swords." Naruto answered, "In order. 1. Yes, I did. It was my property, he tried to steal it from me. 2. I do use a sword." Inoichi asked, "Would you care to show it to us, Naruto?" Naruto nodded and released Benihime. Everyone in the room, even the Hokage, was stunned at the sight of it. Chusa asked astonished, "Naruto, where did you get that?" Naruto simply said, "It was a gift. I found it wrapped in a box outside my apartment. The Hokage himself gave it to me." Even though Hiruzen knew the real truth, he was aware that Naruto didn't want to reveal it, trying to avoid giving the council more leverage. Shikaka stated, "Naruto, what exactly is that? It's like no sword we've ever seen before." After Naruto gave his explanation, everyone on the shinobi side, even Tsum, was impressed. But the boy mentioned nothing about it being from the Shinigami. Naruto smiled. "It was a gift, Lord Nara. It would be rude to not accept it. And besides, the sword's compact nature makes it ideal for assassinations and melee combat. This weapon is so versatile that it gives me not only the speed of a short sword, but enough durability in the blade to deflect or parry a heavy blow from a katana or a Zanbato-class weapon." Danzo spoke for the first time. "Boy, it is clear that you have stolen that sword from the Uchiha. You will return it to him now." Naruto rolled his eyes and said, "Quit your bitching, you fucking mummified weirdo." Koharu shouted, "We are the council, and as such, you will do as we say." Naruto snorted, "I refuse to hand my most sacred possession over to a dishonorable brat like Sasuke. Fuck you. Eat the peanuts out of my shit, you wrinkled, fat sag." The shinobi and clan council burst out in laughter while Hamura snapped, "I will not tolerate this insolence from you, boy. Give that weapon to Sasuke now." Naruto just snickered. Yeah, show me your fastball, dust brain. You paunchy sag-bottom puke pot." Sasuke shouted, "If you won't hand it over, Dobe, then I'll take it myself." And with that, he ran over and arrogantly attempted to take the weapon. But as he grabbed the hilt, an electric shock pulse erupted from it, which threw Sasuke backwards, slamming him into the wall and knocking him unconscious. An ignorant civilian counselor stood up shouting, "Anbu! He attacked the last Uchiha. Arrest him!" Hiruzen shouted, "Silence! Naruto didn't do anything. The sword rejected Sasuke. Naruto will not hand over that sword as it is clearly his. He owns it and is legally righted to use it as he sees fit." The rest of the council, excluding the civilian side, continued laughing. 3 minutes later, Naruto asked, "Lord Hokage, can I do something about the idiot who tried to interfere in shinobi affairs?" Hiruzen smiled. "Naruto, as Hokage, I leave that decision to you. Whatever you decide will be the final say in this matter." Naruto turned toward the civilian counselor who tried to arrest him with a blank expression on his face. The man just sneered, thinking Naruto didn't have the guts to do a thing. But, much to the civilian council's shock, Naruto drove Benihime right through the man's head, killing him instantly. Afterward, Naruto turned to the Hokage and asked, "Can I go home now?" Hiruzen smiled. "Go ahead, Naruto. Sorry we wasted your time." Koharu shouted, "You will pay for this demon." Hiruzen was about to wring her neck when Naruto stopped him and gave him a wink, saying he knew what to do. Hiruzen grinned and nodded, giving the boy permission. Naruto turned to Koharu and asked, "What if I do? If it happens and you're sitting on a silver platter, I bet you're going to take off that kimono of yours, right?" Koharu was silent, which gave Naruto his answer. Naruto answered in deep but sarcastic voice, "That's what I thought. Now that I can't abide. How about you, Lord Hokage?" Hiruzen answered, "No, I can't abide that one bit." Naruto pinned Koharu to the wall and said in the same voice, If I had my way, you'd be wearing that stupid kimono for the rest of your pecker-sucking life. But I'm aware it ain't practical. I mean, at some point you're gonna have to take it off." Then he pulled out his kunai and said, "So, I'm gonna give you a little something you can't take off." Naruto held Koharu down on the floor in the center of the room. Koharu screamed as Naruto slowly carved the kanji for bitch into her forehead. When he was done, Naruto said, "You know, I think this might be my masterpiece." Hiruzen laughed. "I'm inclined to agree." And with that, the boy left, leaving a seething civilian council and a laughing shinobi council behind. Naruto's apartment. That night, as Naruto went to bed, he still couldn't stop feeling sad. True, he was happy the Kyuubi and Benaheim were acting as guardians for him, but he still felt sad and cried at never having anyone to comfort him as a boy when he was hurt. He remembered what Hiruzen had said earlier about faith and thought, "I don't have very much faith left, but I just can't give up. I hope my suffering will be seen and heard by the Almighty tonight and that my prayers will be heard because I'm at the end of my rope." So Naruto looked out the window at the starry sky and said sadly, "I know this is impossible, but I wish with all my might that I had a family of some kind to give me the love I deserve. Even if all I get is my mother, I would at least have someone to comfort me. I wouldn't ask for anything more as long as I live. I just wish I could see my mother again." After that, Naruto went to sleep still feeling despair and pain. Even though the fox and the red princess tried to help console him, the boy still couldn't find it in himself to smile and fell asleep with sadness and despair on his face. However, little did Naruto realize that tonight his prayers had been heard and his dream of a family would soon become reality. Konoha Hospital. It was 12:50 a.m. at the hospital. A young nurse of 30 years old who was running her shift headed to the coma patient ward to check on a certain patient. It had been this way ever since she became a nurse 12 years ago at the age of 18. Her job was to keep a constant check on this patient. She never understood why until Hiruzen secretly disclosed the identity of the patient. Realizing the magnitude of it, the nurse kept a careful but vigorous watch on the patient. As she entered the room, she noticed the heart rate monitor was beeping normally and the pulse indicator was normal too. After 5 minutes, her examination was done and she wrote the results on her clipboard. But as she turned to leave, she heard a rapid beeping noise. Turning around, she saw the heart rate was increasing and the brain activity meter was surging. The nurse was scared, but she did what she was trained to do. She activated the hospital's intercom and said, "Doctor, this is Sakaki Watanabe. You better get down here. The patient's heart rate has gone up and the brain activity is surging." The voice on the other end said, "Understood. Hang tight. We're on our way." Less than 3 minutes later, a team of doctors entered the room along with head doctor who ran the hospital. After checking everything completely, the doctors could only determine what was about to happen to the patient. Her eyelids twitched. Her breath was soft but audible. Her hands twitched. Her eyes fluttered open, revealing her violet pupils. Her voice was disoriented as she spoke. "Wah, where am I?" She slowly raised her head and saw the doctors, realizing she was in the hospital. The chief doctor asked, concerned, "Are you all right?" She replied, "A little disoriented, but I think I'm all right. What's going on?" The doctor replied, "Wait here." Then he left the room with the others. Out in the hallway, the doctor gave instructions to his whole team. He first said to the doctors, "Not a word of this leaves this building. You guys check her vitals and make sure there are no abnormalities with her. Deliver the report when you're done." The team nodded and went back in the room. Then he turned to the nurse and said, "Sakaki, I'm going back to the front desk to await the report. You are to notify the Hokage about this at once. And when he arrives, you are to escort him to see the patient." "Understood." Sakaki nodded and left. Naruto's apartment. At 2 a.m. in the morning, there was a loud knocking at Naruto's door. The boy got up and opened it, revealing an ANBU officer who said, "Naruto, sorry for waking you up so late, but the Hokage needs to see you immediately. He said it was very important." Naruto put on his robe and slippers and headed for the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower. When Naruto arrived, he knocked on the door. Hiruzen heard it and said, "Come in." The door opened, revealing Naruto, who walked in and took a seat. Hiruzen smiled and said, "Oh Naruto, I'm so glad you're here. I have something very important to tell you." Naruto asked, "What is it?" The third Hokage quickly put a sound barrier to soundproof the room, then said, "Naruto, what I'm about to tell you is a very important secret that I kept from you all this time. Now before you get upset, the reason I never told you this before is because if word of it leaked out and certain people found out, it would have led to a devastating emotional blow for you." Naruto was rather perplexed as he thought, "It was that important? If so, I know something is probably up." Then he asked, "Sir, what exactly are you trying to tell me?" The Hokage responded, "Naruto, do you remember all those times I told you that both your parents were dead?" Naruto nodded. Hiruzen continued, "Well, it was a lie." Naruto's eyes widened as he asked, "What do you mean it was a lie?" Hiruzen replied, "The report that both your parents were dead was a ruse set up by me to prevent security compromises. Because the truth is the night that you were born was the night the Kyuubi attacked. The fourth Hokage and an ANBU officer died while sealing it inside of you. After you were born, your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was ordered by the fourth to be taken to a secure location where no one could find her, so that if your father died, your mother would survive. So we rushed her to a hidden location. But because of some unknown complications during your birth, she fell into a coma and she's been like that for 12 years. But an hour ago, I'm not sure how it happened, but an hour ago, I received word from the hospital confirming that she has finally awakened." Flashback. Hiruzen looked at his clock, which read 1 a.m. and thought, "I should be getting to bed." Suddenly, the intercom on his desk started beeping at an alarming rate. When he answered it, the voice on the other end said, "Hokage, sir, this is Sakaki Watanabe from the hospital calling. We need you here at once. It's happened." Hiruzen asked, "What has happened?" The voice said, "Patient 602, Kushina Uzumaki, height 5 feet 10 inches, weight 130 pounds, age 32, red hair, violet eyes, has awoken from her coma and is currently active and oblivious to how long it has been since the attack on Konoha." Hiruzen was shocked and said, "Tell Kushina I'm on my way." End flashback. "And that's why I called you here, Naruto. The reason her survival was kept secret was because I didn't want to risk her life being endangered by assassination attempts." Hiruzen finished with a smile. Naruto's body was shaking and he felt tears of joy forming in his eyes as he asked, "Are you telling me that my mother is alive?" Hiruzen smiled warmly and replied, "Yes, Naruto, your mother is alive and well. If you want, I can take you to her now." Naruto replied, "Please, sir, take me to her. I want to see my mom. My dream has come true at last. Please take me to her." Hiruzen got up smiling and said, "Follow me." And with that, he took Naruto by his hand and led him out of his office. Konoha Hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, Sakaki Watanabe escorted them to Kushina's room. Before entering the room, Hiruzen told Naruto to wait outside for a few minutes. So Naruto stood in the hallway while Hiruzen went inside to explain some things to Kushina. As Kushina sat on her hospital bed, she heard the door open and saw Sakaki and Hiruzen come in. As soon as they entered, Hiruzen activated a sound barrier to prevent Naruto from overhearing them. Hiruzen was the first to speak. "Kushina, so you've finally woken up? It's about time." Kushina, who was still confused, asked, "Hiruzen, why are you here? Where's Minato?" Hiruzen answered, "Kushina, this won't be easy for you to hear, but you must." Then he went on to explain what happened during the attack, how long it had been since, and that her husband didn't survive. By the time he was finished, Kushina was in tears and replied, First I lose my former village, then I lose my family, and now I wake up after 12 years in a coma only to find out I'm alone. Why is it that I always lose what is precious to me?" Then she began to cry harder. Hiruzen then replied, "You haven't lost everything, Kushina. In fact, there's someone who is dying to see you right now." Upon hearing that, Kushina stopped crying, looked up and asked, "Who?" Hiruzen smiled, deactivated the sound barrier, then turned around to face the door and called, "You can enter now." And with that, the door opened and a young boy with blonde spiky hair who was dressed in white pajamas, a black robe and black slippers stepped into the room. Kushina climbed off the bed and looked at the boy. Right away she noticed that he had whisker marks on his face and blue eyes. Her eyes widened as she thought, "It can't be." Then it hit her. This boy looked a lot like her husband Minato, which meant that he was her son Naruto. Kushina felt her hands trembling as tears of joy began to form in her eyes. She looked at the young boy before her and quietly asked, "And Naruto?" Naruto could no longer hold back his own tears and ran towards her screaming, "Mother!" Kushina moved forward a little and cried out loud, "Naruto!" As he caught up to her, Kushina dropped to her knees and embraced her son for the first time. She held him close and cried, saying, "My son, I thought I'd never see you again." Naruto was crying on her shoulder and hugged her tightly, overwhelmed with joy as he responded, "Mother, I never once gave up hope. I always believed you were still alive somewhere out there." And with that, Naruto and Kushina hugged each other tighter than before, unable to stand letting go. Hiruzen and Sakaki left the room to give them some time alone. As the two sat there, Naruto was still weeping as Kushina began singing in a soft, soothing voice a lullaby she wanted to sing since she was pregnant. Song: "You'll Be in My Heart" from Tarzan. Short version. You must listen to the song to understand. I don't own Disney. Come, stop your crying. It will be all right. Just take my hand. Hold it tight. I will protect you from all around you. I will be here, don't you cry. For one so small, you seem so strong. My arms will hold you, keep you safe and warm. This bond between us can't be broken. I will be here, don't you cry. 'Cause you'll be in my heart. Yes, you'll be in my heart. From this day on, now and forevermore. You'll be in my heart, no matter what they say. You'll be here in my heart. Always. End of song. By the time she was done, Naruto was sobbing even harder, knowing there were few things more precious than being in the arms of a loving mother, and embraced her tighter. After 2 minutes of hugging, Hiruzen came in and said, "Naruto, the doctors are going to have to keep her here for a few more days to make sure her health is in perfect shape, then she can go home with you." Naruto understood and said, "Please come home, Mom." Kushina smiled and said, "I will, sweetheart, I will." Then the two hugged one more time before Naruto left with the third. Hokage Tower. Half an hour later, when they got back to the Hokage Tower, Naruto was still overwhelmed with joy, but he decided to let Sarutobi in on a little secret. Naruto replied, "Hokage, sir, by keeping the fact that my mother lived a secret and preventing her from being killed, you did something great for me. So I'll return the favor by helping you." Hiruzen sighed with doubt before saying, "Naruto, what kind of offer do you have that could possibly be of any help to me?" Naruto grinned sadistically and answered, "Sir, you know how you're always burdened with all that paperwork?" Hiruzen nodded. Naruto answered, "How would you feel if I told you there was a certain technique that would help you defeat it?" In an instant after hearing that, Sarutobi was at Naruto's feet, bowing with anime tears in his eyes, begging and pleading for the boy to tell him the technique. Naruto smiled and said, "I'll tell you under one condition. Keep me updated on my mother's condition. Can you do that?" "I'll do anything," Hiruzen screamed, nodding with desperation. Then Naruto leaned forward and replied sarcastically, "Have you ever thought about using Shadow Clone Jutsu?" Then he disappeared from the office and ran all the way home laughing like crazy. The old man couldn't believe it. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, in his entire reign had never once even thought about using that technique despite having known it for so long. He instantly jumped up, did the hand signs, summoned 5 clones and put them to work. Then he left the office, went to the living room, sank to his knees, put his arms in the air in a victory pose and shouted to the high heavens, FRW. Then went to the kitchen, made himself a plate of burritos, went back to the living room, plopped himself on the couch with a smile, pulled out a certain orange book and happily ate as he began reading, all the while laughing and smiling. Over the next 3 days, Naruto was notified about his mother's condition. Then when the 3rd day ended, he got a call from Hiruzen saying, "Naruto, I just got word from the hospital. Your mom is in 100% good health and she's cleared to go home in the morning." Naruto replied happily, "Finally, what I have dreamed of for so long has come true at last. Thanks you, sir, I will be waiting." Then Naruto went to sleep as happy as he could be. Even the Kyuubi and Benaheim had to smile at the joy their little friend was having. But at the same time, Kyuubi was worried about what to say to Kushina. Naruto told him not to worry, saying they would figure something out, so the Kyuubi sighed with relief as Naruto fell asleep. The next morning at 6 a.m. when Naruto woke, he remembered that today was when his mother was coming home. So he quickly put on his robe and slippers and looked out the window trying to see her. After 5 minutes of bad luck, at last he saw her, then raced downstairs to greet her. With Kushina. Kushina came walking down the street dressed in white kimono robes and black sandals with her red hair blowing gracefully in the wind. She noticed a lot of people were staring at her like they had seen a ghost, but what mattered to her was finding where her son was. Her thoughts drifted back to a conversation she had with Hiruzen the previous night. She wondered why a certain Sannin hadn't been there for Naruto when he was a boy. Hiruzen told her to forget about it because a certain Anbu had been doing the job. Kushina knew who Hiruzen was talking about and asked what became of him. Hiruzen just winked and told her to wait a while. She was so distracted by her thoughts, she didn't even see that Naruto was standing outside the building behind her. With Naruto. When Naruto came out the front door of his apartment building, he saw his mother across the street. So to get her attention, he called out, "Mom!" Kushina turned around and saw her son running across the street at her. She smiled with tears of joy and ran towards him. When the two caught up with each other, Kushina dropped to her knees and hugged her son, causing Naruto to say tearfully, "It's great to have you back, Mom." Kushina answered, "It's great to be back, my son." And so the joyous reunion continued. A few yards away, Hinata saw the whole thing, causing her to shed tears of joy as she thought, "Naruto, you've finally got your mother back. I'm so happy for you. I just hope she likes me too." Meanwhile, a lot of people were giving the two weird looks as if something was wrong. But neither one cared because all that mattered was that Naruto was with his mom, and Kushina was with her son. Mother and son had found each other at last in a miracle of happiness as Kushina softly said, "Don't worry, son. Mommy's home and I'll never leave you again." Naruto joyfully responded, "Mom, every day I imagine this moment, and now it's come true. I love you, mother." Kushina smiled with happy tears and said, "And I love you too, my son." The two were reunited at last. Naruto was the happiest he had ever been in his life because he knew that from this day on he would no longer have to be alone and that tomorrow would be a brand new day. 12-year-old Naruto Uzumaki, a boy who had suffered all his life because of a misunderstanding, had finally received the blessing he had always dreamed about and finally found a source of hope and happiness. Naruto had found his mother at last. After the ceiling, as she drifted away into unconsciousness, Kushina found herself in a gaping dark void with no visible lights anywhere. The young Uzumaki female thought to herself, "Am I crossing over? No, not yet. I only held my child once. It can't end this way," as she burst into tears. Suddenly, a deep, yet unknown voice spoke. "You think you're dead, yet you are not." Kushina gasped as she heard that and shouted in an alarmed voice, "Who's there?" Then a huge white light erupted, literally blinding the young woman. When it faded, Kushina opened her eyes to a most amazing sight. Standing in front of her was a spectral form of a beautiful woman who had an aura of tremendous power behind it. The woman spoke up, "Hello, Kushina Uzumaki. I had a feeling someone was stuck in this place, but I would never have guessed it was you. This is rather interesting." Kushina slowly asked, "WWH who are you?" The woman smiled, "My name is Shiryuki, the Soul Queen, but you know me as the Shinigami." That last word made Kushina bow and sigh with hopelessness as she said, "So this is it, huh? I'm to join Minato inside your stomach." Shiryuki replied, "You didn't perform the Reaper death seal. Your husband did. You won't be going in my stomach anytime soon. That's not why I'm here anyway." Kushina stood up and asked, "Are you here to take me to the other side then?" Shiryuki answered, "No, that's not why I'm here. And don't ask me about the netherworld, because you won't be going there either." Kushina was getting confused. "What's this all about? You're not gonna devour my soul. You're not sending me to heaven or hell. What possible reason could you have for being here? I thought that when a person dies, their soul is supposed to pass through to the other side. So why is it not happening to me? My soul should be sent to the other side." Shiryuki smiled. "Normally that would be true, if it was time for you to pass on. But it isn't." Kushina asked in a curious voice, "What do you mean by that?" The Soul Queen explained, "To come right to the point, Kushina, where you are now is not the other side. This is neither heaven nor hell. This is what I call the mid-world." Kushina asked confused, "The mid-world? What's that?" The Shinigami answered, "It's very rare that someone ends up here. It's happened before, but very rarely. This place is reserved for souls that have passed on prematurely. If someone dies prematurely, their soul is sent here where it remains until I decide their fate. Based on their history and what they've done with their lives, I decide whether or not to send them on their way or return them to the world of the living." Kushina was stunned. "Are you telling that I died prematurely and wound up here?" Shiryuki replied, "Yes, you are dead, yet you are not. You weren't supposed to die yet, so your soul ended up here. Now enough chatter. Everything you've ever said, done, or thought about doing throughout your entire life will be examined by me. Based on what I find, one of three things will happen." Kushina asked, "What are they?" The Shinigami replied, 1. You will join my kingdom. 2. You will be sent to the dark pits of the underworld. Or 3. You will return to the world of the living. Kushina gulped. She was worried. Shiryuki closed her eyes and began to read Kushina's thoughts. After what seemed like forever, the Soul Queen opened her eyes and replied, "I've seen what I needed to see. Now it's Judgment Day." Kushina got on her knees, ready to accept her fate, whatever it may be. After a few moments, the Shinigami announced, "Kushina Uzumaki, a verdict has been reached. You will not be joining my kingdom." Kushina began to cry, wondering what she had done to deserve such a terrible fate. Or so she thought. "And you won't be sent to the pits of the underworld either," continued Shiryuki. Kushina lifted her face up with a hint of hope and asked, "Then, does that mean that I will?" Shiryuki replied, "Yes, Kushina, you're going back. Back to the world of the living." Kushina began to rejoice at the prospect of seeing her son again. But Shiryuki interjected, "I'm afraid your excitement will be short-lived, Kushina. You will see your son again, but not as soon as you think." What do you mean?" asked Kushina with a pained look on her face. Shiryuki just said, "Trust me. Now, return to where you came from." And just like that, Kushina vanished. Chapter 7. A Family Outing and Meeting Friends. Naruto removed his hands from his mother and replied happily, "Mom, shall we go inside and have breakfast?" Kushina answered, "Of course, my son." Then she stood up, took Naruto by his hand and went up to his apartment. Inside Naruto's apartment, Kushina looked around and noticed that the living conditions of the apartment were not really adequate. The furniture looked old and worn. She also noticed that her son had barely any food in the refrigerator, other than a few ramen cups, some rice, bacon, bread, eggs, butter, and milk. Kushina was confused as to why Naruto was living like this. So she asked, "Naruto, is there a reason why you are living in this sloppy condition?" Naruto began tearing up again and began to spill his whole story about what he went through as a boy living alone and all the neglect and abuse he got from the villagers. Not physical, but verbal to be exact. While it was true that some people tried to openly attack him as an infant in front of the Hokage, they were publicly executed in a rather grisly manner, so it all stopped after that. Because of the executions, and the fact that Naruto was under the direct protection of the third Hokage, which meant that any attack against the boy would be considered an act of treason against the Hokage, the people simply couldn't risk it again. They knew Hiruzen Sarutobi would make good on his threats, and they feared the Hokage's law. Realizing they couldn't hurt Naruto physically without being executed, the villagers resorted to verbal tactics. As a result, Naruto was ignored, neglected, kicked out of stores, denied food and clothing, overcharged for expired or useless items, given cold shoulders, hateful glares, insulting words, and worst of all, the parents told their children to treat him the same way. All in all, Naruto was treated like he never existed. By the time Naruto was finished, his mother was shocked at what she heard and hugged her crying son and whispered softly, "Don't worry, my son. From now on, things will different and no one will ever treat you like that again while I'm around." Naruto sniffled and nodded on her shoulder. After a few moments, he asked, "What are we having for breakfast, Mom?" Kushina answered sheepishly, "The best kind ever, otherwise known as breakfast ramen." "Yeah!" yelled Naruto as he danced around the kitchen much to Kushina's amusement. Then she looked in the fridge and pulled out all the ingredients and started making breakfast. As Naruto watched, his mother said that after breakfast she and Naruto were going shopping, then spending some family time at the park, to which Naruto replied excitedly, "That's great, Mom." Kushina smiled as by then she was finished making breakfast and made the plates. As Naruto ate, he was astounded how great his mother could cook and replied, "This stuff is delicious, Mom." Kushina smiled with relief and said, "Glad you like it, Naruto." 3 minutes later, Naruto finished his meal and put the plate in the sink. Kushina did the same 5 seconds later and told Naruto it was time to go shopping, which made him nervous, causing him to say, "But Mom, we don't have any money, so how can we go shopping?" Kushina told him not to worry, saying that with a little help from Hiruzen, she reopened her old bank accounts and made a few withdrawals, giving her plenty of money to buy things. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and went to get dressed. 5 minutes later, Naruto came out wearing black flip-flops, blue jeans, and a white t-shirt. Kushina stood up with a smile and said, "Let's go," taking Naruto in hand and made their way to the shopping district of Konoha. As the two walked, Kushina noticed people were staring at her, saying, "Who is that woman? And why is she holding hands with that demon boy?" Naruto tensed a bit and hid behind his mom. Kushina patted him on the shoulder and said calmly, "It's all right. They won't lay a finger on you." Naruto relaxed and continued walking. When they finally made it to the shopping district of Konoha, Naruto didn't realize that some of his friends nearby saw him, with Kushina wondering, "What's Naruto doing here and who is that woman holding his hand?" The first place the two entered was the grocery store, which was a little small, but adequate enough. As they entered, Naruto was greeted with some initial hostility from the store clerk, who shouted, "What are you doing here, demon brat? Get out of my shop now." Kushina was furious at hearing that, so she walked up and with one hand pulled the store clerk over the counter, bashed him against the desk, then pinned him to the floor and shouted, "What the hell is your problem?" The clerk replied timidly, "I don't like that demon boy coming in my shop, ma'am." Kushina spoke with a murderous glare on her face. "That boy is my son, and if you ever talk to him like that again, you're gonna deal with me. Understand?" The clerk nodded with terror on his face as Kushina let go of him. Then she heard a voice say, "Kushina, is that you?" Kushina turned around and saw Kurenai coming towards her and shouted, "Kurenai, it's been a while." The two shook hands as Kurenai asked, "What's up, Kushina?" Kushina answered, "Oh, nothing much. Just doing some shopping with my son Naruto." Kurenai was stunned at what she heard and asked, "Are you telling me that Naruto Uzumaki is your son?" Kushina replied, "Yes, Kurenai. Naruto is my one and only son." Kurenai spoke, "Naruto, I'm glad to see you've got your mom back. Now you be good to her and treat her with love and respect." Naruto responded, "Don't worry, Kurenai. She's the greatest gift I've ever gotten, so I will love her and be honest with her." Kurenai smiled and left, allowing them to continue shopping. The day went on quite smoothly aside from a few hostilities which Kushina took care of rather quickly. After the grocery store, they went and bought some sets of clothes and accessories, and brought everything back to the apartment. Before they went to the park, Naruto said, "Mom, there is something you need to know." Kushina asked, "What is it, son?" Naruto focused his chakra, and the next thing Kushina knew, her son had summoned the Kyuubi, causing her to shout, "You!" Naruto calmly replied, "Mom, wait. Listen to him, he wants to apologize." Kushina replied quietly, "Very well." Even though her eyes blazed with anger. The Kyuubi replied sadly, "I have caused you and your son a great deal of suffering because of my own foolishness, and I know that no amount of apologies can erase that. But all I ask is that you hear me out, Lady Uzumaki." The fox went on to explain how guilty he was feeling about it, and how he vowed to protect young Naruto as a way to atone for his mistakes. Naruto also told the story about why the fox was sealed in him and why he attacked the Leaf Village. As Kushina listened, she was becoming more and more doubtful about her feelings on the situation. She knew the fox's story wasn't true. She also knew what really happened that night and that the fox hadn't told Naruto the truth behind what really happened. But she could tell that was because Naruto wasn't old enough or strong enough to handle the real truth and decided to play along. The Kyuubi's last words before vanishing were, "I can see I'll have to work hard to earn your trust, but I swear to you that no harm will befall your son under my protection on the battlefield. And we will find the one responsible for your husband's death. Whether you decide to trust me or not is a choice I leave to you. Farewell." And with that, the fox disappeared into Naruto, who said, "Well, Mom." Kushina sighed and spoke, "At this point, Naruto, I'm really conflicted. I'm not sure whether or not to trust the Ninetales or keep resenting him." Naruto smiled and replied, "You can think about it later, Mom. Let's go to the park and have some fun." Kushina smirked and answered, "All right, son. Let's go to the park." And with that, they packed a lunch and headed for the park. Naruto was wearing the same clothes he put on before they went shopping. Kushina was wearing black sandals, black tight pants, and a black sleeveless tank top as the two made their way to the park. Throughout the afternoon, Naruto and his mom sat at the park having a picnic and having fun family time when Naruto looked up and saw someone on the far side of the park. As Naruto looked closer, he noticed it was Hinata standing in the distance. So he said, "Mom, would you excuse me for a moment?" Kushina asked, "Why, sweetheart?" Naruto answered, "Watch this." Then he got up and ran over to Hinata and said, "Hey Hinata, what are you doing here?" Hinata blushed and replied, Hello Naruto, I was just here trying to get some air and stuff." Naruto chuckled and said, "Well, Hinata, how would you like to meet my mom? I know she'll like you." Hinata smiled and said, Sure, Naruto, I'd love to." Naruto smirked and led her back to his mom. Kushina sat on the picnic blanket watching her son. As he came back at same time, she thought, "Who is that he's bringing back?" Naruto walked up to his mom with Hinata in tow and said, "Hey Mom, this is Hinata. She's one of my friends from the academy." "Hinata, this is my mom." Hinata smiled at Kushina and replied, "My name is Hinata Hyuga. Nice to meet you." Kushina smiled at the young Hyuga heiress and answered, "Nice to meet you, Hinata. I'm Naruto's mother. My name is Kushina Uzumaki. Then Naruto asked, Mom, can she join us and get better acquainted? Hinata was about to decline when Kushina happily spoke. I see no reason why not. Sit down, Hinata. Tell me some of the adventures you had with Naruto. Hinata smiled and accepted. As the rest of the afternoon went by, Naruto, his mother, and Hinata talked about what they did at the academy, on their first mission and how Naruto helped her pass the genin exams. By the time they were done, it was close to sunset and Hinata said she had to go home. Kushina replied, We'll walk you back. Hinata said thank you and walked back with them. After dropping Hinata off at home, Kushina decided to go to Ichiraku's for dinner, which of course caused Naruto to shout with delight. When they arrived, Tucci and Ayam were stunned to see Kushina and asked, Kushina, is that you? Where have you been so long? Kushina smiled and said, I'll explain everything later. Right now I just want to have dinner with my son. So the two each ordered 2 bowls of miso ramen and happily ate dinner together for the first time. Afterwards, Kushina explained the reason for her long absence, upon which Tucci and Ayam were stunned and replied, Well, it's just great to have you back, Kushina. Kushina happily replied, It's great to be back. After that, she shook hands with them, paid them for the food and went home with Naruto. When they got back, Naruto changed into his pajamas while Kushina changed into her night robe, the same white robe she wore at the hospital. As the two went to bed, Naruto said, Mom, there's something I have to show you. Kushina asked, What is it, sweetie? Naruto released his Zanpakuto and displayed it in its full glory. Kushina was most surprised. When Naruto resealed it, Kushina asked, Naruto, what in the world is that? After giving his explanation, Kushina replied, Even though I'm sure you can handle that weapon, it's still deadly, so please be careful, Naruto. Naruto replied, Don't worry, Mom, I will. Kushina smiled and kissed her son good night and said, Good night, sweetheart. Since the apartment had of course 2 twin beds, Naruto climbed into his bed by the window. His mother climbed into the second bed, laid herself down and fell asleep within 5 minutes thinking, Someday, Naruto, we will take up the name of Namikaze, but for now the best thing to do is stay hidden. Naruto fell happily to sleep thinking how good his first family moment had been and knew there would be many more to come. Chapter 8. Clan Meeting, Confrontation, A Father's Love. It was 7 a.m. when Naruto and his mother Kushina woke up after their family time yesterday. After breakfast, Naruto checked his journal and informed his mom that the Chunin exams were 3 days away and that he and Hinata should train for it. Kushina agreed to that, saying that she intended to have a talk with Hayashi anyway. So after getting dressed, the two made their way to the Hyuga estate. 2 guards at the entrance asked what they wanted, to which Kushina replied, My name is Kushina Uzumaki. I have come seeking an audience with Hayashi regarding a very important matter. The guard nodded his head and let them through. Kushina walked up to the front door and knocked. Hinata was the first to answer it, and when she saw who was there, she blushed again and said, Kei Kushina and Naruto, what are you two doing here? Kushina smiled and asked, Hinata, is your father home? Hinata answered meekly, why yes. Kushina replied, That's good because I need to speak with him. Hinata nodded and said, All right, follow me. And with that, Hinata led them to her father's study room and knocked on the door hesitantly. When Hayashi heard the knocking, he answered, Come in. The door opened and Hinata walked in, causing her father to say in a stern voice, Hinata, this better be important for you to interrupt my studies. Hinata softly responded, It is important, father. You have a very important guest waiting to see you. Shall I bring them in? Hayashi replied calmly, Very well, send them in. Then the door opened and Kushina stepped into the room along with Naruto. Upon seeing who his guest was, Hayashi lurched up from his chair with a stunned look on his face and said, Kushina, is that you? Where have you been all these years? Kushina responded, Relax, Hayashi. I'll explain everything in a moment. Then she turned to Naruto and spoke cheerfully, Naruto, you and Hinata go outside and practice. Me and Hayashi have important grown-up matters to discuss. Naruto replied excitedly, "All right, Mom. Let's go, Hinata." And with that, Naruto went outside with Hinata, leaving Kushina and Hayashi to their discussion. After setting up a sound barrier to make sure no one heard them, Kushina went on to explain the reason for her absence, her marriage to Minato, and that Naruto was her son. After hearing that, Hayashi was shocked and asked, "How is that possible, Kushina? I mean, there are no records of your wedding with Minato Namikaze. So how can this be?" Kushina answered, "Because those records were kept under wraps, Hayashi. We married in secret because there were too many enemies at the time, meaning they could have used me to get to him if the marriage was made public, understand?" Hayashi responded, "That does make sense, but I'm still not convinced that Naruto is really your son. I must ask you to show me some proof of that." Kushina handed Hayashi a piece of paper and replied, "Read this. I think you'll be surprised." Hayashi was shocked to learn that the piece of paper in his hand was Naruto's official birth certificate confirming he was indeed the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. After getting over his shock, Hayashi replied, "So it's true. Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage and heir to the Namikaze clan. Tell me, Kushina, do you plan on revealing this to Naruto yet?" Kushina sighed and said, "It's too risky at this point. You know just as well as I do that the Namikaze clan had a lot of enemies, many of which are still out there, so I can't risk putting my son in danger right now. I will reveal when he is older." Hayashi nodded with understanding, then Kushina replied, "Having said that, I found out something you might want to know. Your daughter and my son are good friends, but after careful observation, I discovered something unexpected. My son might not know it, but Hinata harbors a deep love for my son. I have a feeling that one day those two might fall in love." Hayashi replied sadly, "Even if that were true, the clan council would never allow that. If such a thing were to happen, the elders would take whatever measures necessary to stop it, even murdering Hinata if they had to." Kushina retorted, "What is that supposed to mean, Hayashi? You're the head of the clan, so why would you allow the elders to treat your daughter so harshly?" Hayashi went on to explain that a century ago the clan was united as a single family, but over the years the prestige of the clan slowly eroded and became useless, coming to a point where the elders controlled everything and the Hyuga clan became divided and was controlled by hypocrites, resulting in his daughter being looked at as the black sheep in her family after her mother's death. By the time he finished, Hayashi was close to shedding tears. Kushina's first response was, "Well, if you knew this was happening, then why didn't you do something about it? I mean, you're Hinata's father, so why are you not protecting her like a real father? If you ask me, what you need to do is place her in the care of someone outside the clan until those the hypocrites you call a council draw their last breath, then the clan can unify once again." Hayashi angrily snapped, "Are you out of your mind, Kushina? If I did something like that without the elders' approval, they would either place the cage bird seal on her or have her killed." Kushina snapped back, "Well, that's just the point, Hayashi. As long as she remains with you, she's in danger. So it's up to you." Hayashi, on the verge of tears, asked, "Why me?" Kushina answered, "Because she has no one else to turn to. She wants a father she can look to for help. She wants a father that really does love his children. She wants a father who is devoted and willing to do anything to protect his offspring. I may have spent 12 years in a coma and only 3 days awake, but from what I've seen here, it looks like I'm in the presence of a man who disregards the life of his own daughter because of some paranoid bastards." Hayashi finally broke down into tears and said, "Kushina, you don't understand. I love my daughter. I loved her since the day she was born. I wanted to protect her, but I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to be forceful with her because her mother was the same way, gentle and reserved. I would do anything to protect her, but even I did put her in someone else's care. Who can I trust to keep her safe? I want to protect her. I want to help her, and I want her to be safe. I love her as much as any ordinary father would." Kushina spoke. "Then think of what's best for Hinata and not the elders." Hayashi spoke in a sobbing voice. "I would gladly put her in the care of someone else if I have to, but who can I trust to keep her safe until I have a chance to reunite the clan?" Kushina smiled proudly and replied happily, "I would be more than happy to do that, Hayashi." Hayashi, still sobbing, asked, Are you serious, Kushina? You would actually do that for me? Kushina replied happily. I have no problem looking after her. Besides, I think it would do her well to be around people where she won't feel under pressure. Also, spending time with my son seems to boost her confidence more and more each day. She will be safe with us, Hayashi. I promise you that. Hayashi smiled tearfully and replied, I will never forget you for this, Kushina. For the first time, I can actually do what's best for my beloved daughter. When do you think we should put this plan into action? Kushina got serious at once and replied, I think we should do it tonight because things might get suspicious very quickly. Hayashi, realizing she was right, said, I believe you're right, Kushina. We will make sure she is out of the house by midnight tonight. That way I can at least say goodbye and say I love her. I won't tell her until midnight, so keep this a secret. Kushina agreed and said, I'm off to the training grounds for a while so that I can work my skills back up. I will be back at midnight to get Hinata, so be ready. Have a nice day. Kushina got up and left, leaving Hayashi to decide on how to tell Hinata the news. At one point he looked out the window at his daughter playing and training with Naruto and thought, I'm sorry, Hinata, but soon you'll be out of this mess and in a safe place. I may not have been the father I should have, but I won't let you suffer because of the elder's hypocrisy. Niji walked in and asked what happened. After Hayashi explained everything, he was in tears again, but Niji simply said, You did the right thing, uncle. I always feared for Hinata's life, but she'll be safe with Kushina, and when she comes back I guarantee she'll be a stronger kunoichi like we have never seen. I mean, Kushina wasn't known as the Crimson Death for nothing. But inside, Niji thought, Humph, no matter what she does, she will never amount to anything. She's a failure and always will be. As Niji left, Hayashi smirked at the idea of Hinata learning under the Crimson Death. Then he went back to planning for tonight. Meanwhile, as Kushina exited the Hyuga compound, she told Naruto that she was going to the training grounds and asked Hinata to join her. Naruto replied happily, I need to go there as well, Mom, so I'll join you too. Kushina replied, Very well, my son, let's go. For the rest of the day at Training Ground 7, Naruto practiced ninjutsu, kenjutsu, and taijutsu, as well as honing his abilities with the kyubi. On the other side of the training ground, Kushina was helping Hinata to better understand the basics of taijutsu and chakra control, as well as basic ninjutsu. Hinata, under Kushina's guidance and encouragement, started to get hang of the training rather quickly. The most important aspect was that Hinata finally understood why she had such a hard time mastering the gentle fist style. Flashback. While Naruto was practicing, Kushina asked, Hinata, what was the biggest problem you had with training? Hinata answered sadly, My biggest problem is that no matter how hard I try, I can never seem to master the gentle fist style of my family. There's always something wrong. Kushina smiled and said, Could you demonstrate for me? Then I might be able to find out what your problem is. Kushina knew about the Hyuga's fighting style, having battled Hayashi before during the Chunin exams as a child, and knew exactly what to look for. After Hinata slipped into her Juken stance and gave a demonstration, Kushina noticed that the normal head-on attack of the style wasn't doing the damage it should. After a few moments of thinking, an idea came to her. She went over to Hinata, pulled out a piece of paper and said, Hinata, I think I know what's wrong. What I have here is called chakra paper. It's used to see what the person's elemental affinity is. I want you to focus your chakra on this paper. The reaction will tell us the answer. Hinata was hesitant at first but obeyed. She focused her chakra on the paper, and what happened next not only surprised but confirmed Kushina's hunch. Instead of turning to dust like Kushina expected with an earth-based affinity, the paper became soggy, meaning? So that's what it was. I knew it, exclaimed Kushina. Hinata asked worriedly, What's wrong, Kushina-sensei? Kushina smiled at that last word and answered, Hinata, what is the common affinity among the Hyuga clan? Hinata's answer was earth, causing Kushina to say, Hinata, that's why you were having so much trouble before. I expected the paper to turn to dust, which is what would happen if your affinity was earth. But as you can see, the paper is completely soggy, which means your affinity is water. Hinata was completely startled and said, But then that would mean... Her hunch was confirmed when Kushina answered, Correct, Hinata. For someone whose affinity is water, learning earth-based attacks would be impossible. But that's okay. I came prepared. Kushina pulled out a scroll, showed it to Hinata and said kindly, Hinata, believe it or not, I knew your mother. She and I were good friends, and she had the same affinity as you, so she came to me asking to help her find a solution to that problem. So we spent a few days working together until we conjured up and finalized this. This scroll that I hold in my hand, it contains an improvised version of your family's fighting style that me and your mom came up with. It's designed for people in your clan with a water affinity. I know it will be better suited for you, Hinata. Hinata joyfully took the scroll and answered with happy tears. Thank you, Kushina-sensei. I won't let you down. End flashback. After an hour of carefully studying the scroll, Hinata started practicing the improvised version of the Juken stance. Amazingly, she found it more adaptable because it required her to focus more on fluid motion instead of straightforward movement. The fluid motion allowed her to gain momentum before striking her target with stunning results. As a testament to that, Kushina attached a sensor to a tree and told Hinata to test her improvised style by striking the tree. Although it still wasn't perfected yet, the sensor calculated that the force generated by the strike was nearly 3 times the amount required to fracture a skull. Hinata was so astounded by her new breakthrough that she vowed to master this improvised version of the Juken to its fullest extent, knowing it would help her achieve her dream of ending the feud within her family. At the end of the day, when Hinata left, Kushina explained to Naruto what happened with Hayashi and that Hinata would be staying with them until her father could reunite the clan. Naruto was excited and yelled, "That's great, Mom. It means that me and her can spend all the time we want together." Kushina smirked and said, "Let's go home and have dinner, my son. We're picking Hinata up at midnight." Naruto nodded and followed his mom home. Late that night at 11 p.m., Hinata was sitting on her bed smiling as she thought about the helpful lessons she learned from Kushina. Then just as she was about to go to sleep, there was a knock at her door. When she opened it, there stood her father, who said in a sad voice, "Hinata, sweetheart, I need to talk to you." Hinata, confused as to why her father looked so sad, asked, "What is the matter, father?" Hayashi sat down with Hinata and told her what he talked to Kushina about and how he planned to remove her from the clan until it was safe for her to return. By the time he finished, Hinata was in tears. Her father looked deep into her eyes and replied sadly, "Please don't cry, honey, it's for your own good. I wasn't the father I should have been, but this way those bastards can't touch or harm you until I can bring the clan back together. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you like I should have been, but at least I have done something that will keep you safe from harm as well as make you a better warrior. Whatever hatred or resentment you have for me is completely justified. I'm not asking you to. Forgive me. I just want you to understand. Kushina will be here at midnight to take you away to a safer place. I'm so sorry, Hinata." Hinata hugged her father and said softly, "Father, first of all, I'm not angry with you. I always knew something was troubling you, but I never thought it was this deep. Second, you did the right thing because I will be safe if I'm away from this place. Third, I realize how heartbroken you are because of your mistakes, but I forgive you, father." Hayashi hugged his beloved daughter with tears of joy and said, "I love you, Hinata." Hinata responded, "I love you too, father." Then when Hayashi looked at the clock, it read 11:57 p.m. So he said, "Kushina will be here in 3 minutes. We better get you out while everyone's asleep." Hinata quickly threw on a cloak designed to hide the identities of important people and followed Hayashi downstairs to the ground floor very quietly. Then the Hyuga clan leader quietly opened the front door just as Kushina arrived dressed in her old uniform from her days as a ninja. Naruto was right behind her wearing the same clothes from his battle with Zabuza. Hayashi shook Kushina's hand and quietly said, "Don't run off until I give the all-clear signal." Kushina nodded, then picked Hinata up in her arms and hid behind a clump of trees with Naruto as she waited for the signal. Hayashi, using his own Byakugan, checked every inch of the house, making sure everyone was asleep. Afterward, he climbed to the highest room in the mansion, looked out an open window and gave Kushina the signal. Then, under cover of darkness, the group took off with Hinata in tow. And so Hayashi Hyuga watched with a heavy heart as one of his most treasured possessions. His beloved daughter disappeared into the night. Once Kushina and Naruto were out of sight, he retired to bed thinking, "Please be safe, my daughter. I love you." Meanwhile, Kushina and her son managed to sneak Hinata back to their apartment without being spotted. In preparation for Hinata, Kushina went out earlier and bought an extra dresser and a special cot that when folded out would look like an actual mattress. Hayashi secretly said he would have an ANBU officer bring Hinata's belongings over the next day. The group quietly went upstairs to the apartment and Kushina carefully unlocked the door and went inside. Once the three were inside, Naruto locked the door while his mother removed Hinata's cloak, looked into her eyes with a smile and said, "I promised your father that I would keep you safe until you can return home, and when the time comes I assure you that you will be the greatest kunoichi your clan has ever seen. I will look out for you when your father couldn't. I will keep you safe." Hinata smiled tearfully and replied, "I have no doubt that you can protect me, Kushina." Kushina happily replied, "Now that that's out of the way, let's get some sleep. You two need to get ready for the Chunin exams in 2 days." And with that, Hinata, who was still in her pajamas, watched as Naruto unfolded her cot, then went to the bathroom and changed into his pajamas. Kushina changed into her night robe and climbed into her own bed while Naruto climbed into his. Finally Hinata climbed onto her cot and soon fell asleep with a smile on her face, knowing that she would no longer have to live in fear for her life and that she was now on the road to becoming a great kunoichi. Chapter 9. Chunin Exams Part 1. After 2 days of intense training, Naruto and Hinata were ready for the Chunin exams. So Kushina kissed her son and wished him and Hinata good luck. Then she left for the training grounds to do some exercise, then meet her son at the academy. So the two friends made their way to the academy to meet up with their senseis and their teammates. Kurenai, Kakashi, and Asuma all volunteered for their teams to take part in the exams. As the rookie 9 of Konoha waited in the room for their first test, Kiba and Shikamaru walked over to Naruto and asked, "Naruto, who was that with you the other day?" Naruto answered, "What are you talking about, Kiba?" Shikamaru replied, "Don't play dumb with us, Naruto. We saw you in the shopping district the other day holding hands with a red-haired woman. Who was she?" Upon hearing that, everyone in the room turned and looked at Naruto, who smiled and replied happily, "Well, Shikamaru, that was my mother you saw me with." The reaction was unexpected as almost everyone in the room gasped. Then Sakura spoke up, "Naruto, I don't know what you're talking about. After all, your parents are dead. The third himself said so." Kakashi replied flatly, "She's right, Naruto. As far as I'm concerned, you're just pulling another prank as usual." Then a voice said, "And you're still as late as ever from what I hear, Kakashi." Kakashi and all the others turned around and came face to face with Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki, who was dressed in her old Jonin attire with her red katana at her waist. Naruto ran to her shouting, "Mom!" and hugged her, causing her to smile, saying, "I wish you the best of luck in the exams, my son. You too, Hinata." Hinata blushed and said, "Thank you, Kushina." While Naruto replied, "I'll pass the exam, Mom. Believe it." Then he turned around and said aloud, "Everyone, this is my mother, Kushina Uzumaki." Kushina smiled and waved at everyone. Then Kakashi spoke up, "After all these years, to think that we would cross paths again. I had no idea you were still alive, Kushina. Where have you been?" Kushina narrowed her eyes at him, then went on to explain to Kakashi what happened, where she had been the whole time, and how she was finally reunited with her son. Kakashi scoffed, "Humph, well, you should teach him a lesson. He never respects me as his sensei, and he's always criticizing my leadership as a jonin." Kushina stared blankly for a moment, then turned around and started thinking. At first she was going to chastise her son, but she remembered what Naruto had told her, that Kakashi was always late, that he was never on time for the missions, the fact that every time Naruto and his team tried to ask him to train them, all he did was read an orange book and ignore them, as well as the fact that all he really taught them were minor exercises. As quickly as she turned around, she unsheathed her sword and pointed it right at Kakashi with a sadistic look on her face. The reaction was considerably strong, earning shocks from everyone except Naruto, who smirked. He knew exactly what his mother intended. Kakashi was shocked as he said, "Crazy! You're crazy!" Kushina retorted, The only reason he criticized your leadership is because it was incompetent from the start. The lazy Jonin said in fear, no one, no matter what rank, Jonin or ANBU, no one threatens their fellow shinobi. The rage in Kushina's voice got more and more intense as she retorted, you show up late to every single mission with your team, causing them to not get the job done on time, resulting in a failure to perform your duty. You insult my son. You drag him into a lethal death trap without proper training or preparation. Oh, I've chosen my words carefully, Kakashi. Perhaps you should have done the same. Kakashi shouted, you are psychotic. You're mental. As Kushina lowered her sword, she got a look on her face that was like, what the hell? She looked at Kakashi, who was shaken up. Then she turned and looked at Naruto as if to say, what do you think, sweetheart? Naruto grinned sadistically and nodded. Kushina turned back to Kakashi and replied, mental? I'm his mother. Then she swung her leg up and nailed Kakashi in the abdomen, causing him to howl in pain as he fell to the ground. Everyone laughed at the sight as Kushina walked up to the whimpering Kakashi, snatched up his orange book and said with venom in her voice, I'm warning you now, Kakashi, if I hear from my son that you showed up late for a mission or neglected to properly train him just one more time, I will have you stripped of your Jonin status and your favorite book will be burned. That got Kakashi pleading, no, 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 don't do that. I'll keep it under control, I swear. After giving Kakashi his book back, Kushina grabbed him by his collar, causing him to whimper as she said, you better. Then she turned to Naruto and replied, have fun, Naruto. Naruto answered, I sure will. Then Kushina left as the exams began. Along the way, Naruto and Hinata met 3 genin from Sunagakure named Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, and learned they were in Konoha to take part in the Chunin exams. When Naruto turned away, Kurama informed him that he could sense Gaara was the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, the one-tailed raccoon, and that he was the most bloodthirsty of the Bijou, not to mention that the seal on Gaara was extremely flawed, leaving him vulnerable to Shikaku's influence. Naruto made a mental note to inform his mother about that. As the exams began, the first phase proctored by Ibiki was a test of information gathering and willpower, where there was a 10-question test where the first 9 questions had to be answered by cheating, which both Naruto and Hinata understood due to their training and careful studying, so they obtained the answers without getting caught. The final question was a do-or-die question where if one didn't answer, their whole team failed, but if one answered wrong, they would remain a genin forever. But Naruto and Hinata's teamwork paid off as they found themselves among the genin who passed the test. The second phase, proctored by Anko, was a survival test in the Forest of Death, which almost failed because of an incident with a missing nin from Konoha named Orochimaru, who appeared out of nowhere and attacked Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto fought hard, but even with Sasuke's help, Orochimaru was too strong for them. He knocked Sasuke unconscious and sent Naruto flying into a tree, leaving him bruised, bleeding, and exhausted from using too much chakra. Then Sasuke was branded with a cursed seal of heaven, to which Orochimaru said Sasuke would come to him for the power to defeat his brother Itachi. Naruto, enraged by this, attempted to fight back but was too weak. Orochimaru smirked and attempted to use the 5-element seal on Naruto, who was exhausted from the fight. Before the seal was activated, the Kyuubi spoke to Naruto and warned him about what the seal would do if it hit them. So Naruto mentally replied, I'm counting on you, buddy. Don't let it hit me. Now let's do this. Then as Naruto focused his chakra, he shouted, Arise, 9 Tails. I need your help. Insert music from Yu-Gi-Oh! The movie, when he revives the Blue Eyes Shining Dragon. Then within seconds, a 2-story tall spiritual form of the Kyuubi appeared on the battlefield and jumped in the way of the seal, shouting, I'll protect you, Naruto. Then as the seal collided with him, the Kyuubi used all his demonic power and rendered the seal useless, then lunged at Orochimaru, wounding him. As the rogue ninja retreated, he sent his 3 genin, Team Dosu, to go after Sasuke. By this time, Sasuke was still unconscious while Naruto was still awake. When Sakura arrived, she demanded to know what happened. When Naruto explained how they were ambushed, she understood and attempted to help Sasuke. Then suddenly Team Dosu appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Sakura by her hair, making her realize that Naruto was right when he said how weak she was. So she pulled out a kunai and freed herself by cutting her own hair, then vowed to fight the Oto Genin, vowing that she would no longer be dependent on her teammates. By then, Team 10 arrived on the scene and tried to resolve the situation. Team Dosu was getting the best of them, but then they recognized Niji as a Hyuga who could see right through them with his Byakugan. But before he could attack, an awakened Sasuke intervened. By then, the cursed seal on Sasuke was starting to take effect, putting him in a state of insanity where he began clobbering the team's leader in a sadistic manner. But before he went overboard, Sakura hugged him, begging him to stop, which allowed Sasuke to regain control of himself. But still exhausted from his ordeal, he could barely move. Team Dosu then replied in unison, "Enough fooling around. Once Sasuke is out of the way, we will kill the blonde kid next." Suddenly they all heard a loud, ferocious voice yelling, "Never!" Then as everyone looked on in utter shock, the mighty Kyuubi leaped out from the shadows and stood in front of Naruto ready to defend. He glared fiercely at the Oto Genin and growled, "If you take one step towards Naruto, it will be your last." Team Dosu gave up and retreated, confused as to why their sensei wanted them to kill Sasuke. Then Niji shouted, "It's the Nine Tails. We have to do something." But Sakura grabbed his hand and shouted, "Niji, wait. It's all right. He was protecting Naruto." The Kyuubi then said to Niji, "The girl speaks the truth, young man. I am Naruto's guardian, and so to atone for my mistakes in the past, I have sworn to protect the boy whose vessel I share. Anyone who dares to cause him pain and misery will suffer my wrath. So I would be very careful what comes out of your mouth next." Niji nodded with understanding and raced off with his team to tell the Hokage what happened. Meanwhile, across town, in the food and dining district of Konoha, Kushina was at a tea shop enjoying a few refreshments and having funny conversations with Kurenai when she felt a sudden chill crawl up her spine. Because of being the original jailer of the Kyuubi before her son, she felt the Ninetails' aura spike and gasped. "What's wrong, Kushina?" Kurenai asked, alarmed. Kushina answered in a state of panic, "I think my son is in trouble." Then she raced off in the direction where she sensed the aura of the Kyuubi, while Kurenai shouted, "Hurry!" Then she sat down and hoped everything was all right. As Kushina reached the forest of death, she was starting to panic as tears of dread began to roll down her eyes when she saw smoke off in the distance. Just beyond the clearing, she started yelling frantically, "Naruto, where are you? Answer me." Then behind her she heard a voice yell, "Mom!" Upon which she turned and looked, and there was Naruto resting against a tree with the Kyuubi standing over him. Almost at once, the fox called out, "Kushina! Kushina! We're over here." As Kushina caught up to them, she dropped to her knees and hugged her son while saying, "Oh my God! Are you okay? Oh, Naruto!" The fox replied, "We were ambushed and attacked by a Rouge ninja, but Naruto is fine. Aside from exhaustion, a few cuts, bruises, and chakra depletion, he's all right. But his injuries might have been even worse if it wasn't for me. We were ambushed and attacked by a rogue ninja, but Naruto is fine. Aside from exhaustion, a few cuts, bruises, and chakra depletion, he's all right. But his injuries might have been even worse if it wasn't for me." Naruto said in a tired voice, "It's true, Mom. They almost got me, but the Ninetails, he protected me." Then hugged his mother back. Kushina hugged her son tighter and replied with tears of joy, "Naruto, thank God. Oh, thank God you're okay." Then she turned her head to her left and looked up at the Kyuubi with a tearful smile, still holding her son, and said, "Thank you so much, Ninetails, for saving my little boy." Kyuubi smiled and replied, "As I said before, it's my sworn duty to protect him whatever the cost. So your gratitude isn't really necessary. But it's great knowing he's okay." Kushina shook her head and replied in the same happy and tearful voice, "You don't understand, Fox. Naruto is my only son. He's the only family I have left, and today I would have lost him if it wasn't for you. I am indebted to you for saving my little boy. From now on you have my trust." The Kyuubi smiled proudly and replied, "The only thing I want in return is for you to be there for Naruto when he needs you as a mother, because nothing hurt me more on the inside than to see him suffer the blame for my mistakes all those years ago and how disgracefully those people treated him. Plus having no one to comfort him in times of despair. You have no idea how dreadful my demonic heart ached with sadness to see the boy's pain. Knowing you were alive that night, all I could think was, finally, after 12 years of suffering, the Almighty hears the boy's cries and bestows him with a light of hope and the blessing of a family. It is a great honor to have your trust, Lady Uzumaki. I will not let you down. You have my word. Until next time, farewell." Before the fox disappeared into Naruto, the young Uzumaki said to him, "Partner, I'm tired of always calling you Fox, Ninetails, and Kyuubi, so I think it's time to give you your own name to use. And the way I see it, surely you have a name of your own, right?" The fox grinned and answered, "Actually, Naruto, I do. Kyuubi is only a title. My real name is Kurama. Be safe." Then he returned to Naruto's mind smiling. At the end of the day, Team 7 still managed to pass the test by defeating Team Oboro from Amigakure with a little help from Kabuto Yakushi, a fellow ninja from Konoha. But Naruto wasn't present at the time because realizing he was too exhausted to continue fighting, Kushina rushed him to the hospital where he was visited by the Hokage. After explaining what happened to the third, Hiruzen explained that Orochimaru was one of his former pupils, also known as the Sannin who went off the deep end some time ago, and then he said, "The fact that you survived an encounter with him is a miracle itself, and the fact that your team survived as well means that you have passed the test. The preliminaries will be held in 1 week, which gives you and your team plenty of time to get prepared. Now get some rest, Naruto." Then Hiruzen exited the room, leaving Naruto with his mother. After 2 days in the hospital, Naruto finally recovered and returned home with Kushina, who informed him that Hinata and her team had also made it to the next round of the Chunin exams. After they got home, Naruto explained to Hinata what happened with his team 2 days ago. When Naruto was finished, Hinata had tears in her eyes and replied, "Thank goodness you're all right, Naruto. When I heard you were injured, I was so scared." Naruto smiled, gave Hinata a gentle hug causing her to blush, and spoke some reassuring words. "Don't worry, Hinata. With you, my mom, and the Ninetails by my side, no one will ever take me down. Believe it." Hinata smiled with tears of joy and returned the hug. Kushina watched from across the room smiling and thought, "Ah, how sweet. I have no doubt those two will fall in love one day. I just hope my son isn't as dense as his father was." That night as the group went to bed, Naruto and Hinata were determined not to let anything stop them from becoming Chunin and decided to spend the week training and preparing for the next stage of the exams. Kushina fell asleep with a smile on her face, knowing the Kyuubi was serious about protecting Naruto. The last thing she thought was, "Any doubt I had about the Ninetails is gone now because I know that with him, my son is in good hands when he goes into battle. I know that Fox will protect my son no matter what." And with that, she fell asleep looking forward to the next day. Chapter 10, Chunin Exams Part 2. 1 week after the incident with Orochimaru, Naruto had fully recovered and returned to next phase of the exams. 7 teams had managed to pass, which was twice than expected. To cut down the prevailing genin from the second exam, a preliminary round was staged before the third and final stage of the exams. Originally, there were 21 combatants, but after Kabuto withdrew, only 20 remained and were to be matched up with each other in a fight that would last until someone gave up or could no longer fight. The proctor of the third exam, Hayate Gecko, reserved the right to step in and stop the fight when he felt there was a clear winner. At first, Sakura attempted to explain about the cursed seal that Sasuke had been branded with by Orochimaru, but Sasuke told her to mind her own business. Naruto tried to explain as well, but Sasuke stopped him by saying that he was someone he wanted to fight. Naruto would later return the sentiment. Round 1. Sasuke versus Yoroi. Before fight started, Kakashi warned Sasuke that if the seal got out of control, then he would have to stop the fight. This prevented Sasuke from using any techniques because the seal was powered by chakra flow. As the fight began, Yoroi stole Sasuke's chakra with his chakra absorption. The fight seemed hopeless for Sasuke until he heard Naruto's taunts. Next to him was Rock Lee, which gave Sasuke an idea. Using the lion combo, a partial copy of Lee's front lotus which Sasuke captured with his Sharingan, he knocked Yoroi unconscious, allowing Sasuke to advance to the next round. After the fight, Kakashi took Sasuke away to seal the cursed seal. Round 2. Shino vs. Zaku. As the fight began, Zaku apparently had only one usable arm, saying he could win regardless. Elsewhere, the cursed seal was being sealed by Kakashi, but Orochimaru showed up for Sasuke, asserting that all the genin at his command were disposable. As Kakashi readied his lightning cutter, Shino ordered a multitude of insects to attack Zaku from behind, leaving the one-armed Zaku unable to defend himself with his unidirectional technique. By the time Zaku revealed he could use both arms, it was too late. Shino's bugs blocked the tubes in Zaku's arms, causing a buildup of chakra that resulted in both his arms exploding, thus ending the fight. Then, as Orochimaru left, he said Sasuke would be his someday. Round 3. Kankuro vs. Misumi. Misumi quickly used his soft physique modification to restrain Kankuro and threatened to snap his neck, until it was revealed the Kankuro that Misumi was fighting was a puppet. The real Kakuro was disguised using the puppet technique. He used the puppet crow to crush Misumi's bones, defeating him. Round 4. Sakura vs. Ino. Being rivals, this match was actually quite meaningful. The fight dragged on for a very long time as the two seemed to be on par with each other, until Ino tried using possession to force Sakura to forfeit. But Sakura's will expelled Ino from her mind. Exhausted and out of chakra, they both went for a final attack, hitting each other at the same time, which rendered them both unconscious. Hayate then said neither of them would move to the next round. Round 5. Temari vs. Tenten. This fight was over rather quickly as all the projectile weapons used by Tenten were completely countered by the wind release techniques used by Temari. Rock Lee jumped in to avenge Temari's treatment of Tenten, but Might Guy stopped what would have turned into a fight. Round 6. Shikamaru vs. Kin. In this fight, Shikamaru knew he was at a disadvantage since Kin had seen his shadow imitation technique in the Forest of Death without showing her own fighting style. Kin started by dodging the technique and throwing Senbon with and without bells, using strings to ring the bells in various positions to confuse Shikamaru and attack him from behind. But then Shikamaru started matching her shadow with his. With their techniques matched, each drew a shuriken and flung it at each other. Shikamaru managed to successfully dodge, but Kin, having previously retreated, banged her head against the wall and knocked herself unconscious, which was the true goal of Shikamaru's battle plan. Shikamaru emerged as the winner. Round 7. Naruto vs. Kiba. The fight went poorly for Naruto at first when Kiba's dog, Akamaru, joined the fight and turned into Kiba using the human beast clone technique. Naruto made a comeback by transforming in a layered fashion in Akamaru, then into Kiba, causing the two to collide with each other. Then Kiba started throwing a barrage of punches to prevent Naruto from striking back. But using the power of sight, smell, and hearing granted by his partner the Kyuubi, Naruto predicted the attacks and flipped overhead, striking Kiba in the shoulder. Then defeated him by using shadow clones to perform a new technique, the Naruto Uzumaki combo. After that, Naruto emerged victorious. Round 8. Hinata vs. Neji. At first, Neji assaulted Hinata psychologically, using her own fears to convince her she had no chance. But, encouraged by Naruto's words and Kushina's teaching, she remained calm and focused, determined not to quit. They both fought using the Gentle Fist style and Byakugan. For a while, they seemed to be equally matched until Neji stopped the flow of chakra in Hinata's arms, preventing her from using Gentle Fist. Hinata kept on fighting until the exam proctor intervened, stopping Neji from killing her. As Hinata turned to leave, she heard a voice yell, "Hinata, wait!" She turned around and saw Naruto running up to her. Once he caught up to her, Naruto replied, "Don't feel bad, Hinata. That was awesome. It seems my mother's training is actually becoming a benefit for you because you were calm the entire time." Hinata replied sadly, "But Naruto, I lost." Naruto put his hand on her shoulder and said proudly, "Hinata, just because you lost one battle doesn't mean it's the end of it. In fact, you've shown me that you have a warrior's heart. You fought to very end without giving up. There is no shame in that. In fact, I would have done the same thing. Because that's my ninja way. I have every confidence that with time and training you will succeed next time. Believe it." Then he gave her a small hug, causing her to blush. Hinata returned the embrace and said, "Thank you, Naruto." Naruto then promised her he would exact revenge on Neji. As Hinata left, Kushina decided to take her to the training grounds for a little while, then go home. Round 9. Lee vs. Gaara. At first, none of Lee's taijutsu attacks could penetrate or circumvent Gaara's shield of sand technique until Lee removed the weights on his legs. The speed was such that Gaara couldn't follow the movements and was hit the first time in his life. Lee then tried his front lotus on Gaara, but was shocked to see only a sand clone. Then he opened the 5 chakra gates, which not only increased his strength but left him severely injured. Lee also tried to beat Gaara with his reverse lotus. However, Gaara used sand to break his fall, then used his sand-binding coffin to crush Lee's left arm and leg. Might Guy intervened and regretted teaching Lee about the 5 gates after learning from the medics that Lee could no longer be a ninja because of his injuries. Gaara won the match. Round 10. Choji vs. Dosu. Choji at first wanted to forfeit, but was reluctant to fight after being promised food by his sensei Asuma if he won. Choji entered the battle with prior knowledge of Dosu's sound-based attacks and quickly used Human Bullet Tank to plug his ears from the Odo ninja's attacks. However, Dosu overcame this by transmitting his sound through the water in Choji's body, thus defeating him. Dosu was declared the winner. After the preliminaries were done, Hiruzen announced that the finals would be held in 1 month so the remaining combatants could prepare. As Naruto left the arena, it was close to sunset and starting to rain. While he walked back to his apartment, eager to tell his mom the news, he bumped into Sakura, who yelled, "Quit it, you clumsy idiot!" Naruto retorted, "It was an accident, Sakura. Geez, you always have to make a big deal out of everything. Why can't you have a good goal like me who wants to become Hokage someday?" What Sakura did next was one of her biggest mistakes ever that would almost end her career as a ninja. She glared at Naruto and said, "Naruto, ever since your mother showed up you've been acting like everything is going your way. Well, the way I see it, she's probably just faking her love for you. If everyone else says you're a demon, then it must be true. Because as far as I'm concerned, the only reason she went into a coma was to avoid looking at your demonic face. It's only a matter of time before she quits acting like she loves you and abandons you and leaves you alone like everyone else. Because that's why you are here, Naruto. Your only purpose in life is to suffer and be an outlet for people's anger because you are just a worthless piece of trash who is loved by no one except a demon who is held within you. You will never become anything in this life, Naruto. And pretty soon your so-called mother will abandon you just like everyone else. Ha ha ha." Naruto felt tears of pain forming in his eyes as he thought, No, that's not true." The fox yelled, "Don't listen to her, Naruto." Naruto shouted in fury, "Sakura, you're the demon here. You selfish, heartless bitch. Don't you ever talk about my mother like that again. Otherwise I will break your damn neck. I hate you." The rage in his voice scared Sakura as her eyes widened. Then she screamed as Naruto walked up and slugged her in the face. Refusing to give in to hate, Naruto ran home. When he got there, he sat down on the bed and cried his eyes out. 45 minutes later, when Kushina returned home along with Hinata, she saw Naruto looking very depressed and asked, "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Naruto answered, "Mom, do you really love me? Kushina was confused and answered, "Of course I do, Naruto." Naruto then asked, "Would you ever abandon me and cast me out like trash, saying your love for me was a trick?" Kushina was starting to worry and said, "Naruto, I would never abandon you like that. I love you with all my heart and soul. Why are you asking me this?" Hinata was also worried and asked, "Naruto, what happened?" Naruto broke down and told them everything Sakura said. After hearing this, Hinata was angry. Kushina was furious and vowed to teach her a lesson about what happens when you make someone doubt their mother's love. She looked deep into Naruto's eyes and said, "Naruto, don't you ever listen to that stuff again. I am your true mother. I have absolutely no regrets about that. I don't care what you have sealed within or how you are because you are my son and I love you. I would do anything to protect you. Now, how do you feel about me?" Naruto stood up, walked over to a desk where he had a small radio, picked up a disc, put it in the player and replied, "Mom, I used to listen to this song all the time wishing I had a family. Now this song will show how much I cherish having you back in my life." Then he hit play, a small tune sounded, then the lyrics began. Song: "Always There" from Lady and the Tramp 2. Always there to warm you in the winter. Always there with shelter from the rain. Always there to catch you when you're falling. Always there to stand you up again. Family. By your side in seconds if you ask it. Arms out wide to welcome you to stay. Near enough to listen to your heart song. Always there to help you on your way. Family, family, family. What is a family? Caring and devoted hearts. With endless love to share. Love that will follow you everywhere. Always there to welcome you in winter. What is a family? Arms out wide to welcome you to stay. Right by your side. Near enough to listen to your heart song. Always there to help you on your way, family. Always there, family, family, family. End of song. Then the song ended. By then, Naruto was crying terribly while Kushina held him in a soothing embrace. Afterward, Naruto said, "All my life, I have been treated like an outcast, never being wanted or loved by anyone. After 12 years, I finally learned my mother is alive and I finally have a family. Something that everyone else here takes for granted. But for me, the gift of having a mom in my life is a gift that I embrace and cherish with all my heart and soul because it's something that I never had until now. I have no doubts about you anymore, Mom, and I love you as well." Naruto hugged his mother tighter and started crying with tears of joy. Kushina smiled, hugged her son and replied with a soothing voice, "It's all right, Naruto. I'm back and I won't leave or abandon you like the others. Now you stay here. I have something to take care of." Naruto smiled and said, "Okay, Mom, I'll be waiting when you get back." Then Kushina wrote a little note and went outside with Hinata, leaving Naruto alone, who started watching the television. Kushina went to Hiruzen and explained what happened. Hiruzen was furious and said, "Do what you feel is right, but don't kill Sakura." Kushina nodded and left to speak to Ino about her plan. With Sakura. At 10 p.m., Sakura opened her front door and found a note which read, "Meet me at the preliminary arena in 30 minutes. Very important subject. Ino." Sakura became concerned and headed for the arena. At the arena, it was raining very hard by the time she got there and the arena roof was old and leaky, but Sakura didn't care as she finally got there and went inside. She made her way to the main room and opened the large sliding bar door leading to main arena. Once she stepped inside, the door slammed and locked behind her. She turned around and there was Ino with a smug look her face as she said, "Nothing personal, Sakura, but I was asked for help from someone." Sakura asked, "You wrote the letter, didn't you?" Then a voice said, "No, I did." Sakura looked forward and out of the shadows emerged Kushina dressed in black sandals, black tight pants, and a black sleeveless mesh shirt. She looked extremely mad. Sakura spoke in a mocking voice, "What do you want with me?" Kushina replied. You've been dumb before, Sakura, but this time you really did it, you little brat. Sakura said defiantly. No one ever calls me that and gets away with it. Besides, I've done nothing. Kushina yelled. Shut the hell up. You made my son think I would abandon him. You will pay for this. Then she turned and called, Come on out. Out of the shadows emerged Hinata, who shouted, Sakura, you've gone too far this time. You'll pay for what you did to Naruto. Sakura laughed and said in a mocking voice, You have no chance against me, Hinata. Hinata retorted, Oh really? Then assumed her stance and said, Fight me. Sakura charged forward, flaring her chakra, but Hinata dodged and kicked her in the stomach, knocking Sakura to the ground. Sakura jumped up and charged again, but was met with a punch in the face. She started throwing a barrage of sloppy attacks, but the more disciplined Hinata dodged them all without breaking a sweat, then kicked Sakura in the face. Hinata grabbed her by the leg and slammed her into the wall. Blood was appearing on Sakura's face as Hinata growled. To think you would stoop so low as to use his mother's love against him. The mere sight of your face makes me sick. I can't believe you would do that to the boy I love. Sakura was stunned at this. Hinata continued, Yes, I have a crush on him. His mom knows it too. I intend to tell him when the time is right. Sakura screeched, You are pathetic, Hinata. Your taste in men is horrible. Naruto is worthless compared to Sasuke, who is completely perfect. Why do you even wear that jacket anyway? To hide the fact that you don't have anything there. Wham! Sakura's answer was a punch to the face. As she fell to the floor, Hinata snorted. My taste in men is obviously better than yours if you think Sasuke is perfect. Sasuke is not a god. He's not perfect. Not even Naruto is perfect. It's those flaws that make us human. The only thing Sasuke cares about is revenge. He wouldn't think twice about killing his own teammates if gave him power. Also, the reason I wear this jacket, to honor my mother's memory. Not to hide what you say I don't have, but to prove you wrong. Let me remove it for a few minutes. Hinata unzipped her jacket and threw it to the floor, revealing that underneath. She wore a tight blue sleeveless bodysuit that clung nicely to her body, giving a good display of her curves, as well as her impressive bust. Kushina knew that Hinata was very well developed for her age. Her bust was a low C-cup for now but would get larger in time. Sakura noticed that and was green with envy. Hinata continued, You see, Sakura? I have a lot more than you ever will, and they're still growing. Because of the leaky roof over the room, both girls were wet and soaked. Sakura was starting to get very tired against her more trained opponent. She stood up and charged again, but Hinata grabbed her arm and used the momentum to throw Sakura over her head and to floor with a crash. After that, Hinata was out of breath. So Kushina told her to leave and head back to their apartment, but Hinata refused, saying she wasn't leaving until Sakura was punished. Kushina told her idea on punishing Sakura, to which Hinata agreed and got ready. Then Kushina replied, You are without a doubt the most disgusting and weakest piece of shit I have ever seen. You think you're so tough when all you do is prey on my son's emotions and humiliate him. Well, this time, I'm gonna humiliate you and show how weak you really are. Hinata grabbed Sakura and dragged her like a prisoner as she screamed, Where are you taking me? Let me go. But Hinata dragged her further and further until they were close enough to where Kushina reached out and punched Sakura so hard and so swiftly that she fell to the floor. Hinata moved to the side. Kushina stood over the groaning Sakura and said in a dark voice, Get up. Sakura stood up and attempted to kick the older woman. But Kushina caught her leg and slammed her elbow down on it, causing a loud crack, which indicated that the bone was completely fractured. Sakura screamed at her leg being broken, but before she could regain her bearings, Kushina headbutted her, which knocked her to the floor with a yelp. Kushina stood over her and said in the same dark voice, Get up. Sakura painfully struggled until she was up and attempted to punch, but the blow was barely the equivalent of a light smack. Kushina responded by angrily punching the girl and slamming her knee into Sakura's face, which knocked her to the floor with a thud. Hinata just watched with a smile on her face. As Sakura braced herself against the wall, Kushina said again, "Get up." Sakura said in a terrified voice, Please stop." Kushina glared. "Not so fun when you're fighting someone who isn't afraid to dish out pain, is it?" Sakura shouted, "I didn't hit him." Kushina growled, "You degraded him." Then she punched Sakura so hard, it left a small crack in the wall due to impact. Sakura pleaded, "I'm sorry." Kushina rolled her eyes. "Well, that make everything fine then, doesn't it? You just had to use my love against him, you fucking piece of shit." As she threw Sakura across the floor. Sakura was losing strength and felt exhausted, so she got up for one more attack and moved towards Kushina, who said, "Ah yes, I was wondering what would be the first to go." Then as Sakura attempted to punch her opponent, Hinata pushed her to the ground while Kushina said, "Your spirit?" She reached down, picked Sakura up over her head and screamed, "Or your body." Then Kushina threw Sakura down and slammed her across her knee as hard as she could, striking a set of pressure points near the spine. Sakura screamed and fell to the floor with a dislocated vertebrae, an injury that would put her out of commission for days. As Ino watched, she thought, "Remind me to never get her angry." Taking this as her cue, Hinata decided to leave, which Kushina agreed and let her go. Hinata picked up her coat and headed back to Naruto's apartment. Kushina walked over, tore Sakura's headband off and shouted, "I still hope you can be a kunoichi without your headband." Then she tossed it to the floor with a clang, turned to Ino and said, "Take her to the hospital." Ino opened the door with some medics and lifted Sakura up on a stretcher and carried her away as Kushina said, "The next time you talk to my son like that, you'll get worse." He cried for like 30 minutes. He struggles day in and day out to accomplish his dreams, and you torment and ridicule him. Your back isn't broken. I just hit a few pressure points in the spine that will leave you paralyzed for just a few days. What do you have to say for yourself?" Hoping that it would finally end the beating, Sakura answered sadly, "Please forgive me, ma'am." Kushina replied, "The only way I'll forgive you is if Naruto does, because you really hurt his feelings. I'm the only family he has left. He's lived his whole life without anyone to love him. Your words were extremely cruel." Sakura said, "Tell Naruto that if he hates me, then he has every reason to. Whether he forgives me or not, I just want him to know I'm sorry." Kushina just shook her head, clearly not believing her. Then she left, bought some chicken from a nearby cafe and headed back, knowing Naruto might be worried. Naruto's apartment. When Kushina got home, she saw Naruto and Hinata watching a movie. When they heard her come in, Naruto rushed to his mother concerned and asked, "Mom, where were you? You're soaked. What happened?" Kushina smiled and said, "Don't worry, you two. I'm fine. I took care of Sakura." Naruto looked worried and asked, "You didn't kill her, did you?" Kushina laughed and replied, No, I didn't. Let's just say she won't be fighting for a while. I brought some chicken for dinner. You too hungry?" Naruto and Hinata both said in unison, "Yes." Kushina snickered and started making plates. By the time they were finished, it was 11:30 at night, so they all got in their night clothing and went to bed. At the hospital, in the darkness of her room, Sakura was deep in thought. She still had a lot of disdain for Naruto because she felt as if he was still just a troublemaker. She had thought that way for a number of years, meaning there was little chance someone could break her out of it. The only reason she said what she said back there was to stop the beating. Despite her bitchy attitude, she was smart enough to know that pulling a stunt like this again could land her in much bigger trouble. But after the beating she received at the hands of his mother, she realized that whatever dislikes that she had for the boy would have to be expressed in secret, lest she face Kushina's wrath again. Sakura laid back on her hospital bed and slept. But later that night, while she slept, Hiruzen sneaked in and placed a mind-altering seal on her. The seal was designed to block impulses of hatred when it came to personal feelings towards something. In this case, whenever Sakura encountered Naruto from now on, the hatred and disdain she felt towards him would be suppressed and kept back. The seal would only last for 3 years, but Hiruzen was certain that Sakura's hatred towards Naruto, for whatever reason, would be gone by then. Only time would tell. Hiruzen knew that what he was doing was a violation of a person's free will, but he had no other choice. If Sakura continued to act the way she was, chances were that she would end up dead before her parents did. And if there was one thing Hiruzen hated, it was parents having to bury their own children. At Naruto's apartment, Hinata spoke, "Do you think Sakura will pull something like this again?" Kushina replied, "Let's hope not." Naruto commented, "Knowing her, chances are she might do it again, but after what she got from you too, maybe she'll realize that open season on Naruto Uzumaki is over." They all laughed a little at that. Then the trio went to bed. Hinata slept happily thanks to Naruto's words of praise. Naruto slept peacefully knowing that there was no longer any doubt about his mother's love for him. Kushina fell asleep, smiling at fact that she had taught Sakura what happens when you interfere with a mother's love. With that, the group fell asleep looking forward to a fun day tomorrow. Chapter 11. Chunin Exam Finals? It was 9 a.m. the next morning after the Sakura incident. Kushina, Hinata, and Naruto had already finished breakfast and were at the training grounds exercising when an ANBU appeared and said, "Lady Uzumaki, sorry for interrupting, but the Hokage has requested your presence for a council meeting." Then left. Kushina thought, this can only mean one thing. Then she gathered Naruto and Hinata and the group made their way to the council chambers. Inside the council chambers, after telling Hinata to wait outside, Kushina went inside with Naruto to address the council. A member of the civilian council spoke, "Kushina, do you know why we have summoned you?" Kushina responded, "I'm afraid not." Although she was suspicious. A second member of the civilian council said, "We have called you here to answer for what happened last night, and why you attacked an innocent child in such a savage way." Hayashi, who was present at the council, spoke up, "That is an outrage. Kushina and myself were old friends. I know she would never attack someone without a good reason." Saratobi shouted, "Enough! Let Kushina explain." Kushina retorted, "I'm not sorry. I did what I did because she verbally assaulted and humiliated my son. And all I did was leave her incapacitated for a few days." Inoichi announced, "What exactly did Sakura do or say that upset you so much?" Naruto stepped forward and replied, "I will answer that." Then Naruto recited everything Sakura mentioned. When he was done, the clan members on the council were furious, while the civilian members just laughed. Then one said, "That is the most ridiculous excuse I've ever heard. All she was doing was telling the truth. That boy is nothing but a vicious demon. We should have killed him before you showed up, Kushina. Now I'm afraid we'll have to prosecute you for insubordination and false accusations about being his mother." Hiruzen glared. "Prosecute her for defending her son? I forbid it. And besides, you're the ones who made his life more and more miserable by turning down anyone who wanted to take him in." Kushina angrily asked, "Turning down anyone who wanted to take him in?" Sum Inuzuka, head of the Inuzuka clan, clarified, "Truth be told, Kushina, when I heard about what happened the night of the attack and that you were supposedly dead, convinced that Naruto was an orphan, I would have been honored to raise an Uzumaki myself. So I immediately threw in a request to adopt him only to be turned down because of a stupid reason." Hayashi replied, "It was the same with me. I too filed a request to adopt Naruto, which was also rejected due to a ridiculous outrage." Inoichi stated, "I was greeted with the same stupid excuse when I filed a request as well." Kurenai shouted, "I wanted to help the poor kid also, but they gave me the same useless reason." Naruto was stunned at what he was hearing and thought, "What? All these people wanted to adopt me, and their requests were turned down. What excuse could the council have to turn me down? I want to know. The Ninetales was thinking the exact same thing. Kushina asked Kurenai, Kurenai, what possible excuse did they give you to justify denying my son a home? Kurenai replied, you wouldn't believe us even if we told you. Kushina looked right at her and said, tell me. Hayashi answered, here's what they said. Kushina. Each time a request was put in to adopt Naruto, the council turned each and everyone down, saying that to allow any of us to adopt him was against the law, would dishonor Konoha, and because they would have no use for demon lovers. Can you believe that? Hiruzen was angry about this. Kushina was furious. Upon hearing this, Naruto was enraged and shouted, rise Kurama! Let's teach these fools a lesson. Then in a flash of red chakra, there was the Kyuubi standing 2 stories tall and looking very fierce. Everyone on the civilian side panicked and funneled to the back of the room while the clan members and shinobi watched in awe. Naruto locked the doors and winked at the Hokage. As the civilian council moved to the back of the room, some began shouting, demon! Quick, we have to do something. Get the boy. We must kill the demon. The Kyuubi roared, silence! Silence, all of you. Then all at once the room fell silent and the Ninetales continued. You assholes have pissed me off for the last time. You will never hurt Naruto or Kushina. Not with me around. And for the record, my name is Kurama. Then he turned to Hiruzen and said, don't think that leaves you off the hook, old man. You have been too gentle as Hokage, thus allowing the council to get away with their crimes towards Naruto. Turning back to the council, he shouted, I can no longer stand by and watch you people destroy his life with your hypocrisy and paranoia. He is not a demon. He is my vessel and the one I have sworn to protect. So anyone who dares to hurt him will suffer my wrath. The knowledge of Naruto being my vessel was supposed to be kept secret, but someone obviously leaked it. So I demand to know who. Hiruzen stepped forward and said, I'm not sure who it was, but I assure you that person will be punished accordingly to the ultimate once we find him. Then the Kushina said, I hope so, Hiruzen, for your sake. Kurama is not as forgiving as I am. Afterward, the fox explained why he attacked Konoha all those years ago and how he vowed to atone for it by protecting Naruto until they found the one responsible. As they listened, most members understood, especially the clan members, while some of the civilian side weren't entirely convinced. Then the Ninetales vanished as the civilian council said, whether that's true or not, there is no evidence of this woman being Naruto's mother. We must ask to be shown proof. Although it's clear there is no proof. The rest of the civilian council agreed, saying she was nothing but a demon lover. Hiruzen stepped forward and called, enough! It's clear that the council believes that Kushina is not the true mother of Naruto. But I'll sort this mess out. Naruto was scared about this as tears of dread started forming in his eyes. He was aware that the civilian council would try anything to make his life miserable. In his mind, the fox asked, Naruto, what's wrong? Naruto said, the council says she isn't my mom and that I'm really an orphan. I hope that's not true. The third announced, I knew this would happen, but I thought ahead and had a paternity DNA test done yesterday to prove she is Naruto's mom. The results will arrive soon. Then no one will be able to debate this anymore. Kushina showed no signs of being worried, but Hiruzen noticed that Naruto was shaking with fear. So he asked, Naruto, what's the matter? The boy answered, I'm so scared about what the test is going to show about her. I pray to God she's my mom. 5 minutes later, a doctor came in and handed the test results to Hiruzen, who said, the results have come in. It's time to settle this once and for all. Naruto was shivering with fear as Hiruzen read the report and announced, according to the test, the results have confirmed that Kushina is without a doubt Naruto's mother. No questions asked. Naruto dropped to his knees in relief. Yes, thank God. The civilian council was enraged that their plans to make Naruto's life miserable had once again been thwarted. Then, as Kushina got down on her knees and happily embraced Naruto with a smile of relief, he hugged her back as tightly as possible, crying uncontrollably with tears of joy. As the council watched, many of them couldn't help but feel emotional while observing the joyful love between mother and son. Many of them were starting to have the exact same thought. There is no greater joy than being held in the loving arms of a mother. Then the Hokage said, "In light of all this, I'm calling a vote. Everyone in favor of pressing charges, say aye." Silence. Hiruzen then said, "All in favor of dismissing charges?" Everyone said yes. Hiruzen announced, "Charges dismissed, although I would have dismissed them anyway. I have been too gentle as Hokage. Therefore, everyone who wants to press charges will hereby be relieved of their status as a council member and will serve 6 months in prison for sabotage as well as aiding and abetting." Understood. Everyone nodded. Then Hiruzen said, "Council adjourned." Once everyone was out of the room, Hiruzen walked over to Naruto, who was still crying while hugging his mom, and said calmly, "Naruto, I know at first you were scared that the council may have been right, but now you know the truth. Kushina is your true mother." Naruto, still enveloped in his mom's embrace, responded in a tearful, happy voice, "Thank God." Hiruzen smiled and said, "Now, why don't you two go home and be a happy family together?" Naruto nodded as Kushina stood up, took Naruto's hand, and replied cheerfully, "Come, my son, let's go home." Naruto nodded and left with her. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Kushina, Naruto, and Hinata stopped by the hospital to visit Sakura. They had heard that the doctors were having trouble fixing her back. Plus, Hiruzen told the group about the seal he placed on Sakura so she would stop treating Naruto like dirt. Naruto really didn't want to talk to Sakura after what happened. But he trusted Hiruzen greatly, and Kurama convinced him to at least give it a try. When they reached Sakura's room, Naruto was stunned to see her on the floor, not even able to lift herself up as well as feeling constant pain. So he walked over and said, "Sakura, stop moving. You're making it worse." Sakura heard him and replied, "Oh Naruto, the doctors aren't sure what to do. How will I ever heal?" Naruto smiled and replied, "You'll recover soon, Sakura, but first we must fix your back. And there's only one way to do it, so you're gonna have to endure some pain, I fear." Sakura said in a determined voice, "I don't care, Naruto. I trust you." Naruto stood up and said, "Mom, Hinata, is there any rope?" Hinata reached into her pocket and pulled out 20 feet of thin but sturdy nylon rope which she carried everywhere and asked, "Will this do, Naruto?" Naruto took the rope and answered, "This is perfect. Now Hinata, you and Mom roll Sakura over on her back, while I tie this rope up." Kushina walked over and, with Hinata's help, gently rolled Sakura over as Naruto tied a harness on one end of the rope and looped the other end over a pipe attached to the ceiling. When they were finished, Naruto looped the harness under Sakura's arms and shoulders and slowly pulled her up to her standing height. Sakura screamed a little as Naruto slowly pulled her up until she hung just 2 inches above the floor. Then he tied the rope to a water valve in the corner of the room. Sakura was wearing a special hospital gown that covered most of her body as well as her behind, but left her back entirely exposed, which allowed Naruto to see what he was dealing with. As he examined her back, he replied, "There's a vertebrae slightly protruding from your back, Sakura. It needs to be put back into place. You ready?" Sakura nodded that she was ready. Naruto gripped her shoulder with his left hand, reached back with his right hand flat, and said, "1, 2, 3. Then he brought his hand forward and slammed it against Sakura's back as hard as he could. With a loud crack, Sakura screamed as her vertebrae was pushed back into place and her spinal cord was realigned. Then, Naruto moved around to face Sakura and replied, "You must remain like this until you can stand." Naruto went over to the nurse Tamakan and said, "Check on her every 2 hours each day and see if she stands up. If not, leave her in the harness so all the nerve receptors and joints can reconnect." Tamakan nodded as the group left. Time skipped 2 weeks. After 2 weeks of recovery and retraining, Sakura Haruno was back on her feet and returned to active ninja duty. She thanked Naruto for helping her recover. At the same time, she expressed her happiness for Naruto that he had gotten his mother back and apologized. Then she asked Naruto if he still wanted to be friends, to which he replied, "Well, sure, we're still friends, Sakura, to the end, because that's our ninja way." Sakura nodded with a smile. Then, after a final handshake, the two ninjas went back to work. Of course, Sakura was acting under the influence of the seal Hiruzen placed on her. But only a select few people knew. Time skip. For weeks, Naruto meets Jiraiya here. It had been a full month since the preliminary matches. During the month, Naruto met Jiraiya, another Sannin, for the first time, who agreed to be his sensei. It happened after helping Sakura at the hospital. He ran into Jiraiya while he was peeping at a hot spring. Naruto threatened to expose the Sannin if he refused to train the boy. Faced with the prospect of a serious beating by multiple women, Jiraiya agreed. At first, Kushina was against it because of Jiraiya's perverted habits, but the Sannin assured her that he wouldn't expose her son to that stuff. Kushina reluctantly agreed. However, she neglected to mention to Naruto that Jiraiya was actually his godfather and was supposed to be there for him as a child. But right now, Naruto had too much to deal with. So Kushina decided to say nothing. Under Jiraiya, Naruto learned better chakra control by practicing water walking. Naruto was given the toad contract and learned how to use the summoning technique to call the giant toad, Gamabunta, to his aid. But he was so exhausted after training that Kushina carried him to the hospital. While Naruto was recovering, Kushina confronted Jiraiya about the situation and demanded to know why he was never there for Naruto when he was younger. Kushina explained how she had been in a coma for 12 and couldn't do anything to help her son. The Sannin was the boy's godfather and supposed to take care of him. Despite his best efforts, Jiraiya couldn't come up with any kind of excuse. Kushina was furious, but would deal with him later. She had to concentrate on getting herself back in shape. Also during the month, Dosu was killed by Gaara after attempting to assassinate him. Hayate was also murdered by Baki, a Sand sibling Jonin, after overhearing his conversation with Kabuto about invasion plans for Konoha. Gaara also attempted to kill Lee one day before the finals, but was stopped by Naruto and Shikamaru. Gaara then revealed his past, which made Naruto realize they both had similar histories of prejudice, before Guy stepped in and forced Gaara to leave. Also, after Hayate was murdered during the 1-month break, Genma Shiranui took his place as the proctor for the final exams. Round 1. Naruto vs. Neji. The fight between Naruto and Neji was a very dramatic one. During the fight, Neji lectured Naruto as much as he did Hinata by saying that failures always remain failures and nothing ever changes. Neji also explained about the cage bird seal and said, "You don't know what it's like to bear a mark that can never be erased." Naruto never even flinched. His reaction was, "You're wrong, Neji. I know that all too well. The mark that I bear is far greater than yours will ever be, because I bear the mark of a Jinchuriki." This declaration stunned Neji, who, like everyone else in the stadium, was surprised by Naruto's resolve. Then Naruto shouted, "Do you honestly think you've got it bad? You know nothing of pain. Did you ever think that Hinata might be suffering as much as you? It's not her fault that her father was born ahead of yours. But you resent her for it. You disrespect her even when she's trying so hard to improve herself. All she wanted was your respect. That's what she's fighting for, even though it almost killed her. And what was that all about anyway? I thought it was your destiny to serve the main house, not to beat it to a bloody pulp. After all you've said about how you can't control your own destiny, you don't really believe in it either, do you?" Neji grunted, clearly undisturbed by Naruto's words, and said, "I have blocked all 64 of your chakra points. How can you hope to beat me without the use of your chakra?" Naruto pulled out his sword and said, "You think you have me on the ropes? Well, I have a surprise for you, Neji." Naruto held his sword above his head and yelled out, "Awaken, Benihime." After that was said, an explosion of red spirit energy erupted all around the boy. Everyone in the stadium was shocked. As it faded, Naruto could be seen spinning something over his head. When he stopped the spinning and showed Benihime in her full glory, many people in the stadium were mesmerized at the sword. The look, shape, and majesty of the released Benihime literally had Ten drooling as she thought, "Oh, that is an extremely beautiful sword. I must know where he got it." Yugao Yuzuki was thinking along the same lines, except she was eager to challenge the boy to a sword match. Naruto pointed the blade at Neji and smiled. "It's too bad, Neji. I was really hoping to hold off on using this until much later in the battle. Shall we continue?" Neji just laughed. "That sword won't help you. Fate had declared me the winner today." Naruto retorted, "Shut the fuck up, you piece of shit. I have no desire to listen to your bullshit." Neji felt insulted and shouted, "You can't talk to me like that." Naruto smirked. "Really? Let's find out. Sing Benihime." As he swung the sword in a wide arc, releasing a blast of red energy that flew right at Neji. Neji tried using rotation, but the blast blew right through it and exploded, which sent Neji crashing into the wall. Everyone, even Gaara, was stunned. Mei Terumi was thinking, "Such power. I've never felt such tremendous strength before. Never." As Neji struggled to get up, he shouted, "What is the meaning of this, Naruto? My rotation should have been able to block that attack. But it blasted right through. What are you trying to pull?" Naruto looked at Neji with a calculating eye and spoke, "I don't have to explain anything to you, Neji. You should be less concerned about me and more concerned about Judgment Day. I am tired of all this fate bullshit coming from your mouth. Let's get one thing straight, Neji, you're not a fortune teller. You can't predict what the future holds. So stop acting like you can." Neji growled, "Do you honestly think you can become Hokage by trying and working hard? You are so naive. Those who became Hokage, they were chosen by destiny. Fate controls everything. Nothing can change that. So give up. Admit defeat. I'm going to crack you like an egg." Naruto grinned. "You'd like me to crack, wouldn't you, Neji? Because it's worked for you before. Winning through intimidation, not through skill." Neji grunted, "You mock my skill. My skill is what's defeating you." "Don't be so sure," replied Naruto. Neji frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Naruto chuckled. "You think you're winning, that your tactics are taking me by surprise. Nut, I saw your strategy the minute I saw what kind of guy you are." Neji glared. "You're talking nonsense." Naruto retorted casually, "I knew you would use rotation and all that destiny crap. Cowardly bullies like you always try to hide behind something." Neji yelled, "Shut up. I'm in no way a coward and I never try to hide behind anything." Naruto shrugged. "Your whole strategy is nothing but hiding and cowering." Neji seethed in rage. "You dare to call me a coward? You insignificant little bug." Then he charged at Naruto, flaring his gentle fist as he shouted, "Nobody talks to me that way. I am Neji, the Hyuga prodigy." Everyone, even Kushina, waited in anticipation to see what would happen. Neji's blind rage was exactly what Naruto was counting on. He knew Neji was easy to anger because of his pride. Once Neji was pissed, Naruto could use that to his advantage. Which is what he did by waiting for Neji to get close enough, allowing Naruto to use a second attack from Benihime to blast his opponent into the wall again. "Are you finished? Or are you going to continue to hide behind your bluster embattlements like a big coward?" taunted Naruto. Neji was growling in anger despite his wounds and a few broken bones. Naruto said smugly, "The truth hurts, doesn't it, Neji? Facing up to your true self is usually more than bullies like you can bear. So you hide in the shadows." Neji shouted, "You little brat. You will taunt me no longer." Then he hurled a barrage of kunai at the boy. A lot of people, even Kushina, was worried. Naruto just smiled and said quietly, "Freeze Benihime." After that, the ground lit up with red spirit energy. When the light faded, all the kunai were littering the ground and Naruto was standing behind a red hexagon-like shield in front of him. Everyone was wondering what technique he was using. Naruto spoke. "Phew. Good thing I protected myself with my blood mist shield. Without it, I probably would have lost an eye just now." He looked at his right arm, saw a rip in the sleeve of his sweater and said, "That wasn't very nice. I do believe you've killed my sweater." Then he disappeared and reappeared 2 feet from Niji. The Hyuga boy didn't even have time to react as Naruto bashed him underneath his lower jaw with the pommel of his sword. Niji fell to the ground, unable to move. Naruto turned to his left and called out, "If you wish to pay him back, the time is now." Out of the shadows, Hinata walked up with an angry face, grabbed and yanked Niji up by his shirt, then proceeded to punch him in the face 4 times before shouting, "Don't you ever treat me like that again, Niji. What happened to your father was not my fault. If it happens again, I will personally make sure you are crippled for 5 weeks straight. In other words, your career is on the line. Need I say more?" Then she walked away, leaving Niji with a stunned look. After reprimanding Niji for his arrogance, Naruto snapped, "So don't come whining to me about this destiny stuff, and stop trying to tell me you can't change what you are." In the process, he also changed Niji's outlook on life and made him realize destiny could be changed. After that, the two became great friends ever since. As Naruto walked up the stands, Ino looked at Naruto with a disgusted look and said, "You used a sword against an unarmed opponent. You're not a real ninja." Naruto punched her in the face, grabbed her by the collar of her vest and growled, "Don't you dare tell me about being a real ninja. A ninja does not fight fair. We use anything and everything to gain an advantage over our enemies. If you read the manual more often instead of covering your face in makeup all the time, you'd know that." Tenten walked up with a hungry gleam on her face and asked, "Naruto, please indulge me here. What kind of sword is that and where did you get it?" Naruto whispered, "Not here. Too many people are listening. I'll tell you in a more isolated spot. Follow me." To which Tenten nodded. Then they walked away. Once they were alone, Naruto spoke seriously, "Tenten, what you are about to hear, you must never reveal to anyone. Do you understand?" Tenten nodded, still excited to learn about the weapon, but she knew it was a serious matter as well. Naruto held up the sword and began his tale of how the sword came to be in his possession and what it was capable of doing. By the time he was finished, Tenten was totally surprised. When she finally found her voice, she replied, "That is the one of greatest stories I've ever heard. I'll keep this secret." Naruto nodded. Round 2. Shino versus Kankuro. The fight ended by default because Kankuro forfeited to keep his techniques a secret. Round 3. Temari versus Shikamaru. Both combatants were excellent strategists, but Shikamaru was better. Throughout the battle, it seemed like he was using pointless attacks. But he was actually 5 steps ahead and was able to corner Temari and attack from behind using the tunnel from Naruto's battle with Niji to extend his shadow technique. This took control of Temari's body, forcing her to imitate all of Shikamaru's moves. Although he could have won, he quit saying he was low on chakra, but his real reason was seen by some people as being lazy and saw no point in winning. He also didn't want to hurt a girl. Before the next match, Kushina, who was watching from the stands with Hinata, suddenly felt uneasy as if something was wrong. All those years as a ninja taught her to trust her instincts, so she took Hinata and left the stands. She found Naruto resting near the main entrance and said, "Naruto, we need to leave this place at once." Naruto was confused and asked, "What's wrong, Mom?" Kushina answered, "Trust me, I've got a terrible feeling. Follow me." Then, without a moment's hesitation, Naruto hurried after her. Round 4. Sasuke vs. Gaara. Sasuke arrived just in time for the match. He demonstrated that his speed had vastly increased to where the sand-guarding Gaara could not keep up. Sasuke also demonstrated Chidori, a technique he had learned from Kakashi to injure Gaara. Before the match could finish, however, a smoke bomb went off in the Kage's box. Kabuto, who was really working with Orochimaru, used the Genjutsu to put almost everyone in the crowd to sleep. Little did Kabuto realize that his plans were about to be thwarted by a group of people who had managed to escape detection. Thus began the invasion of Konoha. Unmake. Neji had finished off Naruto's shadow clones. He turned towards the real Naruto and snickered. "Your shadow clones were useless against me, so why don't you give up and admit defeat?" Naruto just laughed and said, "My clones were just a distraction to drain you of chakra, thereby leaving you vulnerable to my next attack." Neji was worried. He felt drained of chakra. Naruto painted the lines on his arms, scribbled the kanji on his right hand, did the hand signs and shouted, "Summoning Jutsu!" A huge explosion erupted from the ground, causing everyone to brace themselves. As the shock waves settled down, everyone, even Kushina, was anxious to see what her son had summoned. But as the smoke cleared, what they saw terrified them. Standing behind Naruto was a creature they had never seen before. It was 60 feet long from head to tail with reptilian skin, a massive 6-foot sail on its back. Its skull was 8 feet long with a massive crocodile-like snout with teeth the size of butcher knives, standing upright on its powerful hind legs. The creature was a massive 3 stories tall. And lastly, it had a pair of 6 feet long forearms with 3 powerful claws on each hand. Neji was terrified as he screamed, "What is that thing?" The creature stared at Neji for a moment. Then it roared in fury, an incredible, bellowing, air-shaking roar. Everyone in stadium was literally scared. Naruto laughed and said, well, Neji. Let's see how the Hyuga prodigy matches up against the mighty Spinosaurus. Attack!" Chapter 12. Konoha Invasion. The viewers in the stadium watched in horror as the smoke filled the room until they fell asleep. A few people who managed to outsmart the Genjutsu were Sakura, Gaara, Sasuke, and Kurenai as Orochimaru barged in the stadium and engaged Sarutobi in battle where no one could interfere. Meanwhile, as Naruto's group escaped the stadium, they looked on in horror as enemy ninja began bursting through the walls, and all available Konoha shinobi engaged them in battle. They raced back to the apartment as quickly as possible. Once inside, Kushina warned Hinata to stay put and told Naruto to go help his friends. So Naruto went to a drawer, pulled out his Zanpakuto, strapped it to his waist, and put on his sweater. Kushina put on her old Jonin uniform, picked up her own sword, strapped it to her back, attached her kunai holster to her leg, fastened her shuriken pouch to her belt, then threw on her special ninja sandals, same as Naruto's with foot coverings, and was ready for battle. Before she left, she said to Naruto, "Naruto, be very careful. We have no idea what to expect." Naruto replied, "Don't worry, Mom. Please be careful. I don't want to lose you." Kushina smiled and answered, "I'll be all right, sweetheart. Remember, I wasn't called the Crimson Death for nothing." After hearing that, Naruto nodded with a smile. Then after one final hug, the two headed to battle. Meanwhile, at the stadium, as the battle between Orochimaru and Hiruzen raged on, Kurenai and Sakura dispelled the Genjutsu and evacuated the stadium. Suddenly, Gaara and his siblings took off running with Sasuke in hot pursuit. Kakashi ordered Sakura to gather a team and go after Sasuke. At the same time, 120 Odo and Sunanin broke through Konoha's outer defenses and began attacking. Fighting on the front lines, Kushina stabbed an enemy in the gut, then cut down another with a slash to the head. At the same time, Naruto was desperately heading after Gaara and the others, hoping he wasn't too late. When Sasuke finally caught up with Gaara, he resumed their fight from earlier. Gaara lunged at Sasuke, who back-flipped out of the way and struck back with a whirlwind kick to Gaara's face. Gaara, infuriated by that, delivered a vicious uppercut to Sasuke's abdominal, causing him to cough up a little blood. Sasuke recovered and continued to fight, eventually driving Gaara mad enough to utilize his one-tail powers as he transformed halfway into Shikaku. After the transformation, Sasuke used his last Chidori attacks, which had no effect on Gaara, who beat Sasuke within an inch of his life, causing him to lose consciousness. Then Gaara closed in to finish him. But by then, after a brief encounter with Gaara's siblings, Sakura and Naruto arrived. The sight of Sasuke's friends coming to his aid forced Gaara to relive his painful childhood as he pinned Sakura to a tree with his sand power. Intrigued by Naruto's victory over Neji, Gaara forced Naruto to fight by threatening to crush Sakura. Even though Naruto was terrified, he ran into battle. Although Gaara seemed to have the upper hand, Naruto attacked the lower base of the tail using his rendition of 1,000 Years of Death to bypass Gaara's defenses. Then Naruto did his hand signs and shouted, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." After taking a beating from Naruto's shadow clones, Gaara became enraged and allowed Shikaku to take full control of his body. Thus the full form of Shikaku emerged. Naruto mentally replied to his nine-tailed partner Kurama, "Okay, buddy, here is the plan. While I free the hostages, you hold him off until I can join you." Kurama answered, "Understood, Naruto. Be careful." Naruto then shouted, "Arise, Nine Tails." Then the Kyuubi emerged and charged in, shouting, "Shikaku, stop this." Shikaku was stunned to see the mighty Nine Tails on the battlefield, then growled, "Once you're out of the way, I'll deal with your host and his little friends." Kurama roared ferociously, "I will not allow that." Then he and Shikaku began their fierce battle. With Gaara distracted by Kurama, Naruto quickly leaped to the side and with a swing of his sword, cut Sakura free. Then he grabbed Sasuke and pulled his friends to safety, after which he summoned Gambunta and told him to carry his friends to safety, which the giant toad obliged. Then Naruto went back to deal with Gaara. With Hiruzen, when the invasion began, Hiruzen was taken by the Kazekage, who revealed himself as Orochimaru and forced the old man to battle him. The third's former student infiltrated the village and planned Konoha's destruction, just so he could kill Hiruzen and kidnap Sasuke Uchiha. Soon after the battle began, Orochimaru reincarnated Hashimaru and Tobirama so that Hiruzen could feel the enjoyment of fighting his former masters. Hiruzen quickly resolved to kill his masters and used a very powerful fire technique that was easily countered by one of Tobirama's walls of water that was then turned into an attack that was stopped by Hiruzen's own earth wall. Hiruzen was then, however, caught by Hashirama's wood release. Even after summoning Enma to free himself from it, Hiruzen, in his old age, was unable to defeat the two Hokage, as any damage he did simply regenerated. He was further inhibited by his desire not to hurt either. Hiruzen's fight was also impeded by Orochimaru's presence, horrified at seeing just how monstrous his former student had become through mastering living corpse reanimation and his intentions to use it on Sasuke. Left with no other choice, Hiruzen created two shadow clones while executing Dead Demon Consuming Seal on his former masters to stop them. As he bid a heartfelt farewell to his teachers, he turned his attention to Orochimaru and revealed the technique's double edge, as he must sacrifice both his soul and those of his predecessors to the Shinigami. Intending to have Orochimaru join them in the Spectre's stomach while throwing aside his former pupil's Kusanagi, Hiruzen attempted to seal Orochimaru's soul as well. Realizing it as he starts to see the Shinigami, Orochimaru called his Kusanagi to him, stabbing Hiruzen in the back. Despite the fatal injury, Hiruzen continued trying to remove Orochimaru's soul, as his death would come one way or the other. With Kushina fighting on the front lines with the invading Nin, the shinobi of Konoha were starting to get the upper hand thanks to Kushina, as she dodged an attack, then stabbed her enemy in the throat. The back flipped away from another strike and slashed another enemy across the chest, killing him instantly. A moment later, she heard a voice yell, "Who started the party without me?" She turned and there was Kurenai. Kurenai had her spear out as the two closed together in a back-to-back cover formation. Kushina's first response was a smirk. Then she replied, "You call this a party?" Kurenai laughed and asked, "You're not having any fun?" Then the two women continued to fight back to back as the battle continued. Kushina backflipped to avoid another attack. used her chakra chains to subdue 20 enemy ninjas, then ran through them one after another, slicing through their heads and chest with her katana. Kurenai found herself surrounded by 10 enemy ninjas, but thanks to the length of her Yari spear, she was able to keep them at a distance and still stab them in the gut, face, chest, and throat. With Naruto. As the battle between Naruto and Gaara raged on, Kurama managed to subdue Shikaku enough to where Naruto was able to wake Gaara up. After that, Gaara used his sand to trap Naruto. Temporarily using a little of the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto broke free and shouted, "I've had enough of you!" Naruto raised his sword and used the flat side of the blade to bash Gaara over the head. The sudden blow caused Shikaku to crumble. As the two boys fell to the ground, Sakura and Sasuke finally regained consciousness. Exhausted from fighting, Gaara ran towards Naruto ready for the final blow, but Naruto had an idea. In the month leading up to the invasion, Naruto began studying the nature of seals under his mother's guidance. Kushina happened to know quite a lot about seals, especially the kind used to suppress Bijou thanks to Minato teaching her when they were young. After learning about Shikaku from Naruto thanks to Kurama, Kushina secretly taught Naruto the five-prong sealing technique, saying it would come in handy later. That was when Naruto thought, maybe if I use that sealing technique, it will silence Shikaku. Using his mental link to Kurama, Naruto spoke of his plan and asked for the Nine Tails to lend him a little extra chakra, to which Kurama replied, "You got it, Naruto. If you do that, it should reinforce the seal enough to suppress the One Tail's influence." After a quick chakra transfer from Kurama, Naruto ran at Gaara, leaped up and shouted, "Five-pronged sealing?" Then thrust his hand forward right into Gaara's stomach, resulting in a huge burst of chakra as the One Tails was finally contained. When the light faded, there was Gaara frozen with his eyes and mouth wide open, his hand clutching his chest as he thought, "What happened? I feel as if I'm free and tired. What did he do?" Outside, Gaara was feeling more and more exhausted from that burst of energy, as if sleep was calling to him. Before he passed out, he heard Naruto say, "Relax, Gaara. You're free. I've reinforced the seal. Shikaku is trapped. Sleep well, Gaara. You deserve it." As he passed out, all Gaara could think was, "Naruto, you freed me. I can't believe it." And so for the first time in years, he fell asleep without the fear of Shikaku taking over. Kankuro and Temari were concerned about Gaara and came into the clearing and, to their horror, found him on the ground snoring softly. Kankuro gasped and said, "Oh no, if he's asleep then." Temari finished with a panic. "That means the One Tails is gonna possess him." Naruto said out loud, "Don't worry, I put a stop to that by reinforcing the seal. The tailed beast inside of him is trapped. The only way it'll get out is if Gaara allows it." Temari and Kankuro stood there in shock for a moment before breathing a sigh of relief and thanking Naruto for setting their brother free. After Gaara awoke, Naruto explained to him that they were the same, both having been shunned their entire lives because their status as Jinchurikis. But Naruto also explained that his strength came his desire to protect the ones he loves. His words reached Gaara, causing him to have a change of heart. Then he retreated with Kankuro and Temari after openly apologizing to them. Before they left, Gaara replied, "Naruto, thanks to you, the darkness has finally stopped. You set me free. I thank you." Naruto simply waved goodbye with a smile on his face as the group left. As Sasuke and Sakura made their way to the battle scene, Sakura thanked Sasuke for saving her, but Sasuke told her it was Naruto who saved her, which surprised Sakura much to Sasuke's dismay. As the two entered the clearing, there was no sign of Gaara. They saw Naruto and the Kyuubi on the far side of the clearing, with Naruto looking extremely tired. Sasuke then asked, "What happened to Gaara?" Naruto answered, "It's fine, Sasuke. I beat him." He retreated with his siblings. Sakura sighed and replied, "Thanks for saving me back there, Naruto." Naruto said, "Don't mention it, Sakura." Then he lost consciousness. But before he hit the ground, Kurama caught him and said, He's unconscious. I'll get him to the hospital. Here, get him on my back quickly. Sasuke and Sakura lifted Naruto up and put him on Kurama's back. The Kyuubi stood up very slowly to avoid dropping Naruto, then replied, "It's okay, little buddy. I got you." Then he carried him to the hospital with his friends following close behind. With Hiruzen, after an hour of struggling, Hiruzen came to accept that his old age had left him too weak to completely seal Orochimaru away. Seeing that removing Orochimaru's soul was impossible, yet his desire to redeem himself for allowing his former students escape, Hiruzen decided instead to have the Shinigami take Orochimaru's arms to rob him of using ninjutsu as punishment for his obsession for power. As Orochimaru began to curse his former master for the act, Hiruzen bid his former student farewell as collapsed with the hope they would meet again. Seeing Orochimaru as the boy he once was, Hiruzen died with a smile on his face, knowing he saved Konoha and its next generation that would come. Then Orochimaru fled and ordered retreat to his army. With Kushina watched as the enemy began to pull back and retreat. Then once they were gone, there was a huge roar of victory as they knew Konoha was safe. Then she yelled at the others to make sure the civilians were all right. As the shinobi took off, Kushina sheathed her sword and went to find Naruto and Hinata. At the apartment, she saw that Hinata was safe and sound and told her the enemy was gone and she would return soon. Hinata nodded as Kushina left. As she walked down the streets of the battle scene, she heard a voice yell, "Kushina!" She turned around and saw the Ninetales as well as Sakura and Sasuke running towards her. When they caught up to her, she shouted, "Where's my son? Is he all right?" Kurama lowered Naruto to the ground and replied, "It's all right. He beat Gaara and sent him fleeing with the rest. He's unconscious, but he's okay. Get him to the hospital fast." Kushina picked up Naruto and rushed him to the hospital. When she arrived, the first nurse she saw responded without her having to say anything. The moment the nurse saw Kushina holding her unconscious son, she responded, "Don't worry, Kushina. He's in good hands." As she took Naruto with a smile, put him on a stretcher and rolled him to the critical ward with her team. When the nurse returned, she told Kushina that Naruto's injuries were not life-threatening or really serious, but it would take a full week for him to recover from his ordeal, then took Kushina to his room. What she saw filled her with sadness. Naruto was laid out on a hospital bed with N4 in both his arms, pumping medicine and nutrients into him, as well as a breath mask over his face to help him breathe. But she knew her son was in good hands because she recognized the nurse as an old friend of hers from years ago named Tamakan Shinodo. Back when Kushina was an active ninja, every time she was injured, it was Tamakan who took care of her, and over time both of them became best friends. After Kushina fell into a coma, Tamakan was deeply saddened about it but vowed to help her best friend's son in any way she could. So each time Naruto was in the hospital, Tamakan and her team of doctors took care of him like they did Kushina. Tamakan said, "Kushina, I have to say that even though I was the one who cared for Naruto when he was injured, all those times I took care of your son, my thoughts kept drifting to you laying in a coma in that dimly lit room in the coma patient ward as I thought, oh Kushina, if only you could be here by your son's side to show him your love. It was so heartbreaking for me to see him suffer without someone to comfort him, but I couldn't say anything because it could have been disastrous." Kushina smiled and replied, "I'm sorry I couldn't be there, Tamakan, but the fact that you took care of my little boy all this time makes me happy, because even though I was a Jinchuriki before him, you were the only nurse who saw the real me and helped me out, and that's why we became friends." The two women smiled and shook hands. Then Tamakan left the room. The invading shinobi had been driven from Konoha and village was safe, but at a terrible cost. Dozens of ninja and buildings had fallen. Sarutobi was dead and the village was left with no Hokage. After learning about what happened to Naruto, Jiraiya went to the hospital and told Kushina what happened to Sarutobi and that his funeral would be in 8 days. Kushina understood but refused to leave Naruto's side until he was better. Back at Naruto's apartment, Hinata was getting worried, so she went outside and was shocked at the devastation around her. As she walked through the rubble-covered streets, she ran into Sakura and asked what happened. When Sakura finished explaining about the invasion, Hinata was horrified and asked, "Where's Naruto?" Sakura answered. He was injured while battling Gaara. He's in the hospital right now. Hinata nodded with worry and raced off to the hospital. When she arrived, she asked where Naruto was and a doctor replied, "Room number 105, second floor." Hinata said thank you and headed to Naruto's room. When she got in and saw the condition that Naruto was in, it simply broke her heart. She told Kushina that she didn't want to leave until Naruto recovered. Kushina agreed. Late that night, when Hinata was fast asleep in a chair next to Naruto's hospital bed, Kushina was still awake and writing a report in her journal when Hayashi arrived. Upon seeing him, Kushina asked, "Hayashi, what brings you here? I never expected you to show up." Hinata's father answered, "I came to check up on Hinata. I wanted to know if she was okay." Then saw her asleep in a chair. He smiled knowing she was fine. Next he said quietly, "Kushina, I managed to make the elders think I exiled her after our little deal, so none of them know she's with you. The only ones who know are me, Niji, and her little sister Hanabi. Also, next year when Hinata is 14, I need to see her at the Hyuga compound for something very important." Kushina nodded and asked, "And what would that be, Hayashi?" Hayashi grinned and said, "It's about a little inheritance her mother left her when she died. Something she wanted Hinata to carry with her to the next generation." Kushina responded, "Very well, I will make sure it's taken care of." Hayashi smiled, bowed, then left the room. After that, Kushina closed her journal and went to sleep on the couch on the far side of the room. Despite the damage in Konoha, not one civilian had been killed, which was a great relief, but everyone was deeply saddened at the loss of their beloved leader. But where one journey ends, another begins, and soon would begin a new chapter in Konoha's history. Chapter 13. A Day of Mourning, A Mother's Tears. It had been 3 days since Konoha's invasion by Orochimaru. Everyone available was doing whatever they could to help repair the damage. Kurenai stood outside the hospital checking her schedule when Kushina arrived with a look of heartbreak on her face. As usual, she came to the hospital to check on her son Naruto, who still hadn't woken up from his battle with Gaara. Kurenai asked, "Is everything all right, Kushina?" Kushina answered, "I'm afraid not, Kurenai. The worst isn't even over. Remember, we still have to deal with the fact that our beloved Hokage is dead." The Genjutsu mistress said, "Yeah, I guess you're right. So tell me, is the village all cleaned up now?" Kushina replied, "No, not yet. There are still buildings to be repaired, and other wounded yet to be healed. But we're making progress, so before long everything should be back to normal for a while at least." Kurenai said, "That's good news." Kushina then said, "Now if you'll excuse me, I need to see how my son is doing." Kurenai nodded and watched as her fellow comrade walked into the hospital. When she entered Naruto's room, she found nothing had changed. He was still asleep, the IVs were still in his arms, and he was still using the oxygen mask to breathe. Any woman in Konoha who was a mother would undeniably feel the exact same way Kushina felt seeing her only son in such dreadful shape. She put her hand against her chest, feeling the pain in her heart. Tears began to roll down her cheeks as she thought, "If only I could have been there for you, sweetheart." Kushina pulled up a chair so she could sit next to Naruto's bed. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a disc and replied softly, "Sweetheart, I don't know if you can hear me, but I was at a cafe eating lunch 2 days ago when I heard this song playing. As I listened to it, I couldn't stop thinking about you. I asked the manager if I could have a copy of that song, and he said yes, and I would have it in 2 days. So I pray this song helps you, because it shows how terrible I feel to look at you this way." Sitting beside her on a small table was the radio she brought from their apartment. She plugged it in, put the disc in, lowered the volume. Then she reached out and held Naruto's hand in her own before hitting the play button. With tears streaming down her face, she held her son's hand and silently began mouthing the words of the song as it started playing. Song: "Save You by Simple Plan. I don't own Simple Plan. Take a breath. I pull myself together. Just another step until I reach the door. You'll never know the way it tears me up inside to see you. Oh, oh. I wish that I could tell you something, Oh, oh, to take it all away. Sometimes I wish I could save you, and there's so many things that I want you to know. I won't give up till it's over. If it takes you forever, I want you to know. I hear your voice. It's drowning in the whispers. You're just skin and bones. There's nothing left to take. No matter what I do, I can't make you feel better. Oh, oh, if only I could find the answer. Oh, oh, to help me understand. Sometimes I wish I could save you, and there's so many things that I want you to know. I won't give up till it's over. If it takes you forever, I want you to know that if you fall, stumble down, I'll pick you up off the ground. If you lose faith in you, I'll give you strength to pull through. Tell me you won't give up, 'cause I'll be waiting if you fall. You know, I'll be there for you. Oh, oh, if only I could find the answer. Oh, oh, to take it all away. Sometimes I wish I could save you, and there's so many things that I want you to know. I won't give up till it's over. If it takes you forever, I want you to know. Oh, I wish I could save you. Oh, oh, I want you to know. Oh, oh, I wish I could save you. Oh, oh. End of song. When the song ended, Kushina was sobbing dreadfully as she held Naruto's hand against her forehead, saying, "We're reunited after 12 years, and here you are near death. Please, my son. Please wake up. Please don't leave me, Naruto. I love you, my son." Kushina was so overcome with pain and sadness that she didn't even realize Naruto's eyes began to flutter. Inside Naruto's mind, Naruto shifted his gaze from one side to the other. Everything was dark. He was disoriented. He had no idea how long he had been out or where he was. His first thought was to call for the Ninetales. So he took a deep breath and called out, "Kurama, are you there? If you are, let me hear your voice." After a few moments of silence, "I can hear you, Naruto. Follow my voice." "I can hear you, Naruto. Follow my voice." Naruto stood up and followed his partner's voice until they found each other. Naruto's first question was, "What happened with Gaara?" The Kyuubi gave Naruto a brief but informative explanation on what happened with Gaara and the aftermath. Naruto was shocked to say the least. A few moments later he asked, "So how long have I been out?" Kurama answered, 3 days, Naruto. The loss of chakra from your battle has severely weakened you to the point where you can barely move. I've almost revitalized the chakra coils in your body, so you will be able to move shortly. But it will take more time to recover. Naruto sighed with relief before he said with a laugh, "Well, that's a relief. At least the damage wasn't too bad. Partner." Kurama chuckled at Naruto's sarcasm as the two shared a laugh together. Suddenly a frantic voice screamed, "Please wake up!" Startled, Naruto asked, "What was that?" The Ninetales replied deeply, "That was your mother, Naruto. Even as I speak these words, she is in your room crying at the sight of you in a coma." Naruto turned serious and said, "I really need to wake up, old friend. I can't let my mother worry like that." Kurama replied, "And so you shall. I fixed up the last of your chakra coils. Now, my young friend, awaken. In the real world." Naruto slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a hospital room. He turned to his right bedside and stared up at his mother, who was crying hysterically while holding Naruto's right hand between both of hers. Underneath the oxygen mask, Naruto gave a small smile and started to reach out for her. Kushina, still sobbing, gripped her son's hand tighter and shouted, "Please wake up, my son. Please don't leave me. I can't lose you." Suddenly she heard a small voice say, "You're not gonna lose me." She stopped crying, opened her eyes and looked down to see Naruto staring up at her with a smile on his face as he removed the oxygen mask, sat up, touched her face with his left hand and replied, "It's okay, Mom. I'm all right." Right away, Kushina's tears resumed, but this time they were tears of joy as she released his right hand and enveloped him in a joyful embrace as she replied with a tearful smile, "Oh, Naruto, I was so scared. I thought I'd lost you. Naruto returned the hug and whispered, Shoo, shoo. It's all right, Mom. I'm fine. The two continued their hugging for another 30 seconds before Naruto asked alarmed, Mom, what about Hinata? Kushina looked deep into her son's eyes, sighed and answered sadly, She's fine. Hiruzen is dead. Naruto, concerned, turned to grief as he said, What? Oh no! Before he started crying himself as he hugged his mom again. Kushina retuned the hug, trying to comfort him as Naruto's painful tears started to fall. Meanwhile, across town, at the top of Hokage Mountain, Sakura Haruno was sitting on the rocks overlooking the village. She was devastated to hear about the death of the third, but at the same time, the thing she regretted the most was the way she had treated Naruto all this time, despite the fact that he had actually forgiven her for it. All those memories of her teasing, shunning, and humiliating him brought tears to her eyes as she thought, How could I have been so cruel to him? He was right about me. I am selfish. I judge people before I even get to know them. I have no right to call myself his friend if all I ever did was put him down, even though he was always a caring person. Sakura was brought out of her thoughts when Ino arrived. Hey Sakura, replied Ino in a friendly voice. Sakura replied with a sigh, Hey Ino. Ino looked concerned and asked, Is something bothering you? Sakura answered, Actually there is, but it's got nothing to do with you. Ino asked, Can you tell me what happened? Sakura said, My problem is that I completely misjudged Naruto and considered him useless. Ino replied, I'm sorry you feel that way, Sakura. We're all guilty of that exact same thing, so I share your regret as well. Sakura said sadly, You want to know what the most dreadful thing I said to him was? I said, You're nothing but a piece of trash who is loved by no one. Which wasn't true. Naruto was just misunderstood. That's all. Up until now he lived his entire life as an outcast, not knowing why. But now he knows that those who should have loved him shunned him because of some incident with the Nine Tails and threw him into loneliness and pain. Ino replied, Well, it's not all bad. I mean, he got his mother back. So he has someone who loves him and cares for him. He deserves that much at least. Sakura smiled at that and said, You're right, Ino, and I thank the divines above for that. After all the hardships he suffered as a boy, he deserved to have his mother back. Ino smiled and shouted, See you later, Sakura. Sakura waved goodbye, watched her friend go, then returned to her thoughts. Time skip, 3 days. After 6 days in the hospital, Naruto had finally recovered and left the hospital. Hinata was overjoyed to see him and ran to hug him. The two friends gave each other a small hug and smiled. Naruto smiled at Hinata and replied, I told you I'd come back, Hinata. I never break my word. Hinata answered, There was never a doubt in my mind, ever. Kushina smiled at that. Time skip, 1 day. A full week had passed since the invasion of Konoha. The funeral for Hiruzen Sarutobi was scheduled for today. Everyone was gathered in the town square to witness the ceremony. A group of jonin came walking through carrying a stretcher with Sarutobi's body on it wrapped in white bandages. Everyone was crying hysterically at the sight of their leader dead, except for Jiraiya, who was waiting near the funeral pyre. The jonin put the body on the pyre, then Jiraiya stepped forward and began the eulogy. Today we acknowledge a really terrible loss. As you all know, Hiruzen Sarutobi was exceptionally hardworking, infinitely fair-minded, and a fierce friend and leader to us all. Now the pain we all feel at this dreadful loss reminds us that while we may look different and act different, our hearts beat as one. In light of these recent events, the alliances and the bonds of friendships we made these last 2 months will be more important than ever. If we remember that, then Hiruzen Sarutobi will not have died in vain. We remember that, and we celebrate a man who was brave, honest, true, and honorable right to the end. Then he turned to his left and said, Kushina. Kushina walked up with Naruto and handed Jiraiya a torch. Then he turned towards the body, held the torch high and announced, Hiruzen Sarutobi, we lay you to rest. Afterward he placed the torch at the bottom of the pyre and lit it on fire, Everyone watched as the third was slowly cremated. There wasn't a single person who wasn't crying, even Sasuke, as they all remembered their beloved leader, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. Chapter 14. Quest for the New Hokage Part 1. 2 weeks had passed since Sarutobi's funeral. The damage from the invasion was finally repaired and everything was back to normal except that Konoha was still without a leader. Hinata was at training ground for doing some stretches when Neji came by. Seeing his face made her glare with resentment because of how he treated her during the exams. Hinata glared and asked, "Did you come here to lecture me some more, Neji? I will not be bullied by you for something that isn't my fault." Neji sighed and answered sadly, "No, I came to apologize, Hinata." Hinata was surprised and asked, "Apologize for what?" Neji explained, "For using you as an outlet for my anger. I had no right to speak to a family member like that. And I'm sorry. After my battle with Naruto, I have since come to realize that where you're born, where you came from, what rank you are, what your powers are, what abilities you have, what your title is, I realize that none of that matters. It is what you do with them that determines who you are. Both of us were pretty much outcasts, one being treated like a second-class citizen and the other being shunned due to a lack of confidence. I fought with nothing but contempt and jealousy in my heart. You fought with courage, honor, spirit, and determination. You fought to very end without giving up, so truth be told, Hinata, you were the better warrior. Training under the guidance of the Crimson Death is making you stronger each day. I will also admit that your improvised version of the Gentle Fist style is quite powerful. But you still must master the Byakugan's full power to be a true Hyuga. I'm close to mastering it myself, so once that's be dealt with, if you want, Hinata, I can train you to master its full power as well. Do you accept?" Hinata thought for a moment. At first she was suspicious, but after hearing Neji's explanation she realized he was right. She had been the better warrior but still had to master her own Keki Genkai. Hinata finally answered, "I'll accept your offer, Neji, on one condition." Neji asked, "And that is?" Hinata said in a serious tone, "Never use verbal assault on me ever again. I honored our family by refusing to quit. Now you must do the same." Neji agreed, held out his hand, smiled and asked, "Very well. Consider it done. We have a deal then, Hinata?" Hinata shook his hand, smiled and said, "Deal." And then, after a final affectionate hug, the two Hyugas went back to training. Little did Neji realize that Hinata wouldn't be able to train with him later. 2 days later, Jiraiya was approached by Konoha's village elders who asked him to become the new Hokage. He respectfully declined the offer, believing that failing to prevent his mentor from getting killed meant he wasn't worthy of that title. Instead, he offered to find his former teammate and fellow Sannin Tsunade and ask her to become the new Hokage. He also asked for one condition: to take Naruto with him for extra training and protection. Jiraiya found Naruto and Kushina having lunch at Ichiraku's. When he arrived, Kushina asked, "What brings you here, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya explained what this was all about and that he wanted to take Naruto with him for protection. Naruto's initial refusal made Jiraiya promise to teach him a new jutsu that was stronger than Sasuke's Chidori. Naruto agreed at once and decided to go with him. Before they set off, Jiraiya confided in Kushina that his real intention was to protect Naruto from the Akatsuki, an organization that was seeking out the power of all the tailed beasts as well as the Nine Tails. He also said he wanted to train Naruto to hopefully become strong enough to fight the Akatsuki on his own someday. Even though Kushina had to agree, she replied, "Be that as it may, I'm coming too. You may be a Sannin, but you have absolutely no knowledge of Kenjutsu. Swordsmanship. You must remember, Jiraiya, that the Uzumaki clan was renowned for their excellent skill with a blade. The only one who can teach my son that is me, so I'm afraid I must accompany you." Jiraiya answered, "I suppose you're right, Kushina. Go pack your things, we haven't much time." Kushina nodded and went back to her apartment to pack. She told Hinata everything and asked Kurenai to look out for her until they returned. Kurenai agreed. Half an hour later, the group was fully packed and left to find Tsunade. However, not everything went according to plan. 2 strangers garbed in black examined the damage to the village from a distance. Having arrived shortly after Naruto left with his mom and Jiraiya with the intention of searching for Naruto. Kakashi, who was waiting for Sasuke to finish his lunch, met up with Asuma and Kurenai in the village, where they noticed the two strangers having tea nearby as they overheard the Jonin's conversation about Naruto's departure with Jiraiya. These two strangers began heading out of the village when they encountered Asuma and Kurenai. The pair introduced themselves. The larger one introduced himself as Kisame Hashigaki, a missing nin from Kirigakure. The other more menacing one introduced himself as Itachi Uchiha. After a short battle, Asuma and Kurenai realized they were no match for these more powerful enemies. However, at the last moment, Kakashi arrived to assist in the battle. Kisame eagerly attempted to fight Kakashi, but Itachi cautioned Kisame that he would not get away uninjured if he fought Kakashi head-on, opting instead to take care of him himself. Itachi was so fast the Jonin couldn't see him forming any hand signs, and a battle of jutsu initiated shortly after. Itachi then activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and Kakashi was caught in Itachi's Genjutsu, Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi showed Kakashi tied to a plank of wood levitating over an endless ocean. Itachi then appeared in front of him and attempted to stab Kakashi with a sword. Then seemingly more clones of Itachi appeared with their own swords and began to stab Kakashi over and over again into what appeared to be 3 days. But in actuality, only 1 second had passed. With Kakashi incapacitated, Kisame charged at the Jonin. Asuma and Kurenai were helpless until Might Guy appeared in a spectacular fashion, kicking Kisame out of the way. Kisame was about to counterattack until Itachi declared that this fight had gone on long enough, and that they weren't there to start a war, vanishing afterwards. Naruto, Kushina, and Jiraiya made a stop at a post station a short distance away from the village. While Kakashi was in the hospital, the Jonin were discussing why Itachi would return to the village before realizing he was after Naruto, during which Sasuke walked in asking what happened to Kakashi. Inadvertently, Sasuke learned that Itachi had come back to the village and was after Naruto. He looked all over the village, first at Naruto's apartment, then at Ichiraku's, where he learned that Naruto had left with his mom and Jiraiya and they had stopped at a post station just outside the village. Sasuke started to run towards the station when Jiraiya eyed a beautiful woman and told Naruto to go back to their hotel room and practice chakra molding, while Jiraiya took the woman out on a date. However, Kushina wasn't fooled. She was waiting in the room when Itachi and Kisame arrived. With a black mask covering Kushina's entire face, Kisame and Itachi didn't recognize her. She drew her sword and shouted at Naruto, "Get down!" Naruto quickly dropped to the floor without a word as Kushina forced the intruders into the hallway. But right before they could engage her, Sasuke arrived and appeared behind Itachi. Sasuke glared at Itachi intensely, and Kisame realized how much they looked alike, prompting him to ask who Sasuke was, to which Itachi answered, "He's my little brother." Sasuke activated his Chidori and declared, "I've lived my life like you told me to. I've resented you and hated you, and now I'm going to kill you." Then he charged at Itachi. However, Itachi stopped Sasuke's Chidori and broke his wrist. As Kushina held off Kisame, Sasuke was nearly beaten to death, and Itachi used his Mangekyo Sharingan to injure Sasuke mentally using Tsukuyomi. Then Kisame drew his sword hoping for an instant kill, but the better trained and disciplined Kushina managed to dodge and strike back, slashing Kisame in his left arm. He staggered back in pain, almost losing his balance. Regaining his footing, he seethed in rage, held his sword above his head and threw it towards Kushina. Naruto watched in horror as the blade sailed through the air, plunged and embedded itself into his mother, the target. The critical bundle on nerves in the upper body known as the aorta. It was a textbook kill strike. As Kushina staggered, Naruto thought in terror, "No, Mom, no. Please, no." Kisame grinned, thinking, "All too easy." But, concealed under baggy clothes, Kushina was wearing body armor neck to foot. After Hiruzen's funeral, Kushina decided to take extreme measures. She had spent the last 2 weeks painstakingly cutting and stitching blade-proof material, which she called aramid, into a full-body suit. She also reinforced her armor by sewing steel plates into her Jonin vest, creating a sheet of steel over her vital organs. Combined, Kushina carried at least 20 pounds of protection. 5 times stronger than steel, the aramid withstood the force of the blade and was flexible enough to absorb the impact. Kushina staggered a little, then stopped to regain her bearings. Kisame stood there in shock as Kushina stood back up, pulled his sword out of her vest, tossed it to the floor and ran at him again. Naruto looked on dumbfounded before he realized, I get it now. She's wearing armor. My mom never misses anything, does she? Naruto smiled, then continued to watch the fight. Using her immense speed, Kushina started delivering a barrage of slashes left and right, most of which Kisame never saw coming. By the time it stopped, Kisame was bruised, bleeding and terribly injured. As he stood back up, Kushina sheathed her sword and replied, Ah yes, I was wondering what would break first. Kisame lunged at her again, only to be met with a punch in the face. As he staggered, Kushina said, Your spirit. Then she lifted him over her head and shouted, Or your body. The she threw Kisame down and slammed him across her knee as hard as she could. Then with a loud crack, Kisame screamed and fell to the floor with a broken back. Just then Jiraiya appeared after being temporarily fooled by a genjutsu Itachi had placed on the woman Jiraiya had taken out. Finally managing to intervene, Jiraiya used his summoning Toad Mouth Bind to force Kisame and Itachi to flee via Amaterasu. Itachi lifted Kisame over his own shoulders and fled. As the group tended to Sasuke, Might Guy appeared to take Sasuke back to Konoha. Later, Kushina and Jiraiya explained to Naruto that the Akatsuki was after the Nine-Tails sealed inside of him. Naruto realized and understood that he needed to become stronger in order to protect himself and the ones he cared about. Then they resumed their search for Tsunade. Chapter 15. Quest for the New Hokage Part 2. It was exactly 3 days after the Itachi incident. Naruto, Kushina, and Jiraiya were still tracking Tsunade. Little did they realize that Orochimaru was also after her. Their search eventually led them to Tanzuka Town. While Jiraiya was looking for info on Tsunade, or hitting on the ladies, Naruto would spend his time sparring with his mom, as well as learning the one technique that was stronger than Chidori, Rasengan. There were at least 3 steps to learning that move. The first step emphasized rotation, practiced by trying to pop a water balloon. The second step was power, practiced by exploding a rubber ball. The third and final step emphasized control, and the power and rotation of the first 2 steps had to be used at 100% while maintaining the ball of chakra inside a regular balloon without popping it. When Naruto finished the first 2 steps, his mother informed him that Jiraiya had learned Tsunade was in Tanzuka Town. Then they headed out with Naruto practicing the third step along the way. When they finally reached the town, Orochimaru had already gotten to her first. He proposed an offer. If she healed his arms, he would revive her deceased brother and love using summoning. Impure world reincarnation, a technique that required Tsunade to provide 2 human sacrifices. He then told her she had 1 week to consider his offer and left her to ponder her decision. That night, the group went to a bar at Jiraiya's insistence to eat and find info on Tsunade, only to run into the legendary Sannin herself along with her assistant Shizune. Kushina was the first to talk to her by saying, Hey Tsunade, what's up? Tsunade stood up from her table, turned around and came face to face with her daughter-in-law, Kushina Uzumaki, bringing a look of shock to her face. Tsunade's first reaction was, Kushina, where have you been? I haven't seen you in 12 years. What happened? Kushina smiled and said, To make a long story short, I was in a coma all this time. I woke up only 5 months ago. After getting over her shock, Tsunade replied, Thank goodness you're all right. Oh Kushina, it's so great to see you again. After that, the 2 women shared a hug, being overjoyed to see each other again. Then Tsunade asked, So what are you doing here, Kushina? Jiraiya stepped forward and said, I will answer that. When Tsunade noticed him, she asked, Jiraiya, you too? Geez, this is unexpected. What is going on here? Jiraiya answered, Tsunade, we came here to ask you to return with us to Konoha and become the 5th Hokage. Kushina then went on to explain what happened during the invasion of Konoha, what happened to Hiruzen, and how Jiraiya recommended Tsunade to the position of Hokage. Tsunade's face became angry as she shouted, "Absolutely not. That is out of the question. Besides, only a fool would want that title. I have no reason to go back anyway." Naruto, angered by this, began to criticize Tsunade. Before the argument could escalate, Kushina demanded, "Naruto, that is enough." Naruto, stunned by the anger in his mother's voice, went silent. Tsunade, who was still aggravated, asked, "Who the brat?" Kushina turned serious before she replied, "Tsunade, what you are about to see. I must ask you not to scream, because it could be disastrous." Then she reached into her pocket and pulled out a piece of paper saying, "Read this." Tsunade took the paper, unfolded it and read it. By the time she was done, she whispered in shock, "Oh my God!" The piece of paper Kushina handed her was a birth certificate identifying the boy as Naruto Uzumaki, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, meaning for Tsunade that the boy was in fact her grandson, because Naruto's father was born of Tsunade. Kushina smiled and said, Didn't think you had an extended family, did you?" Naruto was confused and asked Kushina, "Mom, do you know this woman? Is she an old friend or something?" After a moment of silence, Kushina answered, "Naruto, this is Tsunade Senju, a member of the Senju family. Her family and mine go back a long way. As a matter of fact, she's my mother-in-law because your father was her son when I married him. Which means, Naruto, that Tsunade is in fact your grandmother." Naruto was stunned at what he heard. All he could think was, "This woman is my grandma?" Tsunade let Kushina's words sink in before she took a good look at Naruto, realizing how closely he resembled her deceased son Minato. At that moment, Tsunade began to feel tears forming in her eyes, something she hadn't felt in years. She gently reached out to touch his face before gently saying, My grandson?" as she slowly rubbed Naruto's cheek. Naruto gulped before saying in a timid voice, Hello, Grandma Tsunade." That did it. Tsunade couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She wrapped Naruto in a joyful hug and replied with tears of joy, "All this time and I never knew. I have a grandson." Kushina and Jiraiya both smiled at the scene before them until Kushina asked, "So how about it, Tsunade? Will you come home with your family and take position of Hokage?" Tsunade stood up and sighed before answering, "I don't know, Kushina. This is a lot for me to take in. At least give me a couple of days to think it over." Kushina nodded and replied, "I'll give you 1 week. I'll know by then." To which Tsunade agreed. After dinner, the group made their way back to their hotel and went to sleep while Tsunade continued to ponder her decision. The group awoke the next morning only to find out from Shizune that Tsunade had gone to meet with Orochimaru. Unaware that Kabuto was watching them and was surprised to find that both Naruto and Jiraiya were looking for Tsunade, he chose to retreat as the three rushed to find her. Tsunade arrived and secretly attempted to kill Orochimaru using her medical jutsu, only to be stopped by Kabuto himself revealing her intentions, as he was also a medical ninja. As Tsunade began the fight, Kabuto suggested to Orochimaru that they had to look for another place to fight before Tsunade could receive further aid, revealing that Naruto and Jiraiya were nearby, so the two lured Tsunade to an open grass field to buy some time to capture her. At first, although Tsunade was able to hold off Kabuto, he got the upper hand by exposing the secret of her hemophobia. That was when Naruto's group arrived in time to stop him from killing Tsunade. Naruto was surprised to find Kabuto fighting Tsunade, but was quickly informed by his mother that his headband clearly showed he was working for Orochimaru. While Jiraiya held off Orochimaru, Naruto, Kushina, and Shizune tried to protect Tsunade. Kabuto knocked out Shizune, rendered Kushina helpless with a restraining jutsu, then proceeded to kill Tsunade, but Naruto intercepted him and plunged a kunai into his left shoulder. Infuriated by this, Kabuto then proceeded to pummel Naruto, all the while telling he was only a ninja by luck and would never measure up to Sasuke. This only fueled Naruto's resolve, and when Kabuto lunged at him with a kunai, Naruto raised his sword and plunged it into Kabuto's leg, effectively holding him in place. Across the field, Kushina witnessed her son being pummeled and beaten, causing her to scream in terror, "Naruto!" Naruto then used a shadow clone to mold chakra into his free hand, and hit Kabuto in the stomach with a fully formed Rasengan which shocked everyone, even Orochimaru. The Rasengan was so powerful that even with Kabuto's excellent regenerating ability, there was still too much damage for him to repair immediately. However, prior to being hit with the Rasengan, Kabuto had severed the arteries to Naruto's heart, meaning he would soon die. Before he lost consciousness, Naruto said two words that would take Orochimaru by surprise later on. Touched by her grandson's resolution, Tsunade vowed to heal him, knowing that even with the Nine-Tails' power, he wouldn't recover if the arteries were cut. Tsunade was able to heal Naruto with no trouble at all, but Orochimaru realized that Naruto had become too powerful and that his only chance to kill Naruto was now. He lunged at Naruto with the Kusanagi sword, only to be stopped by Tsunade, who grabbed his arm, holding him in place. Orochimaru growled, "Tsunade, why do you defend him?" Tsunade retorted, "Because he is my grandson and is destined to become the future Hokage, and for today onwards, I too will put my life on the line for the leaf, because I am the fifth Hokage." Then she finally overcame her hemophobia. Kushina watched in amazement as Tsunade suddenly kicked Orochimaru in the stomach with her right knee. In shock and pain, he lost focus and dropped his sword. Tsunade then twisted his arm, which snapped it, then did a roundhouse kick, sending him flying backwards across the field. Seeing this as her chance, Tsunade snatched up both Naruto and the sword and ran back to others. With that, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru all did the summoning technique. Tsunade, Katsuya the Slug, Jiraiya, Gambunta the Toad, and Orochimaru Manda the Snake, respectively. Gambunta was the first to speak. Manda and Orochimaru, Tsunade and Katsuya, the dear old faces united once again. "Did you bring a hanky, Jiraiya? I think I'm going to cry." Jiraiya smirked, "You old fool. I didn't summon you here after all this time just to listen to your stupid jokes. This rivalry has gone on long enough. It's time to end it. Today I'm putting Orochimaru out of our misery once and for all." On the other side of the group, Manda started growling, "Well, Orochimaru, why have you dragged me here? You know I don't like being summoned. Maybe I should just eat you now and be done with it." Kabuto timidly said, "No, please don't talk that way, Lord Manda. You'll be well rewarded for your trouble. Don't worry, Dash. Who do you think you're talking to, you little bug? What would the likes of you have that I could possibly want?" "BH," bellowed Manda. Kabuto gritted his teeth in defeat as Manda continued, "So Orochimaru, when this is over, I'll expect 100 human sacrifices." Kabuto, though, if Manda finds out his master can't use any of his jutsu, he's more than likely to betray us. This was a mistake. No matter how hopeless things looked, he never should have summoned Manda. Not in his condition. Tsunade announced, "Katsuya, see to the boy. Take him to Shizun quickly." The giant slug replied, "Yes, milady, at once." Katsuya quickly created a 4-foot clone of herself, scooping up Naruto. On the ground, Shizun finished healing herself and was about to head into battle when the Katsuya clone dropped down and explained the situation. Afterward, Shizun picked up Naruto and whisked him to safety. Gambunta puffed his pipe and blew the smoke towards Manda, who laughed, "Heh, I'm going to pop you like a balloon, you stinking dirty toad. Then please come in and try it. I've always wanted a snakeskin wallet." Gambunta leered, pulling out his sword. Orochimaru shouted, "Tsunade, return my sword at once, you impertinent wench." Tsunade smirked, replied smugly, "Finders keepers, and besides, a weapon such as this does not belong in the hands of someone like you." Orochimaru bellowed, "Very well. If you won't hand it over peacefully, then I'll just take it by force." Tsunade held up her newly acquired weapon and laughed before calling out, "Let's see you try and take this sword away from me." Jiraiya shouted, Orochimaru, you're no longer fit to be one of us. Your evil days are finally at an end. Orochimaru snickered. One of us? Hee hee. What an insult. Tsunade snorted. After this, there will be one less Sannin in the world. The three summoned beasts looked at each other for a few moments before Katsuya shouted, Acid slime, and fired a stream of acid from her maw. Manda dodged the attack, rushed forward and quickly coiled himself around Katsuya, then shouted, I'll start with you first, as he came down with his mouth open preparing to devour Tsunade. Gambunta charged forward with his sword attempting to impale Manda in the head, but the huge snake saw that attack, dodged again and clamped his mouth down on the sword stopping Gambunta in his tracks. Tsunade gave Katsuya a quick order, and the giant slug separated into hundreds of little slugs, thereby escaping Manda's coils and reforming into Katsuya. Manda attempted to bash Gambunta with his tail, but the giant toad let go of his sword, back flipped out of the way just in time. Jiraiya shouted, They're coming! Gambunta answered, I can see them. Manda threw the sword at Gambunta trying to hit him, but the toad jumped aside and the sword flew towards Katsuya, but Tsunade, using her super strength, stopped the sword before jumping back on Katsuya again. Jiraiya yelled for Tsunade to stay back. Then he performed the hand signs for the tiger seal shouting, Time for some oil Gambunta. Gambunta replied, You got it. As Manda charged forward, Jiraiya shouted, Fire style, Toad Flame Bomb. With Gambunta firing a stream of oil from his mouth, combined with Jiraiya's fire attack, the two created a huge blast of flame that completely engulfed Manda in seconds. Gambunta snickered. That did it. Hee, that did it. But Jiraiya said doubtfully, You think? No, that was too easy. When the flames rescinded, Jiraiya's suspicions were confirmed when he saw a mass of blackened snakeskin causing him to think, Of course, he just shed his skin. Just then the ground started to shake as Jiraiya shouted, Gambunta, look out below. The toad answered, Yeah, I feel it. Yeah, I feel it. Suddenly the tip of Manda's tail flew out of the ground towards Gambunta attempting to impale him. Thankfully he managed to stop it. However, it turned out to be a trick as Manda's head emerged from the ground lunging at Gambunta. But then, just as Manda was about to sink his teeth in, from out of nowhere, a huge claw came forward and slashed Manda across the face. The giant snake roared in pain and flew backwards, pulling his tail out of the ground as the three Sannin looked to see where the claw came from, and there stood the mighty Kyuubi with his 9 tails flowing in the wind. Jiraiya was stunned, Tsunade and Shizen awestruck. Orochimaru looked like he was going to have a stroke. Kabuto was literally scared, while Kushina was grinning like mad as she thought, Now we're going to show Orochimaru some real power. Manda regained his bearings and saw who attacked him, making him shudder while Orochimaru shouted, What is the meaning of this? How is this possible? Kurama looked right at Orochimaru with a glare of hatred in his eyes as he said, Well, Orochimaru. We meet again. Did you forget our last encounter all those years ago? I certainly did not. And I have a score to settle with you. Immediately, Kurama lunged forward as he and Manda began a ferocious battle. They bit, clawed, and tail-whacked at each other, but neither one would give an inch. As the battle raged on, Tsunade picked up Gambunta's sword and yelled that she attempted to impale Manda with it. Kurama heard her, grinned and shouted, Take this! Then he charged in and bashed Manda with the full force of his claw, knocking Manda off balance, giving Tsunade enough clearance to drive the sword down through Manda's mouth, pinning him to the ground. Since Manda was no longer able to fight, he left. Tsunade then proceeded to beat up Orochimaru with her monstrous strength. Afterward, Orochimaru admitted his plan had and warned Tsunade that he could still revive his arms using another technique. He also shouted, Mark my words, Tsunade, one day you will pay for this. Then left with Kabuto. After that, Katsuya, Gambunta disappeared while Kurama faded back into Naruto. Tsunade made her way back to Kushina, who was holding an unconscious Naruto and looking very worried. She laid down the sword, walked up behind Kushina and said gently, "Don't worry, Kushina. He's unconscious, but alive. I managed to heal all the major damage. The only things left are some bruises and scrapes, but nothing more." Kushina then explained to Tsunade about how the Ninetales was fighting to protect Naruto and was acting as his guardian, which was kind of surprising to her. Tsunade then put her necklace on Naruto, saying that just once more she wanted to believe. That was when Naruto came to, and the fight was over. Naruto looked up and saw his mother. His first reaction was, "Oh, Then he dove into her arms. Kushina returned the hug and said while crying, "Oh, Naruto, I was so scared. I thought I'd lost you. Oh, thank God you're okay." Then Tsunade stepped forward and informed Kushina that she accepted the position of Hokage. Upon hearing that, Naruto was overjoyed and said, "I believe you'll make a great Hokage, Grandma Tsunade." Tsunade smiled and kissed him on the forehead, then said to him, "I know you'll make a fine man someday, just like your father." At the same time thinking he would also make a great Hokage someday as well. With that, Naruto, Kushina, Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya headed back to Konoha. One day after leaving Tanzuka town, the group stopped at an old abandoned shack to set in for the night. After putting her son to sleep, Kushina went over to speak with Tsunade when something caught her eye, making her gasp. She was so preoccupied with everything else, she didn't even notice the sword Tsunade had in her hand. Kushina talked in a low-voiced, "Tsunade, where did you get that sword?" Shizune noticed as well and asked, "Yes, sensei, where?" Tsunade smirked and said, "Let me just say that a certain snake Nin had pretty weak hands." Jiraiya gave her a thumbs up, while Shizune smiled. Kushina smirked, shook her head and replied, "Tsunade Senju, only you could be so bold. Minato was always the same way." After that, they all went to sleep. A week later, the group finally returned to Konoha. Naruto was really looking forward to seeing his friends again. Just outside the gates, Iruka was about to inform Naruto about some things when he spotted Kushina, causing a look of shock in his eyes. Looking at her, he thought, "Kushina, I thought she was dead. Naruto has been blessed with having his mother return to him. He deserves it after what he's been through." He walked up to Kushina and asked, "Is that you, Kushina?" Kushina said with a smile, "Iruka, it's been a while." Iruka asked, "Where have you been, Kushina?" Kushina explained her absence, what happened, and that she had been in a state of comatose for the last 12 years. By the time she was done, Iruka was shocked and relieved at the same time because he knew that Naruto finally had what he deserved: a family. He got down on one knee, put his hands on Naruto's shoulders, smiled and asked, "Naruto, when you found out that your mother was alive, how did you feel?" As Naruto began to recall that joyous night at the hospital, he felt tears of joy in his eyes once more. Note: please refer back to chapter 7 to 6 because I'm not writing a flashback here. When Naruto finished his recollection, he looked at Iruka with joyful tears in his eyes and answered, "Iruka, when I learned that she was alive and that I wasn't an orphan, I felt like, I can't even explain it. There is just no way to explain the amount of happiness I felt that night. I was just overjoyed to be together with my mom." Iruka understood and said, "That's a very good answer." Kushina stepped forward and said, "I'm taking my son out for lunch at Ichiraku's. Would you care to accompany us, Iruka?" His answer was, "Of course. Besides, I have a few important things to mention." At Ichiraku's ramen stand, Iruka stated, "Now here's the deal. It has been decided that because of the invasion, we are not to allow the other villages to see how weak we are right now, so we will continue our missions like normal. Also, it's been decided that from now on, every ninja on active duty is required to carry a handheld radio at all times. Is this understood?" Kushina and Naruto nodded with understanding. Then the group continued lunch. Tsunade was well known as a great medical ninja, as she healed Sasuke and Kakashi of their ailments from the fight with Itachi. Time skip. 2 days. Today was the big day. The council had read the records and reports and approved Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. Just minutes before her master's inauguration in front of the villagers, Shizun stumbled upon an open book on Tsunade's desk. It showed a series of mathematical equations surrounding the chart of a body. 50% was written and crossed out, followed by an arrow pointing to a circle, which contained 58%, and Shizun could only smile. Then she heard a voice yell, "Hey Shizun!" She spun around and saw Kushina, who said, "Come on, it's time." Shizun nodded and hurried after her. In the town square, Tsunade was being escorted to the town square, led by Jiraiya and followed by Shizun, Naruto, and Kushina. Naruto saw Hinata in the crowd and waved at her. She smiled and waved back as the procession continued. Finally, they reached the town square and stepped onto a pedestal just outside the Hokage Tower. Tsunade wasn't worried about paperwork thanks to Naruto informing her about the uses of Shadow Clone Jutsu, which Tsunade agreed to use if needs be. Once all the citizens of Konoha were gathered in the town square, Jiraiya stepped forward and began his speech. "Citizens of Konoha, hear me. As you know, last month we suffered a great loss that left us without a leader. But now, the time of grief is over. For today we celebrate the rise and birth of our new leader, the only person who has the intellect, political, and battlefield experience to get the job done." Then he turned to Tsunade and said proudly, "Tsunade, please step forward." Tsunade walked to the front of the platform and knelt down. Then Jiraiya turned to the council elders, who stepped forward and handed Jiraiya the ceremonial hat that was worn by every Hokage in the history of Konoha. Jiraiya gently placed it on Tsunade's head and said, "Rise." As Tsunade stood up, Jiraiya moved aside and declared, "I present to you the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju." All at once, the crowd erupted in cheers for the new Hokage. Tsunade announced, Thank you everyone. I swear from the bottom of my heart as Hokage to do whatever it takes to ensure the safety of our beloved village of Konoha. It is with great reluctance and determination that I have agreed to this duty, for I love Konoha and I devote myself to the honor of the Leaf Village. Soon anyone who dares to attack us better be ready to feel the same pain, because we will not stand back and take it. We will fight and make them remember, this is Konoha, and we are not afraid. The crowd erupted in cheers, clapping and salutes to show their support and devotion to their new leader. Afterward, Tsunade walked off the pedestal and went into her new home, followed by Shizun, Naruto, Kushina, and Jiraiya. Naruto smiled with excitement as he said, "Wow, I can't believe that my grandmother is the new Hokage. This is going to take some getting used to." Tsunade smiled as she sat down at her desk before saying, "Naruto, I don't mind. You can still call me your grandma if you want, because don't forget we are family. Just don't say it in public." Naruto nodded while the others laughed. Tsunade then went over to a table and placed the Kusanagi sword into a sheath she bought at a weapons shop one day ago, strapped it to her waist and said, "The end of one journey marks the beginning of another." Thus began a new chapter in Konoha's history.